All right. I'm going to start this a little early just because I want to get through it. I don't know whether I should play the whole damn thing. I really don't want to. They pretty much open with, okay, here's that psychology student that apparently is being, what do they call it, blackballed out of some Antioch University. This is a former professor at said university. Now, she went to the same university like 20 some years ago, only her mentor was a man. Keep that in mind. A black man. But they pretty much do introduction. She talks about I'll just start it from the beginning. I'll make everybody suffer through it. I'll speed it up though, because there's they take forever. They use so many damn words. And I'm going to do some translating because I know a lot of men don't pay attention to these people when they're talking, and for good reason. But stuff that they say is pretty relevant for the current social climate. So we'll start with 125. See how it's less than an hour long, so I should have enough time before Kush streams.
Being open to having this discussion and trying out this live thing.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is great. I love trying new platforms and ways of getting information out and being able to have wider discussions that way. So I hope we can
wider discussions,
just bring more awareness to what's going on in our field.
Absolutely. Yes. And you know, I was, you and I talked. Well, it must have been late October when we first connected. It was like right after I put out the video about my experience at Antioch.
Yes.
And we connected because you were a professor at Antioch.
Yes.
And was that the California campus in person teaching?
Yes.
Okay.
It was the in-person until COVID, but in person really primarily. And it was at the Los Angeles location. And the Department of Clinical Psychology pretty much funded almost all the other programs. It was extremely popular. It's a very, very popular program in the area. Yeah. And so other programs were able to kind of hang on that may have not had enough funding because we were able to do that. So it was, you know, it's recognized as being a pretty thorough and you know, high standard program of clinical.
Thorough and high standard program of clinical psychology. It's recognized as being such. It's actually not. None of these university psychology departments are, for one, thorough. They're all full of shit. And they're all full of feminists who lie. So,
clinical psychology, teaching people how to be psychotherapists rather than focusing on researches and researching papers and studies and all that. So it's kind of looked at in a pretty high regard in the field.
And shouldn't be.
That is something I wanted to ask you about, because that was my impression as well. I've had a lot of feedback from people in the comments on some of the videos that I've made saying, why did you choose Antioch in the first place? They've always been so radical. But I didn't think that they were. I feel like there was a real shift. And I wonder, how long were you teaching there? What was your experience of that?
Yeah, no, that's a good point, because I went to school there. That's another piece of this sort of puzzle, right? To kind of talk about how the shift happened, because I also, as a student, knew what Antioch was like in 2004. So where are we? That's almost 20 years ago, right?
Yeah,
so
wow.
That's, yeah, I think old. Yeah, 2004, 2005 for sure. So between there, 04, 05. So yeah, there was discussion, but I think, you know, the concept of what diversity was and what, you know, social justice or whatever, you know, they kind of packaged it more as a cultural competence. And the idea in the beginning, because I had to take, you know, society and individual, the professor of that class, okay, and that's one of the classes that have become extremely social justice oriented. It's just straight up activism now.
Okay, yeah.
Back then, it really wasn't to that extent. the professor that I had was one of the Little Rock Nine. So he was one of the first group of Black students to integrate into a white school.
Okay.
So he was just legendary, and he had just such an amazing, life and history. And so that class, there wasn't a competition about who has it worse or who had what experience or overall labeling or branding anything or anybody. We didn't use words like oppression. We didn't use words, woke, obviously. We didn't use that. He was really interested in keeping us focused on talking about our experiences in the world as people that are complex, that have nuance, different shades of gray, and different, life is very rarely black and white in general. And so he really encouraged that. So there was a lot of support for that. It was about, listen, now that you're learning about yourself, and now that you are connecting and listening to other people's stories, that'll hopefully enrich you, widen, broaden your perspective as a therapist. So great. And then, they start incorporating diversity, which in the beginning, again, it was all about, being aware that our way of thinking in the Western world, will say, may not be exactly the way people are, thinking that are from other parts of the world, other parts of even our own country, right? So that was the idea, was to be curious and wondering and ask questions and learn, because, hey, you can't assume anything just by looking at somebody, right? Sitting down in front of you. You can't make these assumptions. So that concept was great. That concept
sounds very reasonable. That sounds like the way that the way that I would have hoped things would have been taught.
Yes, until it turned into some other bigger machine weaponization, if you will, but almost, I would say, exploited. That idea was exploited, I guess I would say, and exploited other people eventually. It was almost used as the backbone for a political movement, rather than
for feminism,
for the sake of understanding that you're going to be seeing people who have different experiences than you, and let's talk about how that might show up in the room. That's how it was handled before, but it turned into, like I said, it's kind of its backbone of an actual movement in many ways.
It very much does. It seems like it's this core of something that we do need to address, that should be acknowledged, especially in this particular context. You're going to be working with people who are coming to you needing a place of trust and kind of a special relationship, where you're going to be asked to understand lots of aspects of this person's experience and character and just their life. And so to have this thorough exploration of what it means to be a person, and what the potentials are, and the different backgrounds, and even just demographics, and how things can shift for people depending on certain life experiences and characteristics. So that has been it. All that nuance has been repackaged in this really black and white thinking. And I don't mean that sounds like a bad pun, but I mean, it's
rigid.
Very rigid. Absolutely. So when did you start to see that shift?
So I was working in grief for most of, my career, I would say, at least the early part of my career. So I was working in a grief support center, and I was kind of promoted up the ranks there. And part of that job entailed teaching about grief, a different model, not looking at what has been done, the stage model, but understanding grief through a totally different lens, and, broader, experience, to not kind of, I guess, minimize it into the stage process thing. And so, having had, my mom die when I was really young, I was in my early 20s from horrible illness, I understood grief in this really profound way, because it already happened to me. And so I was very much, and I went to a support group at the very same place that I went to go back and work at. So it was just one of my loves in the profession, was really that particular area. And so I was really eager, to be able to work at a grief support center, the one I went to when I had my mom die, and eventually be able to teach about grief. So what we did is, we had tons of CEUs that we created, continuing education unit classes. We were training USC and UCLA medical students on how to talk about terminal illness and dying and death in a sensitive and direct way, compassionate, I should say, and direct way. So all of that was a part of, what we were doing. So I got an opportunity to teach quite a bit because of so much, the desire for therapists to get some kind of grief training, and we were providing it. So that to me was just, kind of a blessing. I loved it.
I gotta take a little break here. Actually, it took me a while to get through this the first time. I had to take breaks. Fucking manletopia. I'm glad you guys are here. JR, Hey, Billy. You still don't know what turf means. Your neck of the woods? Your part of the country? This is Californians right here. So these are feminists in the psychology field in your state. Your turf. What'd you say? Pine needle? What'd you say? Pine needle tea. Never tried it. Yep. She takes her subjective experience of grief and places it on others. Yeah, she lost her mom in her early 20s from an illness. Billy. She never once mentions anything about her dad in here. No, not the kind of turf, the trans exclusionary radical feminist, not that turf. Maybe I spelt it wrong. TURF? How do you spell like astroturf? I think that's where that AAVE, or maybe it's not even AAV. I don't know. Maybe it's a football reference. I don't know. You're part of the ground. Yeah, Billy, if you want to, I mean, I know this field interests you. I might need an emotional support goat on the second round. Because actually, there's a part, and I know I sent you a message about it. There's a section of this where I actually puked in my mouth a little. So I'm wondering if there's something wrong with me. I might need a wellness check. You should be. You should be a diabetic doc. A diabetic brain surgeon. I think so. All right, I'm going to keep it.
So when Antioch, I guess it was around 2016 or 17, I had heard that they had decided to create a grief class, and they did. And so they came to us at our house where I was working initially and said, hey, we have this, new class that we're starting, and we need a professor, and we know you're a grief support center, pretty good reputation, et cetera. Who do you have? Well, kind of one thing led to another, and I ended up applying for it. And then I think they'd hired someone. Anyway, long story short, they reached out to me a year later and said, listen, the person we went with before we spoke to you didn't work out. Can we meet you? So met with them. Great, wonderful. Okay, you're off and running. And I was able to develop the materials. There was already some curriculum there that I liked. But I had a lot of autonomy. So as an adjunct, in general, they had, there's a lot of autonomy. There was a lot of autonomy in how you wanted to teach. There was a lot of trust put behind the professors.
Academic freedom.
Most of them are still practicing as well. So, so I walked, kind of in with that kind of mindset. And one of the big things was that we never ranked grief. We never said whose was worse or better. That was something that we really emphasized, even with the curriculum courses that we were providing to nurses and to social workers and therapists and all of that, people that are going to work with grievers. We were very clear that ranking pain is completely disenfranchising that person's experience and all of those things. So being so hardwired to not rank pain and to not think about one person experiencing a death of a loved one being worse than another, because there's a lot of complicated factors around grief and when somebody dies and all of that. So I walked into that class in 2017 with that, that vision, that perspective, which I still hold dear. And in the beginning, it was fine. I mean, I taught the class, people were engaged, they loved it. I think my evals, I almost got 100%, on people's enjoyment of the class. The feedback was incredible. So they said, hey, would you mind filling in and teaching another class? And I said, okay, and I started kind of moving in that direction. Now, when I did first notice it was in 2017, even though I was teaching grief, I had heard some students on a the break, I think, during one of my classes, talking about the protest, because at that point, that was April of 2017. So Donald Trump was just elected president.
Yeah.
And just inaugurated in January. Here I am in April. And they started talking about all of these protests and the big,
Yes, Trump was elected and inaugurated, but also the largest number of women were also elected into government in the entirety of our history. So lots and lots of women in positions in the government with power and influence. So
movement on campus for people to organize and to come together and to protest. And they were allowing, according to these students, they were allowing class time to be dedicated to that.
Okay.
So, hey, if you're feeling, like you want to protest, feel free to go and do that during class when you're training to be a therapist.
Yeah. That's strange.
Completely strange.
Completely out of place.
Yeah.
Education. Yeah.
100%. And so I kind of, kept that in the back of my mind.
Mhm.
But it didn't impact my class directly. So I marched forward anyway. And I think by the time April rolled around, they weren't doing those protests anymore anyhow. It was just what they had done initially.
Okay.
So it really wasn't until I would say I became an affiliate. I went from an adjunct to an affiliate professor, which meant that I was actually then not just paid per class, I was actually on the payroll as a faculty member in the department, which means two things. Number one, again, it's just a salaried position. The second component is that you have to take on some students to advise. So
actually, there's three components. That's when there's a lot more of the taxpayer money paying your fucking salary. So it's more money. What, Zach?
everybody has an advisor and whatnot, right? So, and then you get an office in the psychology department. And that was when I really noticed the change, because as an adjunct professor, regardless of what happens in and outside of the classroom, no one's really paying much attention unless there's complaints. Okay. So those people can come in, they can teach and leave. Yes, totally. So you don't have to get sucked up into anything you don't want to be sucked up into and whatnot. But once you become a staff person and you have an office in the psychology department, that's when you start to see some pretty frightening things. And so when that happened for me, I think it was 2018 at that point, the very first day that I went upstairs to go to my office, I saw signs plastered all over the walls that were, intolerance will not be tolerated, with like a, fist kind of
tolerant,
I guess, shape on their on the flyers that they were posting. And then there were
sounds like a joke flyer almost. That sounds like a joke for ages, that phrase.
Yes.
But it's
Yes. And then you see them promoting courses that are not even in our program, that are social, activism, social justice minded, courses and seminars that aren't even in the psychology department. So they don't really, it is not that department's job. It's not even appropriate to be promoting other seminars that have nothing to do with psychology to psychology students. It just doesn't, that to me was really and I could tell you, I felt a heaviness on my chest. And I think this is the first time I've ever said this out loud, even on a podcast or anywhere, but I felt in my body this heaviness on my chest when I walked in, to my office, and I was walking down the hallways and seeing all of these signs, and the flags for LGBTQ, all of that was just dominant, and you could feel the.
By the way, the feminists are literally using LGBTQ as a shield. So
tension. I mean, it was really crazy. I would sit in my office, and sometimes in the hallway, I'd hear, one of the core faculty, and they'd be arguing with another one about these social, the crises is what they were calling them. And the fact that, we don't have democracy. And I mean, it was just nuts. And I didn't really feel comfortable listening to it. It just put me off. And like I said, I literally felt it in my body.
That heaviness that you felt, was it a sense of something's not right here? Or do you have words for that, what that was?
Yeah, it was something's not right here. Not everybody has a voice that's going to be allowed here. You better think before you speak, because there is one narrative, and that's what was just crystal clear to me, just right away. So I
Yes.
didn't feel like I would ever be protected. And if
And
I
that
said,
must have been so strange coming from the
Yes.
prior, the way that things had been taught when you were a
Yes.
student and when you were teaching, which
Yes.
was this inclusiveness of all kinds of viewpoints
yes,
and
100%.
respect.
Right. Because when she was a student, her professor was a man. I know. Timothy, I'm glad you're here because just wait. Just wait. You feel that heaviness right now? You can already tell they're already playing victim. Like that's the part. I had a problem with this. I mean, they just everything's about feelings. And it's like I gotta listen through a whole bunch of shit just to deduce and mansplain it into like 4 words. They say so much without really saying anything at all that is valuable.
Respect for different viewpoints.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and one of my professors actually, interestingly enough, I didn't actually read when I was a student, I didn't read my evaluations at all. As long as I got credit for the class, I didn't. And
Yeah.
this past 2 years ago, I pulled them out and I just for the sake of it, and I read them. And one of the best evaluations I got was from one of the core faculty in.
She never read her evaluations when she was a student. She had a really smug look on her face when she said that, by the way.
The psychology department, who runs a discussion series called Messy Conversations. I adored her, and I got this amazing, evaluation. So Messy Conversations, she launched this series. And what were the Messy Conversations? Well, it was any professor, of color, we were inviting you to come to like a roundtable discussion type of thing. It's how it was structured before COVID. If you're white, we'd love to have you, but we don't want to hear from you.
You just listen.
You're just going to listen, and they're going to sit there and tell you what it is that, you're complicit in continuing to push through, how you are complicit in, systemic white supremacy, institutions, which is pretty much every single place you go. It doesn't matter whether it's the grocery store or it's JP Morgan, doesn't matter. So that was
like they call that difficult dialogues at Antioch now, I think, something like that.
Yes.
Some kind of idea.
Yes. And, and I think there's now one that was just done called
Messy Conversations and Difficult Dialogues. That's what they call the brainwashing. So, yeah, I got some free racial sensitivity training from Dee Durrell, a Houston counselor that actually has made money doing racial sensitivity training at Texas A&M Galveston. A black man, mind you. He was trying that bullshit on me. And it was a bunch of bullshit. It was. White people bad narrative, right? Yeah, it's messy and difficult because it's fucking bullshit. The intolerance that people are having as like a natural, healthy reaction to bullshit and lies should not be tolerated. Or the intolerance should be tolerated. Because guess what? It's a person's actual defense against slavery. And I would think the black people in our country would be against slavery. Right? If they're so fucking traumatized from their history. It should be all over the non-slavery bullshit. But they're not. They want to enslave white people. And being since they are a very small minority of people in our country, it's probably not the best fucking idea to continue. So.
In 2021 called Decolonizing Your Classroom.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Hey,
and
Johnny.
So little by little, that's kind of where I saw things going. And I didn't feel comfortable talking to anyone. There was a lot of tension, and it didn't, people were not embracing each other. This whole idea of just, being inclusive. I'm going to put air quotes around that.
Yeah.
It's only inclusive if you agree with whatever it is that this particular group is telling you to agree with. You can't disagree with them, because then you get boxed over here as being either a racist or, in some way you feeling toxic shame that you actually want to be white yourself. I mean, that's the type of stuff they were telling people of color. I don't even like the word people of color, but that's the kind of thing that they were.
Well, it's internalized white supremacy, right?
Internalized white supremacy.
Internalized oppression.
Yes. And it's the masculine, and they started attaching like masculinity to that.
Yeah.
And, it was just starting to kind of show up in these different ways. And then I started to see it with students making appointments. Now, as an advisor, I had this caseload. So they'd make appointments to come in and plan their classes, and I'd get to know them. Some of them I had in class too. And I had a few white males come in and say, hey, would you be my advisor? And I said, sure, but what's wrong? Well, my current advisor teaches a class, and in that class, I'm made to feel small. I'm made to feel unimportant, and that I don't have a voice because I'm a white man, and I'm getting beaten down on pretty much every class. And I don't feel like I can say what I truly think and feel. And this whole thing is really uncomfortable, but you don't appear to be that way, is what he said. And I never brought up those words in my classroom, but it was apparent probably that the way I taught, that I didn't hold that same values. I hadn't even heard of the word woke until 2018. When I heard my boss actually using the word at the time.
And what kind of a way?
So
were you embracing it?
This is weird.
Yes. So I had, and again, interestingly, and she was a mentor of mine when I first started in 2017. She had recommended that I show particular video. This was for a different class. By that point, I was doing the grief classes and all of that, but now I was starting to teach other courses for the curriculum. And she suggested I use this one documentary to talk about, to have the students create like a vignette, right? So case vignette, but it's based on a documentary versus us, as the professors writing up a case, that the students have to diagnose, they have to, go through the entire assessment and then provide treatment recommendations, all that. So this documentary was used in place of that because it focused, interestingly, on a very poor white family.
Okay.
And she said to me, she did not want to, and I suggested some other possibilities. And she said, you can use some other possibilities, but I don't want to further the narrative that only Black people are living in poverty and only Black people have suffered and that they're victims. And she said, I don't want to support that. And I said, that's a really interesting approach. Okay, so you don't want to make this all about that. So I felt it made sense to me, and that she doesn't want to further the narrative that they're the only group that suffers or has suffered. The class, it plays a role here, economic class, right?
Yeah.
Socioeconomic status. So that was great. So to a year later, I'm teaching a group therapy class, and the students are, forming their little therapy group and practicing how they would be co-leaders. And one of the students in the class had written in his reflection paper that he thinks I hate men. And he wrote it directly to me, saying, I think you hate men and you want to punish men. And I found that quite interesting because this never came up in the group, but it did not come up with the professor. That this man felt that women, if you will, have become anti-man or anti-masculinity, whatever it was.
Yeah.
So
she seems. I think there must be some validity to what he said. There has to be. Right? Actually, Johnny, this whole past week, I have slept a lot. I sure have. Zach wants something. I think he wants a snack. Probably wants dinner. I think he thinks it's later than it is because I'm on here. It's like, you didn't feed me yet. Usually I feed him before I hop on here. So I don't think his little clock is right. He probably thinks I'm going to be on here longer than I am.
I brought the reflection paper to my boss, who was his advisor, and I said, what do you think about this? I don't know if this guy's ready to be a therapist. I mean, this is quite a reaction. And she said, oh, well,
Wait, I don't think this guy is ready to be a therapist because he stated an opinion that he thinks she hates men, that she wants to punish men. I wonder why that is. Guys just don't say that out of the blue. They don't. Hello, Woody. Yeah, Timothy. Yeah, well, she talks about why later. Yeah, I know. You're right there. You just love to give him something to talk about, man. I swear, you're like the most outrageous one of the group.
No, I'm his advisor now, and he wants to change to a Black advisor, and I'm his advisor now. And I said, oh, well, what happened? And she goes, well, he's woke now. And that's the first time I heard the word. And I said, woke. And I sat there and immediately just knew what she meant. And I thought, oh my God, wow, okay. So now,
see, what I caught from this is she's trying to slip anti-feminism in the woke camp. When it's not, it doesn't fucking belong there. See, these crazy bitches like to sneak in and pass off accountability. And I don't think it belongs there.
now everything that you kind of wanted to kind of just debunk a little bit, you're actually now reversing, taking a step back and going in this other direction. That's when the major shift, and that was probably 2018-ish, 18 maybe. And I thought,
yeah, because she's a chick. She's a fucking woman. And 2018, hello, the height of TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. Russia, 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 all that shit. Guess what? Russia, Russia, Russia at that time was getting rid of their fucking feminism problem. No wonder these crazy feminist bitches were reeing here in the United States.
okay, I don't like where this is going. And I made a comment to her about, well, maybe it would be helpful for him to stay with his advisor. Maybe he might learn something, have conversations with somebody that is different from him. Maybe that would be helpful. And she goes, absolutely not. No one knows what it's like to be Black other than Black people.
Okay.
And I thought, okay, true.
I mean, that's
this is a
stupid.
psychology program. We're not here to talk about what it means to be anything. And
yeah,
like it had no place.
This is like that trigger warning thing where we tailor everything to everybody's little, we're going to coddle.
Yes.
Students and make sure that they have a curated experience instead of learning the way that the program that they entered wants to do.
She just said coddle students. Okay? Keep that in mind. Because she coddles this old crazy bitch later. And that's what made me puke in my mouth a little.
Teach them.
Yes. That's a beautiful way of putting it. A curated experience. And to see her make that shift, that was very clear to me then that now the walls were going to start kind of closing in here.
Interesting.
But they still gave us autonomy.
That she made that shift. The walls were closing in. Yeah. It's because she was a woman in a position she had no fucking business being in the first place. I'm willing to bet a lot of money that if that was a man in that position, actually all these positions of power and influence, they'd have a hell of a time. I don't know. Well, because if men were in those positions and women weren't, that would also be reflected in our government. So the only reason the women are in our government is because they were in positions of authority at the universities first. They got those poli-sci degrees. What is AOC's degree in? That stupid crazy bitch. Yeah. Yeah, okay, JR.
And I still had these students, and eventually I ended up getting hired full-time as a full-time, faculty, which was sort of this coveted spot because I only have a master's degree, and unless you have a doctorate, you can't really be a core faculty at any school. But there is this, in the private school system, this layer called teaching faculty, and they will allow for you to have master level professors. So there are a lot of people vying for a position, and I got it, and I hadn't even been working there that long, but people love my classes, and that was great. So I felt very honored by that, and I loved to teach. I fell in love with it, just absolutely.
Does she look like a woman of color to you? I mean, she's not as pasty as this one. She's got really dark hair. Christine Sefine? I don't know. She wasn't even there that long, and she got, put in there for a faculty position. Yeah, that's how a lot of these women keep getting these jobs. I'm sure if she would have towed the party line, she would have been dean of the department in no time. She looks like a woman of color. They probably could have made her pretend like she was one.
Absolutely loved posing difficult questions and posing scenarios and really helping people kind of dig into the work. So I love that. Now, as a faculty full-time, now I'm getting access not only to all the stuff that's on the walls, it's like promoting, these how to de-white your classroom and
de-white,
the colors of the flag.
Classroom, yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
All these in messy conversations where you learn about this racial trauma and kind of all of that was already on the walls. To now I'm on the email lists. Now I'm on the internal email for full-time staff. So now I'm seeing what they're actually really saying on email paper and what their new mandates were. So, I saw they had a political position that they made very clear when Biden was inaugurated. The email that we got, that was during COVID, we were working from home. The email that we got is that now we're going to restore our country to sanity.
Now we're going to restore our country to sanity, says the crazy bitches. Really? Oh, they really love playing that opposite is true game, don't they? Restore our country to sanity. That is some bullshit.
So that's a really strong position.
Yes. They have absolutely no business in telling anyone, how to vote, who they should vote for. Like, where have we?
Well, that's the whole idea of democracy, is that people are supposed to have a choice. But when they make it such a blatant attempt to influence and control your take away your democratic choice.
Yes. 100%.
That's stunning to me. It's been stunning to me about this school for the past several years.
Stunning.
Yes.
And brave.
So it only escalated from there. And then there were a few, kind of a couple of shootings and some terrible crises that happened. And the school's position, again, on email, again, just specifically internal, was about, and then they had the ones that they sent to the students, which said similar things actually in this one regard, was that the previous administration, so Trump's administration, is the reason that we're all seeing these shootings all over the place now. And we have a lot of work to clean up from a polarized country that pushed white supremacy. And thank God, we're really grateful that President Biden is going to work on, eliminating racism and unifying us and all of this. And so everything that happened that year was blamed on Trump. And I'm thinking, why are we having a conversation on email about Biden's position and then Trump's, whatever he did to destroy the country, their perceived ideas of what it's all perceived, and so why is this going out? And that's when I realized I'm not going to be able to teach here. This is just not going to happen. But I kept going. And the final, email that was sent was about, so George Floyd died, obviously was killed 2020. And that's, a lot of the radicalism at Antioch really blossomed at that point. But, and I was teaching a class that very same day. And it was just, people were, wanting to go into kind of these political places. Anyway, it was rough. Okay. But when the anniversary came around, that email that came out was about okay, now as we're trying to heal from all of this division and racial trauma that's been inflicted upon people of color, BIPOC was initially it, from the previous administration, we have.
She said people of color, POC. Yeah, BIPOC, Black Indigenous people of color. Stupid. Is this a debate on all-inclusiveness BS? Oh my gosh. Do you guys want to hear Xena tear ass outside? I'll tell her there's a bird eating out of my pond. Actually, there's been a lot of squirrels in the yard lately. Xena, go get the bird. Go get it. Go get it. Zach, don't tell her no. Here. Okay, that's enough. Go get it. Go get the bird. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pee anyway.
Every full faith and confidence that you as professors will be addressing issues of social justice in your classrooms and helping students feel that there's a more inclusive and equitable space. And we trust that that's what you're doing. It was never officially mandated,
but it's like a partisan purity test.
Bingo. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
And I showed it to my soon-to-be husband, and I said, no, this is a big no for me. I can't do all this. This is not going to work. So, I mean, I was infuriated, and I still kind of tried to, I pushed, I was outside of the box. That's the kind of professor I was. So I kind of pushed their buttons a little bit, and I said to them once, what would you do if your client voted for Trump? And they said, I absolutely can't work with anyone who voted for Trump. Like, you can't work with like 50% of the population then.
Well, this was you talking with the students or with
Students,
the
students.
More than 50.
Okay.
So I would always be
That was something that was said to me by,
Yes.
I pointed that out in one or two of my videos. One of my advisor said, and she was laughing about it. She's like, we're fully aware that, we're no longer training people who are going to be able to work with the Trump supporter.
Yep.
And so this was known. This was, yeah.
It was known.
Yeah.
And so you can't speak the name.
No.
In Loyola Marymount, by the way, which is down the street from Antioch, required that all of the professors and faculty removed American flags from their classrooms. So that was a mandate. I have the memo from a friend of mine who works there that they needed to take down all the flags. So even putting up a United States flag was considered to be racist, inflammatory, pushing white supremacy or
the flag
whatever.
of your country.
Yes.
That's all it symbolizes for them.
Yes, that's all. Yes. I mean, we need to hate this country. So when that stuff got inserted, I realized, and there was always a space on the evaluations that said, is this person, involved in social justice enough? And I didn't care for that. I couldn't measure it.
From the teachers measuring the students' involvement in social, really?
Yeah. So the evals started to, So the evals.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Are they familiar with, or are they showing competency in being able to work in a, social justice minded, I can't get the exact, I don't remember them, but.
Are they showing competency? Really? Choice words. Yeah, Jara, she is cute. She's the one that's super sensitive to all the noises, and they're still outside. I think she's still looking for the damn bird. Did you find it? Ooh, it's cold out. I'm gonna drop this in case. Johnny, if you would like to come up, talk about, I know you have experience in the psychology field. Also, Billy. If you guys want to come up, you are welcome to.
And I had a hard time with the evaluations because that was always the one area where I thought, I don't know what you're trying to say here and what I'm supposed to be looking for. So just, okay, pass. I mean, I didn't get that. So that was already kind of, again, laying the
Again, she didn't ask anybody for clarification. It's just like, oh, I'm going to ignore this because I don't get it. Pass. Yeah. Just fill it out anyway.
groundwork, but as long as I had autonomy, I sort of pushed pushed the envelope a little bit, and I did what I wanted to do. But then the attacks started coming personally from the students, and that was
here's where I started feeling, you know, that feeling you kind of get in like your gut and in the back of your throat, like before you vomit. That's when that pressure started coming on for me.
no longer okay
against you. Okay.
Against me.
So what did that look like?
So I had one student, well, so I showed, and I mentioned this maybe on other places, I hope it's not too repetitive, but I had shown this video about a really interesting new model of treating addiction, because addiction and treatment was also one of my classes that I taught. I worked at several facilities in different positions. I mean, I had been doing this for 18 years. I was in a lot of, populations and different kinds of jobs in this industry. So I taught that class. I loved it. Anyway, I found this amazing new model. There was TED Talk that this woman, this fire department chief woman in West Virginia, was talking about this model of treatment for, they got a lot of calls for overdoses, things like that. And so she was talking about this integrated treatment plan that was helping reduce overdose and reduce, deaths in general, and also the increase in people actually accepting help for their addiction. I mean, it was just great. I mean, the numbers were great. And this was West Virginia. Well, it's mostly white, but it's like the poorest state in the country, and they don't all have plumbing. And I think a lot of people do that. My sister taught in West Virginia, actually, interestingly enough, for a while. There are students that had no plumbing. I mean, this is true. This is not so
extreme poverty.
Extreme poverty. Yeah. Absolutely. So, there were some really great, kind of tools, that this program she came up with. And so I really loved it. And I showed it. And, I showed it in the quarter before, and that class kind of made a comment about the fact that she's a white lady. So they didn't, really feel like they wanted to listen to her talking about this. But it was the class I taught after, when I showed that very same video, where it became very apparent I wasn't going to be able to keep pushing an envelope without getting eventually complained about.
Wow.
I showed it, and the outrage in the classroom. So, I mean, people, and we're on Zoom, so it's hard to control, but people are going on. You lost me the minute I saw a white woman walk on stage.
Oh my gosh.
Could you ever support what they're doing to save people from the opioid crisis, which is a white person disease, addiction disease? This is what they're telling me. Versus what you didn't do for Blacks during the crack epidemic in the 80s. It's not the 80s, people. This is 2022 or 21, what it was, 2020.
You were a kid in the 80s. Come on.
Exactly. We can't reverse. So they don't care about Blacks who are living in poverty.
See, and you know what's so damn strange? Somebody in the literal psychology field with 18 years of experience didn't say, hey, why in the fuck are you being so mental right now? This isn't about you, you spoiled little bitch. I bet it was a woman, because it's predominantly women in these fields. No. Hey, Johnny.
Hey there, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I wanted to pop into this is because, especially at the beginning of this conversation, where they're talking about political motivations.
Yeah, Johnny, will you monologue for a couple minutes so I could pee and feed these dogs? Okay.
Yeah, okay, sure, not a problem.
I'll be listening though. I know you got some good input here.
Yeah, I do. I even have some links and stuff like that too that you can check out on this, because these people I'm going to talk about are fucking nuts.
Yes.
Okay, like totally off the wall. Go pee. Go. Prepare yourself for this. All right. So anyway, when we were taking a look at this earlier, at the beginning of this conversation between Leslie and Christine, they were talking about the uh, induction of political ideologies, in particularly left-wing or even extremist left-wing political ideologies that are to be pervasive throughout the curricula of people that are studying the field of psychology at the Antioch School. Now, I want you to also remember something here. It's not just Antioch. Antioch is pretty much a liberal campus, but so many different universities, all the Big Ten, all of them, they are completely inundated now with this. This is why we hear all the time, especially from young men, I'm not going to college. My older brother went, my uncle went, even my dad went, and it didn't do a whole hell of a lot for them because of this university core curriculum that pushes extremist left-wing talking points and policies. And that's one of the reasons why it's such a waste of time and a waste of money, especially when you're indebted to it and you have to sign student loans, because they really want to get the lower middle class and the working class signing those loans, knowing that they're never going to be able to pay that back. Well, most of them. I'm not saying people can't, rise up anymore from their social status in the United States, but I'm just saying that it's highly unlikely, especially if you're a male, because these jobs you're being precluded from being even interviewed for any of these types of jobs or these types of positions at this level. So what do you do then, right? You're saddled with all that kind of debt that you signed up for, and then now there's nothing you could do because of political identitarian politics that these people try to foster and promote and promulgate. Okay, so earlier in this, like I was saying, Mandy, earlier in this conversation between these two, they were talking about the
Yeah, I heard.
okay, all right. So it reminded me of something that happened way back in 1970. It was devised in 1969 in Germany. I forget like what city it was. Might have been like Dusseldorf. And it was a psychologist named Dr. Wolfgang Huber. And he's a total leftist, or at least he said he was. Okay, he was a neo-Marxist, considered himself a socialist, and then he considered himself a full-on communist. And what he was doing with his degree was not only was he teaching his students and enforcing socialism and neo-Marxist philosophies and policies within their rubric of teaching and counseling, but he was getting the patients in on it too. I'm not kidding. He was trying to take these people who were, in bad positions, very mentally and emotionally frail, and like a cult, brainwashing them into neo-Marxist and communist philosophies, and he wanted to take action with it. He created a clinic called the Socialist Patients Collective, or the SPK. I'm going to go ahead and put a link to it in German. I mean, in English, that it's in a whole bunch of languages. But here's the thing. The Socialist Patients Collective not only fostered communist and enforced communist ideology, but Huber had a slogan for it called "Therapy Through Violence." He considered capitalism as the root cause of all mental insanity. And the only way to combat mental illness was by combating capitalism. And the only way you can combat capitalism is through its diametric opposite called communism.
Right.
He got so far as he went beyond having his patients and his students doing things like flyering and putting up posters and holding like sit-ins and walk-in outs and all that kind of stuff. He eventually got so far as he was beginning to make bomb factories. He was teaching the patients martial arts, simple hand-to-hand combat, how to use blades, how to use hidden blades, how to make shivs and shanks and things like that. So they would go out and start committing violent crimes in the name of the Socialist Patients Collective. In 1970,
like Antifa.
Just like Antifa, right? Exactly. Okay. Except this is organized by a university. It was Heidelberg. I'm almost positive it was Heidelberg. There, that all those German cities fucking blend in one. But anyway, here's the funny thing. Huber got arrested in 1971 because he was possibly connected to the Baader-Meinhof group and the Red Army faction. These were German communist terrorists. And the Red Army faction actually blew up the U.S. Marine Embassy, a Marine base, in 1975, I think. But anyway, before the SPK could get any kind of traction going with them, and even though they were in contact, Huber was arrested finally in 1971. So it only lasted like a couple of years because he was suspected of making, a bomb factory. And I don't know what happened to like the students and the patients or anything like that. But here's the funny thing. It's not funny. It's kind of scary. They're still around.
Really?
I'm going to give you a link to their fucking homepage.
Okay.
You want it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I want it.
Yeah. Do you want me to put it in the main chat or in the green room?
Yeah, either one. I'm going to share it anyway.
I bet you are. Hang on.
I'm going to put it in the description when I fill out.
All the things. Please do.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put one link in the green room, and then I'm going to get another one in the main chat so everybody can take a fucking look at this. Hang on. Boom. SPK. There you go. And these guys they're still around. Their latest post, I think, was from May or June of 2022. They're still at it. And right now, the way, especially like in places like Germany and throughout pretty much any state in the EU, the climate mindset, all these Antifa social justice warriors that's so prevalent right now, time is right for them to really get some traction going. That scares me to death, man. And they will actually eventually be welcome with open arms in the university system.
They're already there. They're the product of the university.
Right, exactly. But the thing is that what was considered radical and criminal back in 1970 is now being promoted.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's just kind of like my little history lesson that I wanted to go, and this parallel that I was drawing from back in 1970 to what we have now. I'm surprised that they aren't bigger than they already are, because I mean, let's face it, the university system would consider this philosophy and this and this type of curriculum a shoe-in now. Total fucking shoe-in. It's exactly what they're looking for. And the feminists that pollute those departments are the ones that are going to be the ones to just let it right on in like a bunch of cockroaches.
Yeah.
So anyway, I wanted to leave you with that. I couldn't help draw those parallels between the way they were experiencing this at the beginning of the talk and what was going on back 50 years ago. So
yeah,
pretty creepy stuff, Mandy.
Yeah, I know. Johnny, are you able to stay up here? Because I have a personal psychological question.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, what?
Well, it's about to happen. Like I want to share with you my response on what they said.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll stick around to do that. Okay. I just didn't want to dominate this chat. Go
Oh,
on ahead.
no. I mean, because
I'm so fucking long-winded sometimes.
I know. Well, but you have good points during our history to share that
Yeah, I'm
reflect
history boy. Yeah.
exactly what's going on.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and that's one of the reasons it was irresistible for me to come in and chime on that. And
Yeah.
like I said, try to describe that parallel that they were talking about. But hey, yeah, roll it. Let's hear it. I want to
Okay.
hear this. Cool.
Okay.
Because they didn't save them. Opioid crises are a white person's addiction. Wow. So compassion is flying out the window completely now. Now it's not only is it not compassionate, it's not even humanizing people that suffer from these conditions. So to tie it back into this whole first class I taught about not ranking grief, well, I could no longer do that. Now I started to have to rank it according to the school's position on social justice that they trust their faculty will insert into every class, which means that we need to look at all the ways in which a particular client is marginalized, disenfranchised, et cetera, intersectionality, all these fun words that they're coming up with. It's word salad, essentially. It's a way of ranking pain. That's just what I'm going to say. All those words are a way of ranking pain. That's
basically oppression.
So
Olympics.
when I said this,
antithetical to what you were teaching.
Completely. You know, like even in the DSM, I think under life adjustments, right? The diagnosing manual, which I'm sure you're very familiar with. Under adjustment disorders, I think that the one that ranks the highest is actually for a parent whose child dies. That I don't know if that changed and has changed, but that was, I think, as recent as the DSM-4, followed by divorce, followed by job loss. Okay, so they even sort of rank loss. And
hold on, a child who dies, then divorce, then job loss. Who experiences that the most in our society? Who gets their babies aborted without their consent? Who gets fucking divorced? And who loses their job because of feminists?
Yeah. I mean, that is basically the cornerstone of all this grief right here, you know?
Right.
The pain, right? So we were having a conversation in my grief class, and I was telling them the story about this family who, you know, was prominent and had a lot of money, and their kid killed himself. That was one. Another one who one of the children saw the dad murder the mom in the middle of the street in a beautiful area of, you know, the San Fernando Valley out here. And so when I brought those two cases into the class, immediately I said, okay, so if the same thing happened to a Black parent, you know, what would be the difference? Because at the end of the day, there are parents whose children died, like the trauma. Well, this person has access to more resources and that person doesn't. So it's going to be worse for the person who doesn't. Okay, so now we're ranking pain and who deserves treatment based on the color of their skin,
stop that right
gender,
there. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that you can't fucking triage grief. That's one of the things that you don't want to do, just because grief counseling is probably one of the longest, most arduous types of therapy that a counselor can have to go through with his patient or her patient. Nowadays, it's almost all her patient or its patient. But anyway, the thing is that you can't just say like, okay, you aborted 10 of your babies, so you're number one on the list. And then, Bob, I know you lost your fucking job and you're looking at homelessness and you're freezing your ass off, but fuck you.
Right.
It depends on the patient, on how it's going to affect them.
Right.
You know, Bob's low ranked on the triage list, but I mean, this might be something for him that is just downright mind-blowingly traumatic. Whereas Lacey, who aborted 10 of her fucking kids,
right,
it's kind of like, bring on a number 11. Woo-hoo!
Didn't phase her because she actually made the choice to kill that baby.
Yep, too much booty in the pants. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, continue on.
Okay. Hey, Braxton, by the way.
On your perceived notions on what privilege means. I'm not saying privilege doesn't exist, but there's a perceived.
Well, and the automatic assumption and association of Black with resources, automatically, that's like what Biden's quote about, what did he say, poor kids and white kids?
Yes.
I mean, that's, you didn't address the resource access
Yes,
Yeah. So it's an assumption. It's a,
completely.
yeah. Yeah.
And I
Very
worked at the
condescending.
support center. Right. People came to our center for free. We would arrange transportation. We went out and, did grief groups at school so the parents didn't have to come to us. I mean, it was absolutely the most inhumane, I think, comment, to make that who cares about those white people and their kid who died? So what? They have money. Wow. Okay.
Well, and this is a counseling student.
Yeah. And that's the grief. Okay. The grief class I loved the most. I was the most expert in those. And, I just had the most fun teaching them and whatnot.
Yeah.
So that started to happen in my grief classes. And I've said to them, have you ever sat with a parent who's had a child die? They will tell you that they will give up everything they own and live in a shack in poverty for the whole rest of their life to have their child alive. Okay. So that at that point, it was now my love for teaching, coupled with my love for teaching grief in particular, has just been stripped at that point. And there was no coming back from that for me. In fact, we went on a break during the class, and I had not set the timer, which I normally do. And I came back to the Zoom like 20 minutes late. I mean, I was so distraught, I think, when that comment was made that day, that when we went on break and I didn't check, I mean, it's probably some unconscious, defense, because I needed to get a hold of myself. And I went, and I didn't tell anybody this story, but I'll say it now. I went into the office where my, husband, soon to be husband, we're getting married in a couple months, but where he was, and I just cried and cried and cried, and I just fell apart. Wow. And I just said, this is just my love, and I've nurtured, this particular topic and this issue. And again, it's so close to my heart because I've, been through it. I mean, it's a profound experience, and it's a universal one. All humans will experience it at some point,
what a loss for you. I mean,
it was horrible.
You built that career, you built that curriculum, you loved teaching, and you're watching it just be sort of stripped apart by these intolerant, like ideologies, these people who are now, and the thing that is really striking about what you're saying, and it aligns with my experience and with what I've heard other people say, is, this isn't just coming from the faculty. It's not just coming from the school. It's surrounding, it's in the students. It's being cultivated in the population. And that's really stunning.
100%. Because one of my other job responsibilities was admissions, doing admissions interviews. So on our criteria of whether or not we're going to accept, a student or not, one of those big points was how socially conscious are they? And if you do not socially conscious, social justice consciousness, it was something like that. Are they conscious of the social justice,
fucking God,
issues that we're facing and these crises that we're having, the systemic, racism is pervasive. And so that was a determining factor. And if they didn't say anything about it or had no experience to share about it, they would not be accepted. You could be a student that was applying that had, I don't know, not a single,
stop right there again.
Admissions.
Exactly. Admissions. And what can you do with admissions? You can preclude people via admissions. And that's exactly what I was talking about earlier today. When we were talking about how, say, a man, especially a white man, is not going to be able to, stop being an adjunct teacher after 20 years of doing it. Just stringing together class by class by class. Basically his office is the trunk of his car. And they're going to keep that just because he has a cock and balls.
Right.
So basically what he should do is keep the beard, wear a bowl of fruit on his head, and change his name to Jenny. He'll get a promotion real quick.
Right. Right. Did you see the coddling though? Oh, I'm sorry you went through that. In the way she talked about how she nurtured this program, and it was so devastating to see, it being taken apart.
Wait, I'm actually going to defend Leslie for a second here.
Oh, let's do it, Joni.
I am going to defend her for a second.
Of course you would.
Oh. Leslie gets my defense just due to the fact that she is extremely good at reflection. She is only taking what Christine is saying and gathering everything in her reportage and throwing it back at her in a way that she is perceiving her to be feeling. Okay. So what she's trying to do is to actually get more information out of Christine by throwing back at her and reframing everything that, well, not reframing, but rephrasing everything that she is saying. Whether or not Leslie actually believes that or feels what Christine is feeling, we don't know. All right. Counselors do that.
She is. You saw the look on her face, right?
Oh yeah, I saw the look on her face, but I mean that's also part of it too. I mean, this is a Zoom call.
So she's either weakly, overly compassionate or empathetic, or she's a liar. Which one is it?
I'm gonna say liar, possibly a liar.
Mm.
And the fact that she's doing that is because she is trying to get more information out of Christine to film more content for that show. But not just for the main goal of keeping the show going. It's only like what,
for confessions. For confession.
Yeah. She's trying to evoke a confession out of her. Yeah, there you go. And she should, because Christine does have a pretty good tale to tell about that. And I think Leslie is also seeing that Christine is very emotional about that. So what she's doing is using those emotions as a springboard in order to get more information out of Christine. When I was a counselor, I would do that all the fucking time. All the fucking time. Oh yeah. I got paid to lie. No.
Right? Well, okay. I almost lost it a minute ago.
Just look at it from that perspective. Just look at it from Johnny view. I want you to think about it.
Yeah.
That way.
Okay.
What she's trying to get out
a different
of
map,
right?
A reframe of my perspective on this.
That's all I'm trying to offer.
I'll see if looking at this next thing through that lens, Johnny, will result in a different body kind of reaction. Because my chest and in my stomach is still. I'm feeling a lot of pressure and heaviness there, like something's about to come up.
Yeah, you're gonna barf. Okay.
I might.
You might.
But let me try looking at it through the lens of a master manipulator interrogator.
Right.
Okay.
Like an INFJ gone to the dark side.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Imagine bad Johnny. Roll it.
Okay.
Essay is, you're reading it like a kindergartner wrote it. Okay. It just clearly did not, they probably couldn't handle graduate level work. But if they answered that question about social justice consciousness in the way that the administration wanted, that was an immediate acceptance.
By the way, they're talking about the equity part, the diversity goals.
Right. Yeah.
For that all the universities, Texas A&M's been doing the same damn thing.
Right.
Same thing.
They're means to an end, right? Okay.
Yeah, they're accepting a bunch of fucking retards and pushing out men. They've been doing it for 3 decades.
Yeah.
Immediately. So I push people through the system to become therapists that I did not believe. Correct.
Oh, wow.
Several that I did not believe belong there. I myself, because eventually, you start kind of getting, you start choking on the Kool-Aid. I don't even want to say drinking the Kool-Aid. It literally is like choking.
Yeah.
And you're starting to think, maybe this is true, but what am I missing? Oh my gosh. Okay. But it's still awful.
Well, when you're drenched in it like that and it surrounds you everywhere, it becomes normal to you.
Completely.
Even if you still don't agree with it, it feels like there's a weird sort of like learned helplessness.
Yes. Which is my tagline on the first video I did, is about this learned helplessness idea. And
I like that they brought that up. I love actually that they brought that up. But listen to it.
Okay.
Listen, Johnny.
That was just, so I mean, I was passing people and doing everything that everybody else was doing in order to not get complained about, in order to keep my job, all that stuff that people get worried about. You can't really talk about heterosexual white male sexuality in human sexuality class.
No, it's called cis heteronormativity, and it's very
there you go.
Cool. Yeah.
And I had a couple of, again, white male students come to me that were like floundering because of these things. And so, I had multiple, issues with my necks, surgeries, whatnot. So the final surgery I had after number 4, my doctor was like, you need to just not work for a while, because I was going right back after my surgeries. So I stopped for a while. That is when it was so clear that I will never be able to return to Antioch University to teach ever again, ever. It's
When you
not
got away from it.
Yep. I was away from it for long enough that I started to think about what I was doing, what I was saying, what I was allowing to happen in my class, what I was allowing in terms of admissions, what I was allowing in terms of, what the school promoted, that I had to go into class supporting Biden.
Wait,
Mhm.
stop for a
these kinds
second.
of things.
Stop for a second.
Oh, she's,
Okay.
look at her face. She's starting to get there. She's
No,
feeling sorry for her.
No, she isn't. She isn't. That's a fucking therapist's mask. We're trying to get Christine to break down. Christine is doing it too. Look at how she's talking. Oh my god, my cats, the people, they're purple. And Leslie's just looking at her like, yes, you will divulge everything. No, here's the thing. I have to say, because of that equity that we were talking about, I mean, imagine if you had a student who was a legless, blue, lesbian, midget mud wrestler, who was also, I don't know, so was like from Tanatuva, and they wrote their thesis, and all it said was, "I like spaghetti." I'm gonna give that motherfucker an F. I have to. But
You would.
Yeah, but the administration would say, Johnny, that's a blue midget mud wrestler. You got to give her an A.
Right.
See what I mean? And that is where a teacher or professor comes to an impasse. They're like, well, what do I do? I cannot let this substandard work pass. We just can't have it. There are other people that are waiting in line. Just because this person has blue skin, doesn't mean that they should be a shoe-in for some sort of award. And the thing is that the administration demands demands it.
Oh, and she says why exactly too.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's hear it.
She says why after she gets coddled.
Okay.
And I just couldn't bear it. And I had this conversation with my partner, and I just said, I got to figure something out. This isn't going to work for me. So it was when I was away from it, I realized how absolutely, it's a very, it's a religion. I don't know. It's a condition. I don't know. It's something. And I was sucked in. Yeah. So it's like, I saw it. So, you got a lot of cognitive dissonance there. It's like, I saw it.
Yeah.
Awful. And I felt awful walking through the halls, that I couldn't say something because I, would be taken as somebody that wasn't socially aware or justice minded, whatever.
Yeah.
So I never really made friends. And then at the same time, I'm sitting here going, the words are coming out of my mouth almost because I feel like I have to. So it was hard. I was not feeling like my authentic self here. And so I left. So, and when I quit, so, all along that time I was on disability and just looking around, I kind of, started to shift my focus, and, start to want to speak out about this. And that's when I started to look around at jobs and positions where I could use my skill set, in a way that, we had a platform that really kind of would oppose what's happening and why it's damaging. And I happened to find an organization that really aligned with that. And so I made a video for them. But before that, I did resign to the provost. And I was actually very honest. I told them I was resigning, that I don't support these values that they're insisting that I teach or incorporate. And the response was, well, a lot of the professors don't, but we have to do something about diversity. So what we have.
No, we don't.
That was what they responded with.
Yeah.
Yep, they got to do something. To them, something is better than nothing, which I would argue if they just remove all the fucking policies and start doing it on a merit basis.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the simple, most obvious Occam's razor of curriculum. Just merit-based. Is it good or is it bad?
Yeah,
if it's good, you pass. If it's bad, and you like spaghetti, then you got to fucking go, man. Go eat some fucking spaghetti, bro.
Spaghetti.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Yeah.
That was a response. And I was I mean, I was bummed I didn't record it, but that was
it was verbally told to you then.
I was verbally told by the provost. Again, I cannot prove this because I didn't record it, but that was sickening to me. So you're telling me other professors say this and other professors talk about this, and they're concerned that this is not the way to approach, issues of diversity and whatever. And
doing it anyway.
You're doing it anyway because
that sounds like, did you watch the conversation with Neil? He talked about that in his program. I don't know if you know Neil from CTA.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not as connected.
He talked about that. He complained to the administration. He wrote a letter about how he couldn't continue in his counseling program, and the response that he received from the founder, I believe, of the school was, I don't agree with it either, but we have to do it in order to keep our funding. And so
there you go.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know.
Wow.
I know. It sounds just like what you were told. I mean,
wow. That word for word.
Yeah.
Because they ended up getting a whole bunch of money during the kind of the COVID thing or whatever, and grants that they had never had before.
No shit.
Those grants and that money most likely came with conditions.
This is what I've wondered too. The HERF fund, the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund. I've looked through it. I'm trying to find, is there something in here that requires the schools who accept this to push this stuff? Because it ramped up so significantly.
Yeah. I believe so. I will say I do not have that written on paper anywhere. I don't
either.
Have it recorded. But that's my sense because of the way that he talked about, we don't really have any other way to integrate diversity or whatever into these programs. We need something. So this is the best we've got.
Yeah.
So I assume that funding has to do with it quite a bit. And then it folds into this politics piece, which then becomes a bigger kind of chaotic umbrella. And you know what, I'm going to say this, even with the vaccine situation, so you were not allowed on campus if you weren't going to be vaccinated. And I was not going to be vaccinated and I didn't.
And dumb.
They eventually removed the mandate, actually, interestingly enough. I was surprised because most higher, education institutions kept it for at least much longer. But it was initially, voluntary. And then it was, we're doing a survey and, for the comfort level of everyone. And then it was, okay, it's going to be required. And they created a database center for you to upload all of your stuff. And keep it. Yeah. So that to me, the emails that went out about that was, we are so excited that it is now our turn to go get these shots. And we're so excited that, we are out here saving humanity from COVID. Yeah. I mean, it was crazy. I can't believe I didn't save this stuff.
I have emails from them as well. I have those. And I have one where I wrote to the Chancellor, Bill Groves. And I said, I'm really concerned about the tone of this vaccine thing. I don't want my school mandating my medical care. And he gave me his assurance that they would never do such a thing. They would never do that. He wrote that in an email. We would never do that. And then I sent that when they sent out the one mandating it. So
did he respond to that?
Yeah, he did. Actually, it's quite a chain. I can maybe post those sometime if people want to see them. I can put them on.
I think people would love to see them. I'm just going
to say there's a big back and forth there.
Yeah.
I know we both have an out right now. We both have stuff to do, but I feel like we've just barely touched on what we need to talk about. I hope maybe we can do this again next week.
Yes.
Let's set up a time and we'll talk about it.
Great. Yeah, perfect. That sounds great. This was so much fun. And I would absolutely love to let's just chat again.
Okay, awesome. And I thank you so much thank you for sharing that. I feel like you just opened it up and I have so many questions. And so I can't wait to talk some more.
Yeah, okay.
It's so wonderful being
okay, yeah. From a counselor perspective, you get 10 points. I'm giving 8 to Leslie. I'm going to give 4 to Christine, just for the raw information that Leslie got out of her. I think she did a great fucking job of really wringing that rag and getting the fucking dirt out of it. Good job, Leslie. You give me. I'll watch the sequel. No, she did a good job. She really did. Don't like I said, don't let the superficial the misty eyes or anything get to you. Being an actor is part of being a counselor. I think she did a wonderful job, and Christine really fucking spilled the beans. I was very, very happy about that.
See, but I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure some of it was genuine, but
fan of coddling Johnny.
I don't think she was coddling. She was using a coddling technique because she realized that Christine was very upset about uh, going down memory lane and dredging up all the memories of something that was actually very traumatic for her, which forced her to step down from her position, which she probably, it's a very
She
tough
probably didn't fucking deserve to begin with.
and she may not have deserved to begin it. Yeah, no, I'm sure there were other people that had much better marks all across
yeah.
the board,
Oh,
and
yeah.
Christine got stovepiped in there.
Yeah.
Sure, we know that, but at the same time, Leslie was using the emotions that she detected in Christine because she was laying it all out like a deck of cards, and Leslie was just reading them back to her, and she had to do that through the mollycoddling technique. I know it sounds slimy, but at
It's
the
so
same,
damn slimy.
it is. It is.
It's slimy.
It
And
is slimy, Mindy.
you know what though?
What?
The way she was talking about the devastation and this
Mhm.
all this career stuff that she nurtured, like she
All,
used
all
language that
the
she
weasel
should
words.
be using for a child.
Right. She was using weasel words to evoke more of that reaction and information out of Christine, which, like I said, 8 points to Leslie because she sure did it. Fuck yeah. Good job, girl.
Well, but what they just talked about is the exact reason, the whole passing people just to meet equity goals.
Right.
Tanner, a 22-year-old fucking mechanical engineering student.
That Korean boy, right?
Yeah.
Or he's
I
like,
don't know if he's Korean or
he's like Hapa or something. Yeah.
I don't know. But he didn't find out until the day before graduation that he didn't qualify for graduation, and his parents were already on their fucking way here.
Holy shit.
So he disappeared the day he was supposed to meet them for lunch, and they just found his body because he committed fucking suicide.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And we know
22-year-old.
Yeah.
We know exactly the reason why. And I
yeah.
hope his family sues the fuck out of Texas A&M and every single feminist in the mechanical engineering department.
That'd be fucking great. I would love to see that.
Dude.
And know they're not going to publish any further developments unless, if it's in favor of Tanner and his family. You know that.
The only
You're
thing
going to have to dig for it.
Well, yeah. I might have to do some. Why didn't he qualify? Probably because Texas A&M is a Hispanic serving institution now, and they have a bunch of shit put in place in the diversity, inclusion, equity policy realm that excludes white and Asian men from going through.
Yeah, but what if you're Pinoy? Then you're Asian and Hispanic all in one. Huh? He could have said he was Filipino.
Well, they don't count. I mean, he's a man. It's specifically men that they're cutting out of, letting through to meet their equity goals.
Yeah.
I want to know how many fucking Hispanic women and how many women they graduated from there.
My name is Lupita. I like spaghetti. And then, oh yes. Fuck. Yeah, you win. Here's your degree. After 2 days of attendance, there you go. Shit. Well, what can you do? Well, actually, what you could do is just infiltrate that school from the inside and fuck it up, Mandy.
I was gonna ask. I was thinking about taking some classes. I don't know. Should I go for a psychology degree?
Yeah, do that.
Should I?
Yeah, I mean, do it undercover. Because remember, man, you got to do this IRL, not just URL. Get on in there, fucking ninja your way into those classes.
Oh no, I can't be undercover. I mean, they already know. Dude, the head of Texas A&M campus security showed up at my fucking house with the FBI already.
You're like the big bitch of A&M.
They know who I am.
Okay. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
Do you think they're gonna block you from attending? Are you like banned for life?
No.
No. Well, then go ahead. I'm sure they'll take your money. Go ahead and Yeah, do that. Enroll. They're going to
Mhm.
know who you are, so I guess you can't ninja your way out into it. And then just be like, "What's up, bitches? Mandy's in the house." And then on your worst day, what do you think you would do? Like, would you at least be at wits with the professor during the lectures and things like
I
that?
don't
Or
know. I have no idea what college is even like. I went to a trade school, so.
yeah, I know, but like at the same time, um, there is a lot of room for the voice of the student.
Oh
Um,
yeah. Oh
so
yeah.
I think that's where you would really shine out. I would love to see you win the class over and them actually just like start taking notes from you instead of the
Mm.
feminist professor. That would be
I
fantastic.
have to figure out which classes to take. I want to take like just the most feminist and racist classes.
You could get like intersectionality in you or Troon Dodgeball. You could play that. That's a good one. Love dodgeball. Uh, do it, Mandy. Yeah,
Love
no,
dodgeball.
just I do. What I want you to do is just go in there and
Mhm.
take a couple for shits and giggles
Yeah,
just to see what kind of shit you can stir up. I think that'd be fantastic.
I think so too. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that right probably around this time last year. But if I had the choice between taking some classes and writing a book like Contriver and a lot of other people keep telling me to do,
Yeah,
I'd
I've
rather
been.
take some classes.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, you know what the thing is that maybe those classes that you take could wind up being, culminated into a reportage that you could publish one of these
Mm,
days.
mm,
Because I take it it's going to be a nonfiction book that you're writing. So
mm. Even nonfiction written by men, I can't even get through, man. I just
I'm
can't
not.
do
I'm
it.
not saying fiction. I'm saying nonfiction.
Or
Like,
yeah, fiction,
yeah, I'm saying I'm sure it's
nonfiction.
going to be nonfiction.
See, I think that's where I'm stuck because I don't read women's books. I just don't. I don't
Well,
find that
then
I've
write like a
tried.
man.
Well, I
You
don't
could,
know.
you know
I don't.
what? You could write the way you feel or think that this should be, and then have men edit it. You could have a man edit the book, kind of go through it, bounce things off back and forth with the in terms of ideas, ways to phrase certain passages,
Johnny,
ways.
I am so I have so much internalized misogyny that I don't even think women should be writing books.
Yeah, I fucking hate Little Women and what else? Sense and Sensibility, Pride and Prejudice, they're awful. And they used to make me read that in high school. And I was just
Yeah.
like, oh my God. I want to shoot myself in the fucking face. It's that bad. Hey, would you like some tea? Yeah, I think I would like some crumpets. Hey, wonderful. And that's the whole fucking book. Oh, it was awful. But anyway.
Yeah.
Um so that's the way I conclude my review
Okay.
of that live stream with Leslie and Christine, and yeah, that's what I think. I think she did a good job wrenching some info out of her. And like I said, I can't wait for the sequel. Thanks
Yeah.
a lot. Thanks a lot for having me.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, Johnny. I have a lunch meeting with my personal development coach
Yeah. Okay.
this week, so
Cool.
I'm gonna go over some stuff with him about kind of get some ideas. I'm trying to get the feelers out.
Yeah.
I'm taking
Talk to him about maybe going to a class or something like that and see what you can
yeah
make out of it.
yeah
Um, because I know that you take it seriously, but I know that also at the same time you are doing it more for research than it is for like self improvement. just oh god, it'd be great if you could take like photos of just the behavior of all these classes from the inside.
Right.
And then you get to see all these purple hairs and stuff. Like,
Right.
come on, stiff my fucking hairy armpit. It smells like communism.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, you get an A.
Right.
It's probably that much of a madhouse, that much of a bug house in those places now. I thought it was crazy back when I went to college in the 90s. I'm sure it pales in comparison to what's going on in there now.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, yeah. I'll talk to you later. Thanks a lot for having me on.
All right. Thanks, Johnny.
Bye.
Bye. Math Mike, hello. Oh, did Hammer just stream? Yeah, that dude. That dude needs some serious help. That's what I kind of don't get about this online space and all the men that are constantly talking about how much they care about men. Why aren't any of those men over there trying to talk to that dude? Just curious. I mean, you have a very, 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 very isolated individual that clearly has some mental health stuff going on. Well, you guys tried, but maybe he needs fucking Billy. Maybe he needs somebody like Chris Mitchell or Engler or Lazarus or who else? Who else really coddles people and likes to take their time with them and, instead of out the gate discipline, like knock it the fuck off, you're being ridiculous, which is more like a boot camp approach. There's some mommies that like to coddle these guys. So why aren't they going in there and trying to help that guy? Because they're the ones that I see consistently talking about how much they fucking care about helping men. And here you have a man in Canada with severe fucking problems. Now, ignore all the shit that he says about me, because I don't care about any of that, okay? It's the attacking your fellow brothers stuff. Damn. Man, he's on a roll. Yeah. Attacking and, fellow brothers. Why doesn't anybody give a shit about that?
That was 1 week before I murdered my mother. I said, she's got to die. And
Strange how he's following the footsteps of a certain crazy bitch that also, strangely, got her hooks and angler too. See? He's saying, see this Ryan hold on, I didn't see this. It's not technically, I'm trying to get these men's attention because they say MGTOW, don't get married or cohabitate. East Area Rapist, Edmund Kemper, and Child Abuse Part 1. Yeah. So he's trying to get men's attention, and he's being met with a lot of hello, Lawrence. He's being met with a lot of disciplinary actions. So where's Angler that's like, oh, hey, why don't you just take your time and ask the guy what's wrong? Who from over there is willing to meet that guy where he is? Just curious. Yes, doing Scorpion's bidding. Well, actually, Scorpion deserves this. She's the one that took advantage of this man. And now he's white knighting for Universal Mother too. Jeez. Oh, you haven't uploaded one since I've been on. Like a proper fucking stalker. So. He already said that he's only using me to build his channel. I mean, there's one here that got a lot of views. Yeah, see? OnlyFans porn exposed and 160 views. And I was very disappointed that he didn't find any porn.
Fucking throw up.
Nothing but a blank screen. He did mention trying to find some porn. So. Dude. We should have a little contest. Should we offer a bounty? Let's offer a bounty. I will give $1,000 to whoever brings me my porn. How about that? $1,000. I know Scorp thought could use the money. $1,000. And that goes for Alice and her crazy bitch crew over there. I know the Gulag's been talking about my porn for a while. Some kind of German porn? Something? So. Shit, even if it's just a naked picture or a slutty picture. I think that would be fun. Going back to this terrorized man, though. This guy is just crying for help. Crying for help. And guess what Scorp thought? I know you're paying attention to this shit. You made this fucking monster. This dude is your fucking responsibility. So. Yeah, I didn't even know about OnlyFans till I came into the manosphere. And I went on OnlyFans and I had a video. And actually, I got to have a really cool conversation with a university professor in Italy. So I tried to direct some traffic over to my channel to have a conversation. Let's see. Analytics. Audience. Let's look this up again. Just because I have to go back here. Just to find out on my phone where the screenshots of that conversation are. So, traffic source. This is how I keep track of shit. Let's go lifetime. All right, external traffic. See, people pretend like OnlyFans is the only place that I share this content. All right, so let's see. Facebook, Google search, DuckDuckGo, Google, Telegram, Messenger. See, and I want to point something out here. This is how I know how long the Gulag has been on my channel. See this? January 12th is when those crazy bitch Latin Patriot, Awesome Alice, Anna Rodriguez started sharing my content in their little Telegram group. So before then, I mean, there's a few people I know of that use Telegram and share different stuff that I tag them in. But this is Gulag. This is Gulag. This is Gulag. That's how fucking psychotic these crazy bitches are. Anyway, let's go down to OnlyFans. Let's see Twitter. 136 clicks from videos that I've left there. I don't know what Bing.com, Samsung, Discord, Gmail. Oh, videos I've sent via Gmail. This is kind of how I keep track of when I send emails to specific videos to certain university professors up there. 85 clicks though. Discord, Google, let's see. Yahoo, Chrome, Verizon Messages, WhatsApp, Instagram, Instagram.com, Telegram, another Telegram, Reddit, Android Messenger, another DuckDuckGo. I don't know what flashback.org is. Mobile Safari, IP, Smart, Android, Telegram again, Hangouts, searchbrave.com. Oh, OnlyFans down here at the bottom. The two clicks on my video. So April 10th, April 7th, April 9th. I guess maybe I got both clicks on April 9th. So yeah. And I had one conversation with a professor that was really good. I got a message from another dude who thought I was a dude. And actually this university professor, he kind of gave me the same spiel, like, I saw your video. Are you serious? Like, and he read the bio. And he even made me jump through some hoops in order just to talk to him. He said he really wanted to have a conversation, but he wanted to have it when he didn't have his dick in his hand. So he actually messaged me later and had me change some different things to prove it was me. And then he told me a bunch of stuff about universities in Italy. Even when he went to university, what he was being taught, almost 30 fucking years ago. So. But yeah, truth seeker. Keep talking shit about the OnlyFans. I know you think it triggers me, but I don't see why it would, really. So. Hello, Primo. Yeah. Yeah, she tagged you. Yeah, she's pretty obsessed. That goes without saying. For a woman that hasn't, been interested in a relationship or quit dating or whatever since, what did she say, 2005? She also said her dad calls her his ex-wife's name, which I thought was strange. But Elspeth Meyer, yeah. Angler's woman. She keeps trying to get his attention. She keeps trying. I think she misses him. Yeah, see, Engler Senior. Maybe I should always care, but my hands are raised in the air saying, "Wish you were here" by Incubus. Now, I'm not a big fan of that kind of music personally, so I don't really know the meaning of the song. I guess I could look up the lyrics, but really I don't give a shit enough. Yeah. I don't know if Angler knows she's 60 though. He's maybe he does know. Maybe he knows. Sure thing, man, Latopia. Make sure you close it though. When you're done. Speaking of Truth Seeker, you know he's been quote unquote monk 2 years longer than you've even been alive, man, Latopia. Yeah. Yeah, she has been. I tried to warn him. Tried to warn him that she was a crazy bitch on my list, and for a damn good reason. And he didn't listen, so not my fucking problem. I can only tell people where the landmines are. It's people's choice whether they want to try to disarm or fucking cuddle with them. Which I think is ridiculous. Literally cuddling something that means to destroy it. So, yeah, Pang, they act like children. Well, but these crazy bitches only prey on the most emotionally and mentally unstable. So, any guys online that are maybe curious or confused, like the only reason they're talking to you guys is because of the weakness that they see in you. So, and it's sad. It's really fucking sad. Going back to the learned helplessness thing. Well, I don't really have anything else to share. Actually, I saw a video. Richard Grannon put out one that's super popular. Great. Look at this shit. Yeah. 4 ways to torture a narcissist. 181,000 views. Okay. So how many women? Look. 72, 96, 10K. 181K. Torture the narcissist. That's how many feminists are watching his video. Because they want to torture men. How sick is that shit? Listen to this, though. I think I noticed a little bit of something.
Ladies and gents, today we're going to look
Like reverse psychology.
at 4 ways to torture the narcissist. Step number 1, and probably the most powerful one, this is the basis for everything else I'm going to be able to teach you today, is you must reduce the narcissist's significance
Oh, that's too fast.
in your life. Do not fake this. Do not act as though they are no longer as significant as they used to be. Make them less significant than they used to be. If you want to create distress, if you want to create anguish, uncertainty, insecurity, and paranoia, you must reduce their significance. Don't fake it because they're smart in terms of detecting other people's emotional states. They have no capacity to detect their own emotional states, no capacity to self-reflect, or very little capacity, but they can map other human beings frighteningly well. If you genuinely do this, you won't need.
See, and I don't even know if I agree with that, because all the ones that I come into contact with actually keep calling me triggered and say I'm crying about stuff, and they pretty much reflect what they're going through and then they project it onto me, which is strange. And I don't know, I mean, I know that's their goal, but they haven't achieved it. But then they're like, ooh, look what I did. Like they achieved it, which is funny. I don't know if they can map people as well as they claim.
Need to put on an act. They'll feel it, they'll know it, and it will drive them insane with anguish because the whole superstructure of their personality is in being significant to everybody, but particularly to their targets. So reduce their significance. What does that mean? It means that even inside of the relationship, you need to let go of being with them. If it's your mother or father, you've got to grieve the fact that you never had and never will have a mother or father. Grieve, cry, go to therapy, feel sad, write poetry, whatever you need to do. And in the end, you won't be attached to them being a good mother or father. You'll have left.
Also, Billy, narcissist can also be translated into feminist. Same stuff.
Let it go, and you'll have reduced their significance. If it's a romantic relationship, grieve, cry, go to therapy, let it go, drop the idea they're ever going to be a husband, a wife, a father, a mother. They're not. Despair, grieve, and let it go. You will reduce their significance. That's step number 1. Step number 2, the second piece of advice I've got for you, the second method for torturing a narcissist would be to challenge their narcissistic idealized self.
Alice. Traditional conservative
If
woman.
you can challenge, deride, mock, and devalue their false self, which is their idealized, fantastical, delusional story of
Super
how wonderful,
patriot.
sexy, powerful, intelligent, rich, whatever they are, if you can find ways of poking holes in that from a position of reduced significance, they're in a state of reduced significance for you, so you're pretty indifferent, you're pretty cold, you're pretty detached, and you just gently suggest to them that their false self, once you've figured out and you've mapped exactly what the paradigms of that false self are, once you've mapped that and you slowly, subtly over time challenge that, you will send them into an absolute blind fury.
Yep.
Because this creates a massive amount of narcissistic injury.
But
obviously, with everything I'm
in other words, if you tell them the truth, if you call out their bullshit, yes, it sends them into a fury. They want to destroy you. Absolutely.
Telling you here today, you need to make sure as a sovereign adult using an entertaining YouTube video that you are safe when you do this, that you're dealing with a narcissist, not a psychopath, and that the power dynamic of the relationship doesn't mean that, for example, they can take custody of your kids, kick you out of a house, drop you from a job, drop you from a team, or dump you. You need to be smart before trying to do any of this, because if you inflict narcissistic injury and they go into a narcissistic rage, their response will be disproportionate. They will pursue you to punish you for having inflicted this narcissistic injury against them.
For telling the truth. They will pursue you to punish you. And that's why these crazy bitches are losing, because they can't fire me. They can't deplatform me. Now, they can go around to all these other channels and emotionally terrorize men that are vulnerable and weak. And they can lie to them and do their little character assassination campaign. They can do that. They can try to get the men in trouble that come here, who also, enjoy free speech and speak the truth. That seems to be their favorite thing, is going after these other guys, because they can't fucking touch me. They already sent Texas A&M campus security and the fucking FBI to my house. You know what's funny? Those dudes didn't even know my real name. Like, these crazy bitches don't even know my real name. Strangely. But, yeah. And that tortures them, because they can't fucking shut me up. Even Truth Seeker, he said he would stop abusing you guys and stop abusing me if I stopped YouTube for 30 days. Why in the fuck should he care what I do on my channel for the next 30 days? It's part of the feminists' cancel culture bullshit. Oh, yeah. Wow. Every time they go trying to punch at me, they end up punching themselves in the fucking face. all the tactics that they use against me are what they're used to battling men with. And really, you can send all the government agencies out for me. Please, send more straight white men who have lived under the same systemic and societal fucking oppression and abuse as every other fucking white man in our country. Send more of those to come sort me out. Yeah.
I'm just showing you how to create mental anguish in somebody with narcissistic personality disorder. What you do with this information is on you. Map their false self, map the specific paradigms of the false self, feed it back to them, and then gently, you don't have to be bold. It's better to do it the way they do it, in an insidious, cold, maybe even mocking or sneering way. Challenge those elements of the false self, which is what the things that they're most insecure about, because secretly inside they know that the false self is false, and you will create a massive amount of mental anguish in them. The third tactic I'm going to show you to torture the narcissist is probably the healthiest thing I'm going to suggest today.
I mean, he's talking feminists, so feminists, get your ass to counseling. Go see another feminist.
You go to therapy. Really go to therapy. Don't go to therapy to torture them. Go to therapy to heal. Go to therapy to get better. Go to therapy to get over the relationship with them, to grieve the relationship with them, to let it go. Go to therapy to heal the wounds that caused you to get into that relationship with them, and start to live a better life focused on more joy, more passion, more happiness. Do what you want to do. The narcissist is going to try and coerce you, press you, and bully you into a dark, nasty, cold, oppressive, imprisoning, and enslaving world. If you break free of that world and you refuse to live in a dark, oppressed, enslaving world, instead you're in a sunshiny, optimistic, happy, and bright one, you will drive them completely insane, because you are simultaneously reducing their significance and their power, and you are challenging the false self just by doing this. The notion of you being free, not needing them, being free from them, being happy without them, and going on and living a good life without them having poisoned you, warped you, or permanently damaged you, will drive them completely insane, because it destroys their narcissistic self-image.
It does drive them completely insane. So much so, they have to lie to themselves and the world and say they accomplished goals that they haven't. Well, yeah, stolen valor's a thing. Yeah, it drives them insane, though. That none of these crazy bitches can emotionally penetrate me. I mean, they do. When they get two men to fight each other, that bothers me. I mean, not to the extent that they would probably be happy with, but it annoys me for sure that those men allowed these crazy bitches to manipulate their emotions like that. That bothers me. It bothers me that these crazy bitches are getting away with preying on weak men and lying to them. Weakened men that have already been through enough shit. Oh, I thought I already did that, Mad Mike. But yeah, that bothers me, that still is allowed to continue. That these guys are still being tricked by these crazy bitches. It also makes me think that, you know, where's the dudes that are out there telling them the truth, for one? I don't know. I feel like we have enough men in the psychology arena and the brotherhood arena and the I care about men and their problems arena, and I don't know.
And all of the anguish you can cause a narcissist is going to be through either reducing their narcissistic supply or destroying, damaging the false self narcissistic image. The fourth method for torturing the narcissist that I suggest you use, if you feel it's safe and you feel it's right to do so, is to mess with their supply in a very, very specific way. So narcissistic supply was identified decades ago as something that the narcissistic personality disordered individual needs. It's not love, it's not friendship, it's not an authentic reciprocal relationship with another human being. They need their own version of love and attention. It's highly narcissistic, and it really is for them like shooting up a drug. It's narcissistic supply. If you mess with that narcissistic supply, if you make them feel like they're going to be cut off from that narcissistic supply, you're going to create the kind of distress and anguish and anxiety that a junkie would feel if they felt like they were going to run out of junk, like they were going to lose their ability to get hold of more junk. If you really want to aggravate them, the threat or the potential in this scenario should be that the supply is going to be permanently damaged in a scenario, in an institution with a particular individual that they value, because they don't value all sources of supply the same. So be cunning, as you were earlier, map which sources of supply they're very dependent on or they're very, very attached to, and threaten to permanently damage those sources of narcissistic supply by exposing the true nature of the narcissist. So we know with narcissistic personality disorder at the level of the personality structure itself. There was an authentic self who built as a child in response to a very oppressive and abusive environment, a wall around themselves to protect themselves. And within that wall is a sort of a mirror, a Perseus shield, which distorts truth. And everything that goes through, well, first of all, very little reality actually breaks through this narcissistic shell.
Right.
But when it does, the little bits of reality that break through the narcissistic shell, that which reaches the little bit of authentic self that is left there, which is...
He's talking about the antivirus I implant into these crazy bitches' minds when I just tell them no and that they're full of shit. Some of it gets in. Little seeds of doubt. So they have to overcompensate by fucking going ape shit. So...
mainly dead because the authentic self dies in this isolation and shrivels to almost nothing. The little bits of reality that get through are distorted as they pass through the shield, and they're reframed, they're reformatted, so that the self that looks out at the world through the shield is looking also through a mirror. And that mirror is telling the narcissistic self what the narcissistic self wants to hear. That is the false image. So no matter what happens, the narcissist is desperately fighting to restructure what is happening to fit a pre-existing fantasy-based narrative of how incredibly amazing they are. What does that mean?
Don't warn them, Billy.
Speaking,
Don't
in
warn them.
simpler language, there's the real person, the real narcissist, and then there's this fake image that they're pushing out to the world. Why do they push this fake image out to the world? To garner as much narcissistic supply, to become as significant as possible, to develop a false self, and to avoid narcissistic injury. It's a defense. It's defensive. So they're pumping this out to generate, let's say, predominantly to generate an emotional response in the people around them, because they're predominantly feeding off emotion. So they're trying to get reactions from people.
Mm-hmm.
So they generate a false self. It's a big performance. But what does that mean? It actually means the narcissist is very vulnerable. So if you're in the middle of a narcissistically abusive relationship, you will see this overblown image of the narcissist, which is how they want you to see them. They're all powerful, they're sexy, they're an alpha female, an alpha male, whatever the nonsense story is. Or they're the biggest martyr in the room. They're the biggest victim you've ever known. They've suffered more than anybody else ever has.
Oh,
They're Christ himself down from the cross. That would be more in line with covert narcissism or vulnerable narcissism. But they're the biggest and best at something, even if they're the biggest and best at being tortured and abused and abandoned. That's what you believe when you're in the middle of it. But
you just said the best at being tortured and abused and abandoned. Yeah, well, they can try, Billy. They can try. They should. They really should. Because you know what? What I've seen so far, it's pretty fucking pathetic. And if they're trying to win some kind of domination game, they're never going to win. They're fucking incompetent. So, please, crazy bitches, double down. Double down. Double down.
when you look again, you'll see the whole thing is an incredibly fragile, incredibly delicate facade that's actually very easily broken. So if you threaten to expose them, what are you threatening to expose? What you're threatening to expose is, this is how they show themselves to the world. This is how they've shown themselves to this person. This is how they've shown themselves to this institution. This is how they've shown themselves to this industry. But you have evidence that, in fact, the real person is like this.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the PTSD element, the trauma-based element, there is a massive amount of splitting in narcissistic personality formations. There's a massive amount of black and white. So typically, not always, but typically, what their real feelings about any subject are the opposite. So they present as being very loving and very kind to, let's say, animals. They do lots of charity work with animals. But you live with them and you know personally, despite all this virtue signaling for the outside world about how much they care about animal cruelty and so on and so forth, you actually see them treat animals with either contempt, cruelty, or total indifference. So that's just a
Yeah, cruelty. Remember when Scorpthought was trying to feed those cranes fucking mango? He's trying to turn the crane vegan, damn it. It's animal abuse.
a small example of something that could expose the truth of who they really are, that ruins the false self-image that they're projecting to the world, that would permanently damage a source of narcissistic supply. You don't have to actually do this. The fear that it might happen is what will torture them and create a huge amount of mental anguish.
Oh, yeah.
Please use the information I have given you here for the highest good of all concerned. If you're in an abusive relationship, don't abuse the abuser. Simply leave, go to therapy, heal, reduce their significance in your life, get on with your life and live a good life for the highest good of all concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time and for your attention. I look forward to speaking to you again very soon.
Beautiful. Yeah. Leave the perpetrator abuse to me. These women. Actually, I saw Frank uploaded something about Miss Elite. That was a great little short stream. Holy hell. Holy hell. But yeah. Well, does anybody want to speak on this? I'm going to drop the link in case anybody wants to come up. I don't really have anything else to share. I know, right? Mad Mike? Number 5. Remind them that they will die miserable and alone. Oh, and that no one loves them. Well, because they're intolerable cunts. Do we have to talk about Universal Mother? I buried that hag months ago. Truth Seeker's trying to resurrect some old shit. That's how you know he's been infected by the crazy bitch mind virus. And I can't help him. Yes, please, Billy. That would be great. Who's Universal Mother? She's just another crazy bitch on the list who thinks she's an alien. So she uses non-binary pronouns. So she refers to herself as we. She's also a feminist. She's also a misandrist. She also claims to have, yes, an alien. She also claims to have credentials and expertise in the psychology field. So she went over, how long ago was this, Billy? Last year, has to be. She went over to Undead Chronic's channel and hit that link and made a fucking fool of herself. And got roasted in the chat. And some guys went over and made some comments. So she started going on a rampage and shaming and, psychologizing the misogyny and, all that kind of shit. So she got my attention.
What up, bitches?
Hey, Billy. How are you?
Sorry. I'm all right. I'm all right. It's a bit slow, a bit tired, but yeah.
Me too.
No, it's a interesting situation that they have. So I don't want to speak too much upon it. I don't want to show too much significance, but
Well, this is just our dialogue. They're welcome to watch.
yeah,
But
I'm going to try and be I'm going to try and be helpful, but
the feminist or the narcissist, whatever.
but from their point of view, it'll probably be excruciating torture.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
with one ear, they're going to want to listen because it's like pertinent to their situation. It's like, oh, I need to know, I need to better defend myself. But at the same time, it's going to be like, oh shit, I don't want to hear that.
Well, you know what though? I've been thinking about this sadism and masochism thing. It's almost like, because these people are typically fucking sex crazed people. I mean,
Yes.
they're petting zoo people. So you know the kind of people that have to like get a belt and choke themselves out to get off. You know, that's what I imagine that they're doing while they're flicking their bean and listening to us.
Well, it's that they don't know if they're coming or going.
Right.
As
They have
funny-
to get on the verge of going just to come.
I mean,
Yeah.
as funny as that is, it is a scientific psychological term.
Yeah.
100%. So, that's kind of like another little tangent, really, that's worth discussing at some point. But it wasn't really why I popped onto the panel to cover. I was going to elaborate on what Granny had to say.
Yeah.
But this thing about like so I'm gonna have to try and do this in sort of a third person. So if you've got someone who is trying to get attention, become notorious, and they're stalking and they're going after people, and they think they're the top dog, and they're an alpha or whatever, and they're the true man of men, and all this sort of stuff, and then they try and bolster their claims by using other channels' content, which is dubious. It kind of is a bit embarrassing, really. Now,
Yeah.
should this other channel find out that their content is being used in such a way, it's kind of like playing with fire, because they might not appreciate being used as a weapon in that sense. And for this man of men to be trying to say that these are his talking points,
Oh, truth seeker.
it's a little bit like plagiarism.
He's claiming that I'm stealing his talking points. Apparently I'm a thief.
He's using Universal Mother's talking points and
Right.
pretty much just replaying her content. Now, has he told her? Is he in communication with her? I don't know. Does Universal Mother know that he's doing this? I don't know. But should she come to realize that some random guy, because I wouldn't be surprised, you'll be a bit intrigued, like, who the hell is this person using my content in such a way, and bringing up essentially what would be like not yesterday, but like old news that in theory should be behind Universal Mother by now, hopefully, for her sake.
Yeah.
It would be a bit kind of aggravating, I would imagine, anyway.
Well, in all her videos when she was, psychology, it reminded me a lot of Scorp Thought, because I saw the videos Scorp Thought was making about me from the past few months. I hadn't paid attention to them, but there was a point where I wanted to save them all, and I was just listening to her, and she's kind of trying to do very poorly what we do. Like, ooh, I see the body language, and she looked up something like Universal Mother's deductions of me into my personality and into my psyche, and way the fuck off. She was actually talking about Alice. That's how, she was right about so much, but again, her target was off. Which that's so damn strange to me, because this keeps happening. It's like they're so right, but wrong target.
Yeah, I mean, like
It's weird how accurate they are.
that period of time, both sides of the battlefield, as it were spending, like we were spending a lot of hours discussing it, and so was Universal Mother as well.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Oh yeah.
so it's way too much history to sort of really go over it now and to rehash it and things. It's not really much point. So my to say is like, well, at the end of the day, I mean, both you and I know what sort of time of day it is, really, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So it
Yeah.
doesn't. And she's entitled to believe whatever she wants to believe.
No, she's not.
Well, no,
She's not entitled to lie and believe lies.
Well,
That's a fucking privilege that she hasn't earned.
I didn't say that she's entitled to go around lying or distorting truth. But if she wants to believe it, she's entitled to believe it.
See, I don't even give him that much dignity and respect. Like, what? Why would you want to be that fucking stupid and believe lies? I feel like that's cruelty to allow somebody to continue believing lies.
Are you talking about lying to yourself or lying to other people?
Both.
I mean,
I feel like it's cruel and inhumane to allow somebody to keep lying to themselves and everybody else, because it causes a lot of fucking problems. And the person that's lying doesn't ever get the fucking consequences. It's always the men.
Yeah. So in kind of like a definitional sort of kind of way, I mean, a liar is going to lie. So then the third party or the audience or the person hearing the lie really shouldn't just take things at face value or believe in it without any clarification or double checking or something like that. So you'll be a bit of a, like, if I told you like Santa Claus is really an alien and you believed it without any check it, well, not Santa Claus, but like, I don't know, I said like Sylvester Stallone is an alien and you didn't believe it, and you're like, I mean, you didn't check it, so you just believed it. It's like, oh my god, he is an actual alien.
So are you saying Sly Stallone is from home, like Universal Mother's home?
Well, I say that because the movie, I think maybe it was Michael Jackson. I remember in Men in Black, they made a little joke dig at one of the celebrities saying he's an alien, basically.
Oh.
So either Sly or Michael Jackson. But if you just believed it because I simply told you, then is both parties guilty at that sort of stage? Like, I'm bad for telling you the lie and you're also wrong for believing in it.
Yeah, but just like you men do with women, you give them probably more dignity and respect than they actually deserve. I do the same with men, because I'm like, I see these crazy bitch women who are well above men when it comes to manipulation, lying, plus the how do we use SJW terminology? Plus the inequities and the systemic oppression that the men are currently under, and the intersectionality involved in all that. There's some men that are more susceptible to abuse than others. And these crazy bitches know what those dudes look like, and they prey on them specifically. So I still blame these women more, because they have the advantage in every single fucking way.
Yes, but also an acknowledgement needs to be made at some point, especially if the man has been so-called enlightened, or is like red-pilled, or he's been taught, or it's been brought to his attention that he can no longer play dumb anymore. Really, if he is, then other things are at play. maybe he's a codependent, maybe he's in a trauma bond, maybe he's being
Learned
extorted.
helplessness.
Right. So, but he can't use the excuse like, well, I didn't know. It's like, well, you did know. We told you. You know, weren't you listening, or is it selective?
Right.
So
Right.
even if you're like being selective hearing, like you're subconsciously being biased towards what you're hearing.
Right.
That doesn't really let you. That doesn't really let this individual man off the hook either. You know, you
Well,
can't-
I leave it up to the men to sort the men out.
it's
I
like
know
at that
you
point,
guys
it's like
will.
either you're saying that you're biased in some way, or you're a complete idiot. So either way you sort of cut it, it's not. It works. It's a negative aspect for that individual man. Like, which one are you? Are you wishful thinking? You want to you want to believe in false promises, or are you really just stupid?
Yeah.
Because you've been told.
Yeah. All these men have been told
Unless you got
by me and many other people.
unless you need a hearing check and you seriously, like, literally physically didn't actually hear the words.
Right.
But that's being pedantic, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, what is your malfunction?
Well, but people have trust issues. Our whole society has trust issues, okay? Especially the men have severe trust issues. So I think if it's coming from me, they're not going to fucking believe it one way or another.
Well, that's
I
another
mean-
element. That's another element where sometimes information needs to, depending on the source,
Right.
you know, like, will be received in different ways.
Right. I mean, boot camp. The boot camp way doesn't seem to help these really, really in need of help dudes. And I don't know if they. Well, I mean, I've seen coddling too. That doesn't seem to help either.
Well, I mean,
So, but the people that I see doing the coddling are the ones that are fucking lying to them. So I could see why it wouldn't be very successful in waking them up.
you're sort of verging into like the white lies and placating,
Yeah.
and so that brings, it's almost like, so which is the worst of the two different evils? Because at least a liar or an abuser or a manipulator, they're kind of honest about what they're up to. You know, that they're out to get you, sort of thing. But someone who is sort of self-deluded and tells white lies, or is a white knight or a codependent, that's almost another level of toxicity in a way,
Right.
because it's masquerading under the flag of good intention.
Right. Well, they're double fucking lying. And then they're cowards on top of that.
Yeah. And there's that, and because they're cowardly, they don't want to have the guilt,
Right.
they don't want responsibility. So this is why, perhaps,
Right.
one of many reasons why they do the things that they do. A shout out to Self-Made in the chat. Right. Good
Yeah.
to see him.
Hey, Seth. Kush should be streaming soon. Who is his guest? Do we know who his guest is?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think he's scheduled 2 interviews, so I think he's got another. I don't, like, even if I didn't know, I wouldn't know if this guest A would be for tonight or for the next one.
Yeah, I thought he
I don't
had.
know. We'll find out if he's streaming soon. You'll find out in a little bit. Okay, so if I may, I'll maybe elaborate a bit more on Grannon's how to torture a narcissist while we got the time, and not try and run over the clock too much.
See, he has to all those in the chat. Please be careful about certain topics in the chat.
He's saying what now?
Well, the guys are, you know, because they're all freaked out because these crazy bitches are literally terrorizing them. Now they're in their own fucking space. They're censoring themselves. So, because they don't want anything to be taken out of context. So not only they cannot joke anymore, they have to be extra careful. Because, you know, the crazy bitches that keep calling the fucking FBI on these dudes for practicing free speech.
Right. So
Yeah.
if it's any relief for the minds of men, people in general in that kind of predicament, as long as you're staying honest, true, and authentic, and you know you mean no harm and all this sort of stuff, then you don't have anything to really worry about.
I saw some dudes earlier say that Hermit deserved what he fucking got. Some guys that come to this chat just to fucking spy or whatever, I removed their wrenches, but I thought that was pretty fucked up, Billy.
Heard deserved what he got in the sense of what, having his channel taken down.
His channels and getting a visit.
Right. He got a visit? I didn't know about that.
He got a visit, yeah. Yeah, so there's a lot of guys scared. Because crazy bitches and false accusations and all that kind of shit. Because we know the difference between having them show up at my house versus any man. Because they even went into pretty elaborate detail of many instances where a crazy bitch lied and they showed up at a dude's house that they had already been, you know, kind of in a battle with back and forth, and how scared the guy was.
You still need to exercise a bit of caution and diligence. And yes, I suppose you could be like stitched up or framed or made to look a certain way, and it could indeed end up in something potentially like fatal even. But that in part also is a reflection of, like, say you got police knocking on the door,
Mm-hmm.
A reflection of their lack of skill to ascertain or discern what really is going on.
Exactly.
So provided you got us, so this ain't gonna really help provide any reassurance. But let's say you had a society or a police force or investigators who were honest and law-abiding and thorough and careful with their work, then you shouldn't theoretically have anything to worry about. It's like if you were being pulled over while you're driving.
Mm-hmm.
You don't necessarily know why you've been pulled over. It might be just a check. But if you're like pissing your pants and you're scared, you know, a little bit like a guilty conscience, then maybe you do indeed have something to worry about. And maybe you were indeed speeding or something. But if you know why you were driving that low, I haven't been drinking, I'm not on drugs, I'm within the limits, I'm driving with care and diligence and all this sort of stuff, you know, you're baffled as to why you're being pulled over.
But in this scenario, it's something like preying on weaknesses. Okay, there's people that have been in trouble in the past before, and really fucking value their freedom today, and would hate to go get locked up somewhere because some crazy bitch like that's fucking emotional terrorism right there.
Definitely. And
that's something I agree with Brandon Trueblood. He talked about it earlier and he was flipping shit on it. So like it's an attempt to shut him up. It's intimidation. It's
intimidation.
But it's not coming from the government wanting to intimidate him. It's literally coming from the women who keep fucking doing this. Then wanting to intimidate him.
Yeah, but
and using another guy to do it.
They're also relying on you getting spooked out, and then you start acting skittish, like, you know,
Yeah.
nervous, and then you will fumble trying
Yep.
to defend yourself.
Yep.
So if you're defending the logical and the accountable parts of what you're being accused or targeted for,
Mhm.
instead of falling into a trap where you are now trying to defend, say, perhaps your ego instead, so that you overlook the particulars of logic and accountability, you will have a better chance in theoretically. I mean, I don't want to like dismiss or minimize how unfair and how much of a disadvantage men are in general when it comes to like accusations and allegations and things like that.
The whole system is stacked against men, and men
Right.
get put away all the time for fucking because a woman lied. They lose
Yeah.
their jobs because women lie.
And the level of damage is almost like is on a spectrum. I mean, worst case scenario, you know, get incarcerated. Least sort of damage, you have a stern talking to, and maybe made to feel guilty or like we're watching you, you know, watch your back. So you make someone feel a bit paranoid or something like that, or you chip at their self-esteem.
Right.
And then there'll be like grades in between where now you lost a job, your reputation's destroyed, or something like that.
Yep.
And obviously there are like people in jail who have been falsely accused and are totally innocent. So it's not, you know, you haven't, well, like they say that Lady Justice is blind, right? I mean, that's an American thing, I think, mainly. So
But to have a fellow brother say that he deserved it and that roast doesn't taste so good months later, does it? When I saw that, I was like, see, that's the kind of shit.
Yeah, that kind of that's uncalled for. You know, it's not needed. And it's you know, there's loads of ways you could sort of say it. Like it's being petty. It's trying to rub salt into the wound. It's being an arsehole. You know, it's someone who thinks that because someone else has been caught, you know, taken down or caught out or something like that, that this person is somehow the one who's saying like I'm happy that what happened to him. You know, it doesn't mean that doesn't mean they're a saint.
This is another guy that blames me for all this shit. So instead of the crazy bitches, you know, it's women, it's all that.
I mean, I would have a side eye at people like that because it's someone who's taking satisfaction at someone else's like, lack of a better way of putting it, like bad luck.
Right. Yeah. Well, he only drops by to collect information anyway. So
I mean, it's like a little bit like you were saying earlier about the sadism.
yes.
Because if try and create a simplistic scenario, so you've got a perpetrator, you've got a victim, they go to court, the perpetrator say they are genuinely guilty, they go to jail, and the victim, who's supposed to be, you know, like a victim, is now like celebrating,
getting blamed, right?
No, but is overly celebrating what happens to the convict. Well, now I suppose, you know, it's like the person going to jail, let's say they're guilty, so you know there's no getting, they're not innocent. They're going to jail, they've been sentenced. This is meant to be what their payment is. This is you effed up, you're going to jail. Your payment is, say, 5 years, right?
Mhm.
The victim should really be content with that. But if you've got a victim who's now like, right, I'm going to have a street party and celebrate and all this, and then go on a slanderous sort of campaign, like,
They're
yeah,
not the victim. They're not
they're
the
not
victim.
really the victim anymore, are they?
Right.
No.
The real victim is who is getting accused of being the perpetrator.
Well, this is like a secondary, like, 'cause in this hypothetical scenario, I'm saying that this perpetrator is actually guilty. Let's say they murdered someone,
Hmm.
and they admit it. I killed someone, and they've been locked up, and it's a life sentence or something like that. And then the person who prosecuted is, like, rubbing salt into the wound, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So it's above and beyond, like the guy or girl, whoever it is that's been locked up, has already got their sentence. This is meant to be the cost of your crime. If you completed your sentence, you'd be released, and you're supposed to be a free person at that point.
Right.
But
Or if you're innocent, you shouldn't even be prosecuted to begin with.
yeah, I know you're like false allegation, but I'm saying, like, this one, the person actually admitted they did it, so it's a guilty, it's a closed case, right? You don't even need any evidence. They're hands up, they're going to jail, they got their sentence, the payment is 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, whatever. They're happy with it, fine. But the victims of the family, or whoever it is who was prosecuting, wants more blood.
Yeah.
Now the victim, so-called, like, original victim, now is stepping over that line. Like, who really is the bad guy here at this point?
Right.
The person who's going to jail, who is willing to spend their time and make reprimands and repent and all this, or is it the victim who is not content and wants to see the inmate be tortured? That's what I'm saying. It's like the sadism is coming through, the pleasure of watching this person burn.
Yeah. Yeah.
So to bring it to, like, Hermit's case, like, sorry to hear what happened with Hermit. I hope he's all right. I hope he's not in any other sort of bother or trouble, and what if there's allegations put on him that they're dropped and everything is cool and everything like that. I would now be, with a side eye, be looking at the people who are like, yeah, I'm glad that Hermit got that, and want to see him actually suffer.
He thinks it was Truth Seeker who made it happen, but I don't buy it. I mean, because he said that Truth Seeker publicly admitted that he called the FBI on Hammerhand. So the guys, I think a lot of the guys believe it's Truth Seeker because he's going on this crazy fucking tangent, but I don't think it is. I think it's the same fucking crazy bitches.
Could be not. I mean, because of his admitting to, claiming to have called the FBI on Hammerhand, he's in a way, he's kind of like, he's branded himself. So it's no brainer, no surprise. People would think it was him that called the feds on Hermit because of the track record. So you can't be angry at people and be like, why are you blaming me? It wasn't me who did that to Hermit. It's like, well, who else do we know around here that goes around phoning the feds?
Right.
So that's not, like, you can't be angry at people, but he has to take a bit of ownership there and be like, well, that's part of the consequence. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, obviously.
Yeah.
Whether it's one of a different feminist that might have done it, perhaps.
No.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Still, why isn't the FBI just knocking on Truth seeker's door. Is it because I haven't called them yet, saying I'm in fear of my fucking life?
Well,
Like this guy's
hopefully-
literally threatening me.
hopefully they've got, like I was saying before, like you've got a police force, or the, what do you call it, like a federal body who have some diligence about them. You know, they can see things a little bit for what they are and be like, oh, this is a bozo that just wastes police time. A little bit like MAGA Man, you know, like the amount of times he's called the cops. He has a collection of calling cards, and these are his buddies. He thinks he's got friends in the police force, and it's like, no, this is because this is you harassing the police department, collecting their calling cards. So they know full well when you call the police and you say, oh, it's me, MAGA Man, they're like, oh, it's this guy again. What is it now? You know.
Right.
And that's like the story of the boy that cries wolf. Like after a while, like people would, like, particularly if the police department is being harassed by the same particular person over and over again, one day they might actually genuinely need the police, and the police will be like, no, it's this idiot again.
Right.
The paramedics experience this quite a bit with histrionics, because they're like, oh, my heart is, I'm in a flutter, I feel like I'm having a heart attack, and they go to A&E and it's nothing, you know, and they're angry with the so-called patient because it's like, you're calling us out in an emergency, you're taking up a bed, you're wasting time and you're wasting resources, all because someone said something that hurt your feelings.
Right.
They said you got a I don't know, an arse face. They called you a dickhead, and you went from being called a dickhead to like, oh, I had a heart attack. They tried to murder me with their words. Call the ambulance. And it's like, oh God, because this is hysterical. And the thing is, you know, the paramedics have to treat it seriously, even though they know deep down it's like, no, this is just basically a drama queen.
Right. Right.
So,
Randy SoCal, is that you in the back? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's Randy SoCal. Is LA, by the way. He is a Black group identitarian, a young man who went to college, and he is super unstable himself. So last time he tried to have a conversation with me, and I asked him very basic, simple questions about his college experience. He wanted to act like I was fucking asking him some shit because he was Black. Yeah. Again, I never invite him up here. He always comes in the back. He usually says a bunch of racist fucking SJW bullshit in the chat. And I've told him also to fuck off. And he doesn't listen. Like Truth Seeker.
Well, where else are they going to go? The petting zoo is where they belong. Everywhere else in society has rejected them thus far, so here they are.
All right, Randy. Tell RBR I said hi, and we miss him over here. Send him my love from the good Nazi. One of these days, he might have a conversation. Yeah, the petting zoo.
It's the conundrum in terms of the psychological field, where it's like, to what end? And unfortunately, there is no end. So, I don't know. And in part, I suppose, you know, what Grannon is saying, like, not so much maybe we're trying to torture, you know, to try and inflict pain and damage, but in terms of putting an end or a stop or getting a closure, then the same kind of steps could also be applied. So this video of Grannon's of torturing is not just strictly based on torture. It's also some of the principles you would maybe use in terms of trying to get your escape out of the narcissistic relationship.
By the way, you see how many views that has? 181,000. That's how many crazy bitches want to torture men.
Yeah, that's the sickening part, that
Oh, yeah.
most of those views are because they want to try and weaponize it.
Yeah. Hey, will you monologue for a minute about that?
Yeah, I suppose
Okay.
I can too. Yeah,
All right. Thank you, Billy. I'll be right back.
sure. How is everyone in the chat, by the way? Rusty Rivers, I see you there. Good to see you, sir. So yeah, let's cover some of this torturing, how to torture the narcissist, tips and tricks. So I was in the chat. If you saw me typing, like step 1, Grannon wrote down was insignificance, to communicate this message that you do not matter, and that will torture the narcissist. But that is a slight contradiction, because if they are insignificant, then they wouldn't even be on your mind. So the idea of torturing them wouldn't even occur to, be a thing to you. So if you are indeed trying to torture someone, you're trying to wipe them out or whatever, you're trying to inflict pain, then there must be some sort of significance value attached to that. And that kind of leads into point 3, where he says one of the healthiest probably tips here will be just to not think about them, get on with your life and be happy if possible. But in particular is get on with your life first of all. Because this signals that you are not under the influence or control of the narcissist. You are invulnerable. You are impervious to the shenanigans that the narcissist does. And do not be fooled that, the narcissist will try to get your attention. They'll throw shit and see what sticks. So do not be surprised that when you particularly put a effort, a commitment, when you commit to your own life, free of the narcissist, doing your own thing, unfazed by what they do, that will probably be the time, most of all, they will try to get your attention one way or another. And, it'll be accusations, allegations. They'll try to infiltrate your circle of influences, your friends and families, for instance. They'll run the smear campaign. They'll stalk, they'll phone up your job, they'll call the police, whatever it takes to get your attention. Like, how dare you abandon me? I will make you look in my direction. But if none of that works, there's nothing they can really do. And given a bit of time, so that they'll be willing to invest a lot of effort to secure you, to prevent you escaping their web. Like the spider scrambles to try and wrap its web around you. But if you're not anywhere near, then it's a waste of energy for them. They'll rather try and catch someone else, typically speaking. It doesn't mean you've escaped the mind of the. They probably will be heavily obsessed with, and your defiance of how dare you escape? Who said you're allowed to have freedom? But you're not going to be anywhere near earshot to hear these reeing or these cries for help, these anger outbursts. And they can't keep. This is a war of nutrition, so they can't. If you as a supply source is now cut off, they're starving out. They can't continue trying to chase you. They need to secure supply from somewhere else. In part, probably why a lot of people have, like with women, turn to social media and selfies and other kind of garnering techniques, because they've depleted their supply sources. They've pissed off the man's left, or whatever, their family, they've become isolated, and so they've escaped into social media for crumbs of supply.
Right.
But that's an ongoing battle that they're going to have anyway. So in a way, it's almost regardless of you trying to cut off their supply or not.
Oh, no. Alice, Elspeth, Scorpthought, the supply that they had 5 months ago has been severely reduced since then.
But even if they got supply, they're insatiable. There is no limit, and it needs to be more and more and more and more.
Mm.
So even while they're feeding, gorging on rich blood sources of supply,
Right.
in the back of their mind, they know that this is running out, and the narcissism is poking them with a stick. Go get some more. Go. What is it?
That's why Alice, I won't fucking stay gone.
Like a leech.
Yeah.
They suck blood and they just fill up. They become that they're tiny little creatures, but they fill up so much that they become massive, full of blood.
Yeah.
And while they're feeding, their directive in their mind is saying to them, get more, eat, go find some more blood. And while they're actually consuming and digesting, it's still telling them, no, we need to get some more.
Yep.
Like, I've only got one mouth. I can only eat one animal at a time. But the narcissism doesn't care about how many mouths it has. It just says, get more, get more, get more, get more.
Right.
So in a way, you're not even needing to do anything, even if you wanted to help the narcissist by sacrificing yourself. Their narcissism is constantly putting them under their own tyranny, self-tyranny, inner self-hatred. So they already are, before you even begun to torture them, they already are tortured people.
Oh, I know.
You're just trying to accelerate the process in a way.
Yeah. More. Faster, more. Yeah.
Oh, Rusty says borderlines are failed narcissists. I've heard that before.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to be splitting hairs here.
No, splitting the crazy bitch hairs. Which, how much of a loser are you in the crazy bitch realm? Let's do that hierarchy.
Yeah, I can see why they say that, but there's also theoretical, stuff that suggests otherwise, that they are separate. So I'm not sure which I would sort of preach. I try and preach both sides of it if possible. But it is kind of acknowledged that there is a narcissistic component within the borderline that behaves a little bit differently than the NPD style of narcissist.
Yeah, actually, Richard uploaded, was it today? I know he did kind of a trial run on one of his lives, but this one was more yeah, this one. And when he says narcissist, I just hear feminist.
How narcissist voice.
Yeah, that was a good video too. But
it's been a while since I've watched any Grannon content, but that kind of title, I mean, it's making me think of like how the narcissist kills your voice. It's killing your self-esteem. It's an exchange I like to talk about or describe, where you become them. So what happens to you? You disappear.
Yeah. Well, he brings it to mythology and narcissist and echo, and I mean, he's trying to keep it in the masculine feminine paradigm to not, make any waves with the feminists. But pretty much the narcissist in that scenario is feminist, and the echo codependent would be men. That's how I see it anyway, with my biased lens.
See, before, I'm not sure what era of time, it might have been like the 1960s or 70s, they were saying or suggesting that narcissists are predominantly men and borderlines were mostly women. But we see how it's becoming more 50-50 in both cases.
Yeah, the men are getting more emotionally unstable than the women.
Yeah.
It's the
And a lot of-
evolution of the oppression of men.
And a lot of the times, women wouldn't be diagnosed as borderline, they would be diagnosed as bipolar because of the acknowledgement of how difficult borderlines are to treat. Much more worse so than, say, a narcissist. Much more energy depleting to try and give a borderline therapy than it is. Because with a narcissist, it's like there's no hope kind of thing. So, yeah.
I don't know. I think if you lock them up in a crazy bitch boot camp, take away their fucking freedom,
Well,
put them to work, like make them tell the truth. Put them in a room full of mirrors that they can't break.
Yeah, I mean, a boot camp of sorts sounds like a good idea, and I'll sort of you'd win my vote, but like realistically, pragmatically, a resource dependent or whatever, like how much funds you could pump into such a system, that's where I start to sort of be like,
See, I want to appropriate funds that are currently being pumped in to the exact opposite of that. So
I mean,
cutting off the creation of more of them to redirect that money to sort them out.
See,
because that's what they need as opposed to what they want.
Thing
Really.
is, like, I don't know if you're thinking of having two boot camps, like a borderline boot camp and a narcissist boot camp.
Nope.
Or if you're just trying to like mash them into one.
They're crazy bitches. They're both crazy bitches.
Well, then you'll have a lot of probably internal relationships taking place within such a camp, inbreeding.
No, all female. I mean, this is segregated by sex. You can't breed with your own sex. Genetic males will go with genetic males. Genetic females will go with genetic females. I mean, when they're not isolated.
Rusty brings up a point about CPTSD. Arguably also with narcissism and either post-traumatic stress disorders, even codependence. They're all kind of codependence, borderlines, and narcissism are branches of narcissism. Now, codependents don't like hearing that, where they're like, "You mean I'm a narcissist?" And it's like, yeah, you're part of that narcissistic family of mental of behaviors. So, in that kind of itinerary, yeah, sorry to say, you start breaking it down further for them, and it makes them even more uncomfortable because it's like, oh, crap. One way of looking at it is, I've forgotten the three. The borderline is because each of them are transactional based,
right?
But how they operate differs. So, like the borderline wants to be the child, the narcissist it uses the. No, I better not go into it until I actually clarify it myself properly. But there are, you can place them side by side. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, they don't want to diagnose people with BPD, so instead, and not just because it's incurable, but very difficult. There are some people who say they have cured or they've healed.
You know what? Vaknin was
That's why
saying
they
that a
die.
lot of BPD, a lot of the women, their symptoms seem to decrease a lot after the age 45, I think.
Yeah, and same with, it's not limited to just, this is the thing, whenever we talk about this sort of subject, we're never really limited to just the narcissist or the borderline. They overlap
Oh, yeah.
quite a lot in most cases. So yes, the the symptoms, the behaviors settle down as they get older,
Hmm.
but they're not too sure if this is because they are quite literally getting older and it's hard to carry on playing these shenanigans and these games.
Right.
Or
Or
is it-
people will
or-
feel less sorry for them and they stop
Right.
enabling them so much. Or they spend their life burning all these fucking bridges and they end up kind of alone.
I mean,
Like
it could
that
be
Elspeth Meyer.
it could be a mixture of things. Like, I think they like to hope, they like to think that what has happened is that given enough time, they, air quotes, they grow out of these ways of thinking. They grow out of their disorder. They just, instead of having a stunted development, it's just a severely retarded development. They do make it, but it's just ultra slow.
Right.
But I think this is a little bit of a wishful thinking. I think it's actually more a case of they're actually getting older and they can't keep up with their own games anymore. They get tired of their own shit, basically. And it's exhausting. I mean, imagine trying to continually lie to yourself, or you live in a fantasy world
Right.
constantly, every day, every moment of the day, for year upon year, for decades. It
Yeah.
must be excruciating. Well, one, painful, torturous, but also exhausting.
Right.
Constantly having to fool yourself, like, no, I am. Everyone does love me.
Right.
I am very popular. You know,
Right.
even you can't believe your own words at that point. You're like, no,
Right.
I had to say this to myself constantly.
Yeah. I wonder, do you know anything? I know this is completely off topic. Do you know anything about like EMPs or,
Electromagnetic pulse.
yeah. Will that knock out like solar panels? It won't, will it?
No, but it's not going to knock out a board. They're not robots, believe it. or
Okay,
not.
but it'll knock out a cell phone, right? It'll fry a cell phone.
Not necessarily.
What could make a cell phone inoperable?
A hammer.
It has to be able
Are you
to be
talking-
used from a distance.
So, yes, I think. See, I'm not a proper scientist, so I don't know exactly. But
This is a
you get lot
tech
of
question.
yeah, tech science. You know, there's
Yeah.
a lot of conspiracy, but the thing is, there's a lot of conspiracy where they're like, oh, an EMP is going to destroy the world or whatever. Maybe when it comes to things that are plugged into the grid on a big structure like a network,
Right.
they're interconnected.
This place that I would like to gift a lack of internet to is off grid.
Right. Well, things that have shielding and are smaller devices are probably gonna, from what I gather, are probably okay when it comes to EMP.
Okay.
The sun has like solar flares, and I've forgotten what the cosmos terminal, like solar maximum or something like that.
Yeah.
And you know, we're supposed to be due a big sunstorm or cosmic sun rays, which in the olden days, before we had such infrastructure, would have caused mayhem. But at that time, we didn't have the internet, so
Right.
we were kind of we were hit, we were bombarded by it, but we had nothing that was nothing to be damaged from it. But
Right.
now we have all this stuff. So in the future, which at some point it will happen,
Yeah.
we will be in the path of a sun corona discharge, and this is why people need to be a little bit, this is why they're kind of wondering what would the effects be.
I'm just thinking, say you have somebody that lives off grid, lives out in the middle of like nowhere, and is completely isolated, yet is able to do quite a bit of damage online because she has nothing better to do. I'm just trying to think of the logistics to knock out the internet connection, but not the power.
I don't know if maybe it might be easier ways than trying to use EMP. Maybe just phone their internet, get the internet company to just cancel their subscription.
Mm. I want to set up a dead zone where no matter what she replaces it with, it'll still die when she brings it back home. There has to be technology for that.
Rusty's on point with what he's saying. Not to take it back.
What BPD gets worse with age.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
He's given the other side of the argument, and again,
Yeah.
like I can agree with this. Like especially when it from the NPD. I mean, they become more deeper into their psychosis and more crazy in a way. That's poor use of English. You shouldn't really.
God, where's Rusty? I didn't know Rusty was so interested in the psychology.
Particularly with the NPD, as they don't age gracefully. They tend to. It's almost like the narcissism starts to seep out. It's oozing out of them. It's like they lose their finesse. So instead of trying to garner sympathy, they just flat out demand it. It's just like it's like, why would you worship me? I am the arrogance just soars.
See, you know what's the cure for all of this bullshit?
Death.
Honesty. If society was honest with these people and then they were honest with themselves and they were held accountable, this shit would stop. If it was no longer applauded and rewarded to be so fucking mentally ill and a victim, this shit would stop. People's behavior would change.
I don't think honesty would alone would fix it.
Yeah, I think it
would. Because
if everyone was honest.
But narcissism is like the big no to reality, to the world, to honesty. So the world, truth, honesty comes along to the narcissist, and they can't take it in. So it's a big flat no. So they close themselves off from honesty. That's partly what narcissism is, a defense mechanism against reality.
Only because they can find somebody somewhere to feed into their delusion and their false sense of themselves. If they were not able to get a single person, they would adapt to the environment.
Well, they might adapt, but whether or not it's something that's like a willing participation is another issue. They might adapt out of necessity, but still be against it. It's like playing along to get along, but they don't really want to play to begin with. They just want to they don't want to get along. They just want to be part of a social. They want the society to look after them.
Oh, Rusty's almost the NPD borderline expert. Through experience, Rusty?
He should be up here then.
Yeah, Rusty here.
Yeah. If he's got the time, it'd be nice to have a chat.
Would.
If he doesn't mind. I mean, the honesty part, it could cure them, but that's because it's what they're trying. It's the death sentence for them at the same time. So if your idea of curing them is to kill them, then
Okay, I don't mind killing their false self.
but they
I'm okay with letting that die so their real self can emerge.
But this real self is petrified.
I don't care.
It's
not that
shriveled
scary.
up. It's we talk about like insignificance before. I mean, it is significant, but it has no life experience because it was never allowed to live. So the false self is all they've got to hang on to life raft. And there you are saying you want to remove it. So they're going to drown.
Minka says they should go to jail. They're hazardous. I agree, Minka. They should be locked up. Crazy bitch boot camps.
You cannot. There's no crime against narcissism or borderline. You can
see,
for
but
their
crimes against false accusations.
Well, their actions is another matter, but
yeah,
for them, you can't arrest someone purely because they're a narcissist. I mean, that would be a fucked up system. But should this narcissist commit illegal acts, then
if they are emotionally and mentally terrorizing people,
then you arrest them for the emotional terrorism,
yes,
not because they're a narcissist.
Yeah, but we don't have any laws on the books yet. I'm working on it for emotional terrorism. The gynocentric police state is so worried about physical violence, not so much about emotional and mental violence. Anything toxically female, that still has to catch up. Hello, the vital message.
You could, if you wanted to sort of clutch at straws or make leaps of connections, you could say, you could, from emotional terrorism, because it changes the structure of your brain. So at that point, it has crossed over into the physical world. Your brain has been altered.
Right.
But you'd have to prove this. You'd have to quantify it.
Hey, Rusty.
Rusty.
Hey, good mother. Hey, Billy.
How's it going? How are you doing?
Oh, just tired. It rained and thunderstormed all day, but thank goodness I was working indoors.
Yeah, we in the UK get the tail end of your weather.
What y'all want to know about borderlines?
Well,
I think GM you're the one that had the question.
Okay.
I'm getting maybe a bad connection or something. It's kind of Borgy on my side.
Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing.
Okay, I hear you. Okay, but okay. I hear an echo of me through you.
I don't hear it.
It's the glowies. They're tapping into the stream. They're listening in.
Borderlines are fascinating and deadly. When a couple breaks up and they have, it was a decent relationship, maybe something came up, they decided that, it had reached the end of the line, and both of them sit down, have a talk and everything, and and everybody goes their separate ways. There's a sense of closure. one of the key components to know that you were dealing with the borderline, and as well as a person with NPD, is that you have no closure. There's absolutely no closure. And if you are involved with a borderline for almost any length of time, you know, going through the idealization phase, the devaluing phase, and then the final discard, you actually take on the traits of the borderline themselves. It is one of the most destructive personality disorders that there is out there. It causes obsession. There is the ultimate definition of trauma bonding that occurs between the borderline and usually the codependent. Now, here's what's fascinating. Borderlines are attracted to a few different types of personalities. One is usually married men, because they are attracted to what they can't have. Another personality type that they're very attracted to is narcissist, or people that have narcissistic traits. And I did want to bring that up as kind of like a little side conversation, that, you know, you go on YouTube today, everybody's a narcissist.
Right.
You know, they're just throwing that label around like it's crazy.
Everybody that tells a crazy
and, you know,
bitch
there's
no.
a difference between right. There's a difference between a guy that makes really bad decisions and lies because he's trying to get some puniti, versus a guy that really has a narcissistic personality disorder.
Right.
Now, I have many traits, many narcissistic traits, but most people in business, especially entrepreneurs, they have these narcissistic traits. You know, it's par and parcel for the course. You know, these are traits that most people have to have in a cutthroat business world. But there's a big difference between actually having the disorder versus actually having just the traits. You know, one of the hallmarks is that you can't say you're sorry. Another hallmark is that you don't have empathy.
Right.
And watch out for those guys that don't like animals.
Right.
Now, my experiences with what is called the discouraged borderline, also known as the quiet borderline. Okay, there's 4 subsets. I think there's the impulsive, the petulant, the discouraged, and I can't remember what the other 4th one was. But most borderlines are women. And usually what happens is, although there is research that says a borderline can be born, my personal research says otherwise. A borderline is made.
Oh, yeah.
And what happens is that, yeah, in very early childhood, there is something that happens, and it either happens once and it's so traumatic, and that's PTSD, versus something that happens over and over again, which is CPTSD, complex.
Right.
Okay. This can be, you know, like, for example, I remember a therapist telling me one time, he says, you know how you create a borderline? And I said, no. He says, imagine taking a little baby, sitting them down in the room, okay, walking away for some time, and then sneak back up on the baby and yell at them, and then walk away again. That right there can create a borderline. It creates a traumatic event, and there's a sense of abandonment and needs not being fulfilled. But usually with the borderline, and this being women, is related to sex.
Right.
These are young girls that have experienced repeated sexual grape.
No, you can say rape.
Unfortunately,
You can say rape. On this channel.
also, yeah, also the father, even though the father may not have done anything sexual, just an abusive father that causes trauma and then disappears from the family. And this is why we're seeing there's such an uptick in borderline personality disorders and MPD and histrionic and antisocial disorder, is because of all of the single family, the single mama families.
Yeah.
The absence of the father has really brought on such a huge mental situation in Western civilization. And, this is why so many women are on, SSRs.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, the borderline thing, it's crazy. It took me, I'm a smart guy, maybe a little bit above average intelligence. It took me years to recognize that there was a cycle that was going on with the quiet borderline that I was with. And that's when I started researching, and all of a sudden it's like all of the pieces started falling into place. It just blew my mind.
Well, Minka said that you're spot on and you're pretty much saying everything she would say.
I love you.
In fact,
I hate you. Yeah, I love you. I hate you. You're going to abandon me, so I'm going to abandon you first. And this is the mentality of the borderline.
So insecure so betray you first.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and you see what's really unusual about borderlines that's kind of different than probably any other cluster B or whatever spectrum you want to measure, is that they have a process that's called splitting. And what happens is that they literally become a different person. 1 minute they love you, the next minute you are the absolute worst enemy on the planet to them. Yeah, it is really bizarre. You can't look.
You need to mention engulfment in that.
Can you imagine being? Yeah, can you imagine being with a woman for 15 years and you never saw the inside of her purse? That's a borderline. They are so secretive. I always tell, like when I talk with young men and they're telling me some of their problems and stuff, one of the second question I ask them is, do you ever find yourself going through the trash? And then some of them are like, yeah, as a matter of fact, I do. And I go, what are you looking for? And they're like, anything, any information that I can find. I'm just going through the trash because I just want to know something. And I go, well, there's a very good chance you're dealing with the borderline.
Because their abuse is reflected in your behavior.
Yep. A borderline, one of the first things that they will always do is identify where all of the exits are in the relationship, not just emotionally, but also physically. And they always have a plan. They are the ultimate monkey branchers.
By the way, hello, John.
Hey, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. How is everybody?
Good.
Rusty is killing it.
I know Rusty's giving us some first-hand accounts. So some stuff that the crazy bitches in the psychology fields don't like to admit.
Yep. I was sitting here and I was like, oh man, I just enthralled by what he was saying. Sorry, guys. Yeah, good mother. I don't want to interrupt because Rusty's on a roll, so I won't interrupt. But I did get your email. I'm sorry it's taken me so long.
Oh, that's all right.
This is the terrible thing about getting a bunch of subscribers. I've turned the notifications off on all my emails because YouTube sends me an email anytime there's a like or a comment or a so.
Yeah, no, I get it. I have all my notifications always off. I leave it up to when I remember or think about checking my text messages, my emails, Discord. Like I don't let my phone control me. So I get it. No rush.
I'm going to go through and give everybody like my, within our group, I'm going to give them my phone number on my phone because I can never collaborate with anybody if I'm doing it via email or Instagram because I turn that shit off. I'm like, I'm done. I'm not doing that. Yeah. But I need to give everyone my number. Rusty has my number. Rusty can give you my number, and so that way we can stay in touch. But yes, ma'am, I'd love to collaborate sometime. Rusty, go ahead, take back over. So you're killing it.
Keep it up, Rusty. What else you got? Some red flags.
Well. I'll think of some more red flags, but there's 4 personality types. Okay, there's secure. Okay, there's anxious avoidant. There's fearful avoidant, and then there's dismissive avoidant, and also called disorganized.
Are you talking about attachment styles?
Yeah. That's correct. 4 attachment styles. These disordered personality types tend to be, especially with borderlines, either fearful avoidant or a dismissive avoidant. Okay. Now, on the narcissist spectrum, they tend to be anxious avoidant. Yeah. And you were talking, Billy was referencing some of the differences between a borderline and a narcissist. I'll tell you what the main one is to me. A narcissist has a cognitive awareness of what's going on, almost a pre-plan, so to speak. A borderline does not consciously know what they are actually doing.
That's where I disagree with the common psychology philosophies. They know exactly what the fuck they're doing. If they're women, they know.
With a narcissist, they have it on a you have a lower grade, middle grade, and higher grade or greater style. And the higher you go up, the more aware you are of the narcissism.
Yes, I would classify it into 2 categories. There's the grandiose narcissist, and they know what the fuck they're doing. And then there's the covert or quiet narcissist. Okay.
Fragile. Yeah.
Or fragile. Right. Yeah.
There's several different names for them. The cry bullies.
Yeah.
Well, there are also subtypes of the narcissist. You got the communal narcissist. Trying to remember the other ones.
You guys just keep splitting that crazy bitch hair into so many different ways. Yeah. They're all crazy bitches.
Yeah. Now, most men do tend to be on the narcissistic side, or I should say most narcissists do tend to be men, and most borderlines do tend to be women. Yeah. And remember what I said, and I think somebody said they heard this before. A borderline is nothing more than a failed narcissist.
Yeah. They have less emotional stability.
There's a point where Vacklin talks about the fantasy creation, and the borderline is lost within their own fantasy, whereas the narcissist is trying to create a fantasy. That's a slight difference. And how that plays out for their needs dictates how they behave, how they go about trying to cope with their behaviors and modify their personalities as such.
Oh,
Both
gone
of
with John. I was accused of this from the crazy bitches. Of having a God complex.
I actually talked about this in my stream tonight, at which none of the three of you were at because you were here with Good Mother, but I actually touched on this briefly. God complex, characterized by consistently inflated feelings of personal ability, privilege, or infallibility. The unable to make a mistake. Rusty said earlier, they don't apologize, incapable of apology.
Well, so is the narcissist. John, is this the first time me and you have spoken live together?
I think maybe it is. We might have one other time on Good Mother's stream at one point late in the evening, I think, Billy. Of course, we've seen each other several times. But
Yeah, well, great seeing you anyway on up here. God complex, you remind me of one of the other subtypes of narcissists, which is the religious spiritual narcissist. So thanks for bringing that up.
Sure. I'm always glad to help.
The crazy bitchy mom. Collect them all. Hey, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back, gents.
I was going to say, Billy, that both the borderline and the narcissist, they do share one inherent quality or characteristic, and that is both of them have empty holes inside of them. And this is the motivation for why they do what they do. But as I was saying before, the intent is different with a narcissist than a borderline. A borderline is kind of like when we're talking about women in hypergamy, like women don't understand or they're not aware that they're doing things that are like they're doing, and it's kind of like a natural selection type deal. They're always looking for the best deal, but they'll never be aware that they're really looking for the best deal. They just go about following a certain set of standards. Not a narcissist, though. A narcissist has more of a plan.
Well,
and
you said hypergamy, right?
Right.
So with the object constancy problem that the borderline has, so when the borderline is cheating, because out of sight, out of mind, so if they don't see you, you simply do not exist. You're the husband, you simply do not exist. So when they're cheating on you, they don't see it as cheating because they don't have a husband anymore. In part, why you might notice one another hallmarks of a borderline is if you're going into the bathroom having a shower or something, the borderline is hanging out with you in the shower. Like, they won't leave you alone because they fear the abandonment so much. It's like if you're late home from work, then their paranoia is sort of like, where the hell is he? He must be cheating. So they're always keeping tabs on you and don't want to be abandoned, and will, they'll follow you into the bathroom.
Yeah, and on that note, borderlines remind me of Daredevil. Now you know that he lost his sight, okay, through a chemical accident, but all his other senses were super heightened. Borderlines lost their empathy. Okay, although they do have traces of empathy, and at times they can empathize. Okay, but for the most part, they have lost the ability of empathizing and bonding in a traditional loving way with another human being. And by losing that particular ability that most of us have, all of their other senses are heightened.
Oh yeah,
like
hypersensitive. Yeah.
I can remember, like, they could smell. You come in with a different scent, and they'll know it. If there is a fluctuation or a different vibration in your vocal cords when you're answering a question, they can tell it.
But
they are ultra hypersensitive.
But
and the other thing that
comes
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but it just fits in with what you're saying. But the problem with the hypersensitive is it can lead them to misinterpret easily. So if you come in and your face is just neutral, you're not happy or sad, they might think, well, that he, you know, Rusty is really sad for some, you know, it's like, no, I'm fine. I'm just neutral. So that means I did a stream on co-parenting with a narcissist, and then I did another one with co-parenting with a borderline. And that means when a borderline is trying to be a parent, they can't read the baby's expressions properly. So the baby is neutral expression, happy, neither happy nor sad. The borderline misinterprets this and thinks, well, baby hates me. Or
it's all my fault. It's all my fault.
Why isn't this baby happy?
Yep.
Because babies reflect you. If you're not happy, the baby's not going to be happy. Huh.
I'll tell you another thing that they do, kind of like a red flag deal.
Mm-hmm.
They will ask you a question when you get in from work. They'll ask you a question. Later on that night, they'll ask the same question again, but in a different way. And then the following day, they'll ask the same question, but in another different way. And if you vary your answer in the slightest, they mentally write that down. A borderline will never confront you when it's actually happening. And so they start compiling a list against you. And see, this is what happens right before they start going into the devaluing stage of you. Okay. And then all at once, like 3 weeks later, they got 20 things that they're going to explode. And all of a sudden there's an explosion. You know, I'm talking knives. I'm talking hair pulling. I'm talking screaming.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it is crazy.
Oh,
and yeah,
I've seen that before. My father's girlfriend that he had when I was in middle school came at him with a fucking knife in her hand, and that was kind of the point where he like smacked her.
Well, that's what
and
like,
took the knife.
That's that splitting coming in again. So
yeah,
you could have been, you know, you could have been Prince Charming moments before, but in that split, the next minute, suddenly now you're the devil. And they've got this itinerary of all the reasons why you were tricking them all along, and you are evil, and you know, you need to be destroyed, and they will try and destroy you.
Right. Yeah.
They've totally forgotten about what happened an hour ago, where you were like rubbing their feet or whatever. So they can't. With that split, they can't see people as with a balance, with pros and cons. It's that black and white pendulum swinging.
Yeah, there's no rationalization. I mean, you could say a sentence, and then a day or 2 days later, they're repeating the sentence back to you, and now they have rearranged the words in a sentence so that it actually means something totally different than what you actually said. And then you try to say, no, that's not what I said. And, you know, it's almost like a form of gaslighting, you know, with a narcissist. It's really bizarre.
You know, I've seen that with people, like going back to the insecurity and fear of abandonment. It's like they're trying to perpetuate a prophecy that they already have. So they're trying to make it true.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's why they sabotage the relationship, because they're already convinced that this is going to happen. So it's like, I don't want to be the one on the receiving end, so I'm going to instigate it, and I will leave you first.
I believe they call it manifesting.
Yes.
I'm manifesting.
It's like, I'm not worth love. Nobody can love me. And they start convincing themselves of that you really don't love them. And it just starts spiraling out of control. And you know, the idealization phase, it could last for a real long time. some people last for weeks, some people last for months, some people it lasts for years. You know, it depends on the interaction and everything. Of course, if you're cohabitating, it rapidly takes place. And the same thing with the devaluing phase. The devaluing phase, it could last for months or it could even last for years. But another characteristic that the NPD and BPD share is they operate like the Empire Strikes Back, like the dark side. They always have their main squeeze, their main supply, okay, the master. And then they always have an apprentice that they are grooming on the side. And that's part of their exit strategy with the borderline. And as part of the discard planning with the narcissist. They always operate at a minimum of 2. Always.
Have you heard the idea of the island of control? So for a borderline, there is no island of control. There is absolute chaos in every facet of life. Their family life is in chaos. Their employment life is in chaos. Their health is in chaos. Their everything is basically a mess. But with a narcissist, they need at least one. Well, I think not at least, but they have one island of stability, as it were. So not all narcissists will necessarily cheat on you, provided that island of stability is there. The rest of their life will be a mess, but they need at least this one point of stability. Maybe their employment is a stable environment for them, in which case your relationship with a narcissist will be chaotic. It's just something to look out for. You can help differentiate between a narcissist and a borderline as well.
Yeah, in my experience, a narcissist usually has a harem. You know, they got a garage where they keep all of their discarded harem parked, so to speak. And then this is where the word narcissistic or a borderline hoover comes into play. And, you know, and they go back and they hoover that person. And, you know, it's no coincidence that it's in, you know, a reference to a vacuum cleaner, because they're basically sucking, you know, the freaking soul right out of you, you know. That's why they call it a hoover.
Right? Yeah, that always cracks me up, the terminology they use. What? That's the succubus, though, isn't it?
Well, as a succubus is a woman that's basically like a vampire. That is basically the living dead. Yeah, and she feeds off of her host that she has seduced. Yeah, so that would fit.
Have you seen the movie Life Force?
I think I seen that a long time ago.
Years ago.
Yeah.
But going back to the harem, so the narcissist, provided they've got stability in their main relationship, yes, they might have a harem, but that's on like reserve. It's only like in a case of emergency, or if they're bored or something like that. So
yes,
so provided the narcissist victim is playing ball and outputting all the supply and adoration and whatever is required of him, then she might not necessarily cheat on him. But she still has the harem there just in case, you know, like no supply is indefinite. And she knows this. At some point, this man is going to have to take a rest. He's going to have to go to sleep. So that'll be part where she will sneak off. But she'll try not to, the narcissist won't try to jeopardize their only island of control just for the hell of it, recklessly in that way. Not in the same fashion as a borderline would.
I would agree. There's also another unique characteristic that I have seen with my research on borderlines and personal experience: the splitting, literally becoming 2 separate different people. And so most borderlines will have a higher degree of bisexuality than a narcissist would, or a person with diagnosed MPD. Somebody with diagnosed MPD usually has a particular type, you know, and if they're heterosexual, they're going to be heterosexual. But a borderline, when they're with you, they might be with you, but then when they split and they become that different person, a lot of times they're going for the opposite. I mean, they're same sex.
I think there's a tighter correlation with borderline and histrionic, just a little as a side note.
Yes.
Maybe like the drama sort of side of things. With the narcissist, when they're having sex in a quirky kind of way, because for the narcissist, no one else, they see people as objects. You're just a utensil. You're not actually a person. So the narcissist, essentially, when they're having sex with you, they're having sex with themselves. It's a form of masturbation because you don't exist. They're feeding off your reaction out of the act of having sex. So it's like a mirror. Like while you are shagging away, the narcissist is kind of like looking in the mirror while they're shagging away, thinking, "Hey, I'm a stud," or "I'm a sexy girl," whatever. So it's.
But that's also present in porn and sex addicts. They can be very narcissistic like that.
Well, you bring up a really good point.
Into it, so yeah.
But both borderlines and narcissists use sex as a grooming weapon. They actually weaponize the sex. But I do think that one of the primary differences between a borderline and narcissist where the sex is concerned is that in the beginning, it is just absolutely fantastic. Okay. But once the borderline starts reaching that devaluing phase and then the final discard, it could go from the greatest sex ever to no sex. Whereas narcissist, as long as it's good, they probably going to keep it up until they want to discard you.
I suspect one of the reasons why it could be like the best sex with a borderline is in part, just like with the splitting, there's an attempt of enmeshment. So
that's the word.
They're trying to break these boundaries and to become one. Whereas with the narcissist, it's more of a replacement. They want to enmesh in order to replace you so that you will die and the narcissist takes over your life. They steal your self-esteem. Because again, with the narcissist, there isn't going to be two people at the end of this. There's only the narcissist, the one. A little bit like the God complex that John was talking about. So the God is the center of the universe. There is only one sort of God, depending on your religion, obviously. But for the narcissist, they are it. So for the victim of the narcissist, it's like an empty. It's like a sacrifice in a way. It's taking place.
I think another thing that I just remembered is borderlines are more driven subconsciously to basically make you as empty and devoid as they are. Whereas I don't know if that's really the end game for a narcissist.
I think it's a transaction. I'm pretty sure the borderline acts more. They want to be taken care of as a child. So you might hear people. You might be having sex with a woman and she starts calling you daddy, for instance. Bit creepy, but it's that kind of like daddy abandonment issue, So
right, I never understood that.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
No, but that kind of goes back to what you're saying earlier in the conversation, where it's this abandonment, and particularly if fathers have abandoned the family or have been rejected out of the family. This is scarred the particular, like a daughter who later becomes borderline. Now she's got daddy issues.
Right.
The daddy issues are more closely associated with borderline.
Correct. I'm sorry, John. Go ahead.
I'm joking. I said delicious, but I was joking, of course.
This is really fascinating because, you know, these are, you know, it's like in the manosphere, it's like we get the advice, but we really don't know where it originated from. Like, for example, we always say, you know, especially to these young guys that are wanting to pursue marriage and stuff like that, you know, one of the very first things you need to figure out and find out about that woman is, what is her relationship with her father? If her father is her, if her father is her hero, then you're probably safe. Okay. If she hates her father, he abandoned the family, the mother got rid of him, whatever. Okay. Your guard's up. And then when you do realize and find out that this woman does not have a father, did not have one growing up, then all of a sudden these other things that we warned the men in the manosphere, they are also present. All the tattoos, they look like they fell into my open fishing tackle box on board my boat. You know, all the metal all over their face. You know, these are all warning signs, and this is why this borderline thing with women is so high today. These women are so incredibly damaged, and you know, it's like God who puts, you know, warning signs on dangerous animals. You know, that these women subconsciously start putting these warning signs all over their bodies, warning men.
But also, borderlines are more prone to self-harm. You know, like the girls who like to cut themselves on their, you know, like like discreet cuts. So piercings, tattoos can be a part. You know, it can be connected as part of that self-harming. So will like maybe their addictions, gambling, shopping, expensive expenditures, promiscuous behavior. These are all like self-harming outlets.
Yep.
Yeah, never trust a woman that'll put a fucking hole in her face on purpose.
Or anywhere else.
Well, I don't know. I'm not that hardcore about tattoos and piercings.
One of the reasons they say about this self-inflicted pain, or one of the kind of catchphrases of a borderline, is like they'll say, "Well, I cut my." You ask them like, "Why do you cut yourself?" And it's like, "So that I can feel pain." Because it's like, what's wrong with you? You know, it's like it doesn't register. Like you don't understand what pain means, and that just shows you how emotionally illiterate they are. Where they're over. See, the narcissist wants to escape their emotions, but the borderline is overwhelmed by their emotions. They feel too much stuff, and it's like saying earlier again, hypersensitivity. They're just bombarded with all this emotion and sensory information that they are overwhelmed.
You want me to tell you something scary? The borderline that I knew had a giant tattoo up underneath their arm. And it was the phrase. And that phrase was, only the broken are the more evolved.
That's from a movie.
That's correct.
Or that's from somewhere. I've heard that before.
What's it from?
Yep.
Well,
Girl Interrupted.
I don't know that movie.
Girl Interrupted.
I forget.
But this is the idea that in society now, these mental disorders and conditions are being romanticized. It's being made, you know, you should aspire to be mentally ill so that you are the worthy one. It's like, what the hell's wrong with people? This is like,
right.
Yes.
Right. Well, it's the Victim Olympics, right? It's the loudest loser contest. Oh, who's got some sirens? All right, girl.
That's me. That's me. I think that that's what it was, but I'm trying to look it up right now.
Oh, look. Her experiences as a young woman in a American psychiatric hospital in the 1960s after being diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Let me guess. This is feminist propaganda that blames men for women going into those institutions.
I haven't
Yeah,
seen
and
it, but the girl that I was with who was, well, we'll just say mentally made things very interesting on me. This was one of her favorite movies with Angelina Jolie and somebody else was in it. I forget who all was in it, but she was the girl I knew was a very big fan of this particular movie. And her life in many ways, you know
What? I saw something that Drew Barrymore spent like a year and a half in her teenage years in a home where she couldn't leave. Not a home, but like a facility.
Yeah,
it came up in my algorithm.
Johnny Depp's ex-wife, she was either a petulant or an impulsive borderline.
See, her stay extends to 18 months. See? That's a proper crazy bitch boot camp.
They don't make them like that anymore. Those
I
were the old days.
know. We need to make them great again. Because feminists shut them down.
Man, people used to be in padded rooms who rightfully deserve to be. They used to do it right back in the day.
Do you want a little fun trivia fact thing? I think it was with histrionics. They used to believe that it was the womb going on a little adventure inside the woman, like it's traveling. It was moving around inside the woman's body, and this was called histrionics. Something like that.
Before diagnostic imaging.
Yeah, well, they believe, the point being is they believe it was the woman's womb just going nuts.
Rusty, what was the saying again? I got it all twisted.
Only the broken are more evolved.
Yeah, once they get sorted out. I would say. If you've been to hell and back and you've been able to get out of that, I would say maybe. Because first you had to devolve and to evolve. But I don't know.
I mean, the way things are in current culture, you are hearing now and again, particularly like women, who are openly saying, like, I have borderline, therefore you must love me. Or I have DID,
Right.
and you must accept my condition and love me equally. It's just like, it's fucked up.
Good
But
mother,
no,
this is
stay away from you.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. This is saying the movie The Split, I guess is what it's saying, is where
That's
that quote came from.
Oh.
That's it.
In Split, what did he mean by? Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with that one, but Girl Interrupted is probably a good one too if you ever want a movie to watch about crazy bitches.
Dude, I watched enough real life examples growing up of what crazy bitches are capable of.
Who was in it? Does it say? I was trying to scroll down on your page that's open on your computer, but it's not letting me.
Oh, Girl
I'll give you
Interrupted?
Yeah.
This is a silly point.
Oh, there you go.
I don't know if there's any like truth behind this, but it's just an observation I've made. But if you notice with a lot of Asian horrors, I don't know if any of you guys particularly like The Ring, The Grudge, whatever Asian horrors, the monster, air quotes, is typically a woman. You know, it's rare to find a male monster as the villain.
Right.
The Exorcist.
Right.
So what do you think of this cast, good mother? I mean, quintessentially, we know how Brittany Murphy ended up.
Right.
But I mean, Winona Ryder, and
I mean, they're all crazy bitches.
It's what I see. What I'm saying. That's my point. I mean, they were all very attractive women back in that time, but they all had a definite time in their life where things were strange, shall we say?
Yeah.
you know, from what I've seen anyways. And Jared Leto, I mean, don't even get me started on him.
You know what, Jared Leto, I actually went to school. I went to school with a girl that was in a movie. She talked about it all the time called Prefontaine. I don't know. I never watched it, but apparently she was an extra in that. And she was kind of a little crazy bitch herself. She was all starstruck and wanted to act, and I don't know.
Let me tell you what he was really good in. He was okay in like Panic
Requiem.
Room.
Yeah, Requiem for a Dream. Yeah.
Sure, Requiem.
Yeah.
You know, my favorite Jared Leto was definitely him in 30 Seconds to Mars, the band. Oh my God, dude, his band was so good. Like it's really hard to believe that he quit making music. If you heard I'll find the album that you need to listen to, but his band was insanely good.
All right, Minka, you got to play me though. I'm not going to act. You can play me. Start practicing.
All right. In 2002, they came out with an album called 30 Seconds to Mars and another one called A Beautiful Lie. And I think, yeah, A Beautiful Lie was the one I was familiar with. It's a great album. I mean, it really is. But I know that's not, sorry, off topic, but Jared Leto was an unbelievable singer in his band.
So what is that other movie you were talking about called?
With Jared? Oh, Split. That was the one the quote was from. Yeah, Rusty's quote.
Yeah, it's in Splitting.
Who's this?
Split?
Yeah,
Yep,
that looks
that's
like
it.
Yeah.
That guy, James, he's the main character. He's the one that splits. And
I've seen this
like,
movie.
yeah.
Multiple personalities.
Movie.
Yeah,
Yes.
23 distinct personalities. Okay. I get it.
Rusty, it sounds like you were dealing with a real winner, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, Minka, actually, that would be perfect. You could play me. See, you grew up with a great mom. You can play my growing up with the exact opposite. That'll be fun to watch on screen. It's got to be a horror movie, though. Yeah, they are. I agree. That's why they typically stay away. They lurk in the shadows. Holy shit. Wait, there's 40 people watching right now? Why is there so many people watching? 46?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go, good mother.
Okay. Well, thanks.
I got to go.
Rusty,
Check the perimeter.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Rusty, for your contribution.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talk to y'all later.
Care, Rusty. It's fantastic.
Later.
All right. Bye, John. Bye, good mother.
Hey,
Bye,
Rusty.
Billy.
Bye.
Take care, Rusty.
Ah, I see.
Ain't that
Well,
something?
it's really the first part of this that I had to share. I know I sent Minka the link, but it's more on the Antioch University. It's a professor that used to work there. So that was the good stuff.
I'm dropping your link too. Not that it'll matter, but I'm dropping it anyways, good brother. Let's see what happens. Post.
It keeps jumping up and down from like 23 to like 56.
I noticed that when you said it was at 46 and a second later it was at 24, I'm like, certainly not everyone left just because, and now it says 56, 47.
Right.
Hey, we'll just keep rolling. Anyways, good mother, how you been?
Pretty good. Kind of.
Awesome.
I don't know.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Well,
what's going on?
I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. Actually, I talked to Johnny Midnight about this earlier. I'm having a lunch with one of my local personal development coaches
Okay.
that I've worked with since I've been here, to figure out what. Do you guys think I should go infiltrate the A&M psychology field? Should I start taking some classes?
What is your goal? What is your purpose for doing this?
Torture the feminist professors.
So it's not for money or self-improvement then?
Well, I mean, yeah, maybe.
I mean, just have a defined purpose of what you want to do. I mean, if you're going to invest money in this, it should be for some personal betterment. Now, if it's purely out of spite, I mean, I'm not against it.
No, just purely for appropriation and subversion.
I think that that's a decision a woman might make that a man might not make. Good mother.
Well, see, that's what I'm. Well, see, that's the thing. Apparently, there's tons and tons and tons of Texas A&M money that I might be able to also appropriate.
Oh, like
for
some
this.
grants and stuff?
Hell yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, money's involved. You didn't say that. I mean, yeah, money's involved. Sure.
Well, yeah, the feminists accumulate so much stuff that I could take advantage of.
See, that's the only thing about it is you're going to be in the middle of like the battlefield of
I know.
the education system, the college education system at that. I mean, are you kidding? You're going to be in the you're going to be in the middle of everything. That would be a big decision.
Yeah.
Are you going to go undercover and like dye half your head blue and shave the other half, or
Heck no.
go hardcore
No.
undercover? We'll still
No.
watch you. We'll just, poke fun at you while we're watching that.
Yeah.
We'll still be here.
I don't know. Maybe work towards some kind of psychology credentials. So I can be in there and be like, you guys are fucking wrong and you're stupid. Here, check out my my work
Well,
that I already got a head start on.
even if you were right, they would never acknowledge it. They would never, you know what I mean? Like, even if you make good points to a lot of crazy bitches and you're valid and your points are based in logic, sometimes that they don't care. Like, that doesn't even matter to them.
Well, students have the most power. So
That's
all
true.
these crazy bitch professors bow down to what the students want. So if I go to them with a problem, they're really going to try to fix it.
I think this is a good idea for you, especially if it helps you, to put more in your quote unquote resume or experiences, or it's always good for personal growth, but just know that you will be dealing with a level of involvement with the shenanigans.
Yeah, but it's not like anywhere else here. Like here, it's nothing compared to anywhere else. So I was just looking at my 2023 goals, and I still have the goal, the destruction of the tyrannical matriarchy is still one of my main goals.
So that's not number one yet?
Well, no, that's number one.
It's number one.
I have some sub goals that are like, okay, repeal the 19th, cut the bastard factory welfare programs, prosecute these lying crazy bitch emotional terrorists. So I'm going to need to make friends in, the legal departments. And
well, at least all these are reachable, attainable, and, somewhat easy. These should all be easy. You should be done with this by next month.
Well, no.
I know.
Jeff Younger said it sounds more like a 5-year plan.
But yeah, I think this is going to take a minute and some research probably.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Hey,
Well, I
baby.
definitely want to get together and do some live streams and stuff. I've been meaning to get up with a bunch of folks, and you were one of the people on the list that I've been like, I keep promising I'm going to make time and I'm going to catch up with everybody. And so sorry about that.
That's all right.
And I know I spoke to Billy one other time, but Billy, it's awesome getting to talk to you, brother. I still love your accent.
Oh, cheers, man. Love watching your content.
Oh, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I love making it. I have a good time with you guys, but
Nice.
it's way more fun making it live with you guys in the chat than it is just making standard videos. So
Yeah.
yeah. Good mother, what's your views say? Do you have your YouTube screen open, your YouTube studio monitoring your stream health?
No. What is that?
Oh, okay. So like I'm watching you right now and I have you in StreamYard because I'm live with you, but I have you open in YouTube, but it's your YouTube videos for your link. But like whenever you do a live stream, if you have YouTube open in a separate browser tab, you can go to YouTube Studio and click on the right-hand side. There's a little thing that says live and it shows like a broadcasting Wi-Fi signal looking thing.
Okay, hold up. Let me catch up.
Okay. Go to YouTube
Live.
Studio.
Yeah, I'm in Studios.
I'm going to open it too, just so I can follow along. Okay. On the right-hand side, underneath where you see the little icon for Good Mother, you will see 3 icons right there. One's an arrow that upload. One is a little circle with some lines radiating out of it. This will be directly under where it says like create or whatever, or has your YouTube icon on the top right.
Oh, see live count?
Yeah, it says go live. There's one that says go live.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find the easiest way to get you there. And if you click that go live, it'll bring up a thing and it'll say manage live streams and it'll show your current live stream.
John, you do know I'm technologically fucking retarded, right?
Well, that's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna help you. We're big chillin'. It's okay.
I'm trying.
Let me see. If you're in studio, are you on the dashboard? The first.
Yeah. Let me stop. I'll share it because maybe mine looks different than yours.
Maybe. It shouldn't theoretically.
I was looking over here. There's a create, there's a circle, help, there's chat with creator support.
Why the hell does yours look different than mine? I mean,
See?
I am in dark mode, but yours does look different than mine. Hold on a second.
Wait, do I need to be on dashboard?
Yeah, that's where I am. Yes. See those little next to you, go to the right a little bit. The one in the middle. Click that.
Go live.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, once this loads, go over to the left and it'll say manage at the bottom of those 3, options.
I haven't been here since I connected it to StreamYard.
Wait a minute. You connect to the StreamYard this way every time you live stream?
No, the first initial.
Initially, got you. Okay.
Yeah.
The one that says live on it right now, click on the title. Okay, so this is the live readout of what's going on with your stream as we're doing it, as you're live streaming. So right here, you can see it says like your concurrent viewers or concurrent likes, and then it's got other stream analytics in there. So you might be able to see like how many actual views you've had on this particular one. Like see that 3,600? That's how many views this stream has had so far.
What? You're joking.
No. This is how I monitor my stream health on all my streams. See, you concurrent viewers up above that is 12, but that total number of views somehow or another you've hit. I mean, that's what it means. the average view duration, people on average watched 5 minutes of the stream, but that's what that means right there. So whereas earlier you and I were seeing 56 and all this other stuff, we must have, well, you must have shown up somewhere as either trending or something.
No. They shared the stream in the Vital Messages Discord.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
a lot of them people must have clicked on that link then, for sure,
Yeah.
because that's what that means. But here you can see, like, you know, if you have a good connection or a bad connection, or you can look at not just stream health, but stream settings and all of those kinds of things. If you ever want to monitor what's going on in your stream, or if you're ever questioning, like, well, how many people are watching, at least this way you can see like an accurate, theoretically accurate count of who has watched overall. So if your numbers ever fluctuating like that, you can look at it and say, well, is any of this true information? And if you come on and your total views is at 20 and you got 11 people in here, you're like, that sounds reasonable.
You know what I noticed though, like a long time ago, I would pay attention to kind of my views in the watch time hours and stuff, and YouTube would always, like, it would go up and then it would bring it down, and then it would go up and then YouTube would bring it down. And I like that, because I like to have my channel be like, oh, she doesn't really get that many views, so a lot of the crazy bitches really don't take me as serious, I think. But at the same time, every time I kick a crazy bitch hornet nest, somebody at YouTube drops like anywhere between like 50 to 500 to one time it was 1,500 subscribers. They just took them off my fucking... Every time I kick a crazy bitch hornet nest, a new one, it happens. Like, and every time I get out of a strike, they'll like dump like 200 of my subs. I've noticed.
I wonder why that is.
I think it's because a crazy bitch that works at YouTube is pissed, and that's the only thing that she has the ability to do once I get out of a strike. Like, if I appeal a strike, like, somebody up there is like, no, fuck this bitch. Let me, dump, like, get rid of 500 of her subs.
Yep.
Yeah. When I started. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to ask, do you know Mark Ryan?
Mark Ryan. No.
Mark is a friend of mine. He came over likely from my channel, I would think, but he also makes content. Maybe one day check him out and see what you think. Maybe you might want to,
Does he?
He's just started doing some lives, so you might want to do a live with him one day. But Mark's an awesome dude. He's already grown his channel till I think he just passed 10,000 subscribers.
Nice.
But he started back in like July or something. He started talking to me about starting a YouTube channel, but he's been killing it. But he has been working hard. But I definitely recommend, like, keep up with Mark. Maybe you guys can collab or get on a Talking Point stream one day. He also doesn't pull any punches.
Really? He doesn't mind talking about crazy bitches?
Oh, boy. You'll enjoy his content. He's
good.
He's on the level. So anyways, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt just for that.
No. That's good. I gave him a wrench because he's one of your guys.
Yeah, Mark's awesome. Do you think that Google is actively, certainly stamping out your channel a little bit or blocking your content?
From the shadow banding?
Yeah, I would think. Don't you think, Billy? Like a shadow ban type situation?
Yeah.
Well, my goal isn't really to grow it, though.
Okay, well, even if your goal isn't, though, statistically, shouldn't it be growing, though, some? It's not like we have so many people that agree with all of our different thoughts and viewpoints. Even if it's not your goal, statistically, you should be seeing some numbers. All of us really should be, but...
Yeah. Well, I was at 3,000 subs before the crazy black bitches dumped half of them off of my thing. So I went down to 1,500, and then I've been what?
Could you just read what?
Oh, the crazy black bitches that I started kicking a bunch of different hornets' nests in the blackosphere.
Oh,
And so I got a bunch
no.
of strikes and I got out of a lot of them. And so after
Oh,
the appeal, I noticed half of my subs were gone. So I'm pretty sure there was a crazy black bitch that was a little salty that I got out of my strike. And so she's like, there. I mean, I have no way to prove it, but
right.
I notice a pattern with my strikes and the subs and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So
Okay. Just curious. I was just wondering. Yeah. I was just wondering. I've seen a lot of these types of things on YouTube though. And I mean, it's, it seems like what you said, when you kick the hornet's nest, it seems like that's when something always goes south. I think the thing that, I dare even say this, but with Tate and the Greta situation, it's kind of like, I think that if you are the nail that sticks out a little, you get hammered down for sure. In my opinion.
thanks, self-made.
I think that's a good point there, John. Like,
Play StreamYard music at a low level. It
day and
fills the
age.
space.
I'm sorry, Billy, can you repeat that? I apologize. I was reading.
That's a good point. Like, I think, especially like nowadays, recently or whatever, it's like people are looking for these nails that they can just like hammer down.
Yep.
Anyone who speaks up or goes against the message, you know.
I agree with that. And I think a lot of it too is a little bit of social media fury. And what I mean by that is if someone has a talking point that I disagree with, and I want to increase my social media following, I can always create a quote unquote beef with that person, stand up for the point that I believe in, and fan the flames of bringing people from their platform to my platform, because those people might want to come over and argue or like my stuff or social media.
That's what Truth Seeker is doing currently. He's using me as a punching bag to try to grow his channel. He even admitted it outright. Like that's why I get 10 tags of his every day.
Yeah, people do this. People definitely do this. I mean, that's
you see the patterns. Yeah, when a channel is like explodes and grows suddenly, half the time it's probably because there's a lot of drama centering around there. You know, people want to like rub a neck and see what's going on, so they subscribe.
See, I've been trying to keep my platform as kind of a hole in the wall place where people can actually sit and have good conversations. Also exchange information, share ideas, also crazy bitch free zone. So I know a lot of the channels that get bigger, they have a lot going on, but my goal for this channel is not to hit the algorithms or any of that
the
stuff.
The way you phrase that, like you want to keep it a crazy bitch zone, it's kind of funny because saying that it draws them in, but at the same time, that's like access denied.
Access denied. Exactly. Boundaries. This is a culture where it's a club that's not all inclusive. If you're a crazy bitch and you act like a child and you're literally an adult, you're not allowed to come here.
The lack of self-awareness is like, how dare this bitch call me a crazy bitch? I'll show this crazy bitch who a crazy bitch is. I'm gonna
right. Right.
It's become cool to be the crazy person, so now you got to one up everybody.
Yeah.
Well, GM and John, I'm going to call it a night over here in the UK. It's early hours of the morning, and it's
all right, Billy.
It's my little goatee bedtime.
All right, Billy. Take it easy, bud.
Booking. Take care.
See you, man.
Later, Billy. Thanks.
Later, Billy. Fantastic.
Yeah, this is cool. I like this. Thank you for showing me this.
No problem. I keep it open in a separate window on my other monitor when I'm live streaming, just so I can kind of see it. I mean, one thing that's cool is because you can add a moderator from here. I don't think you can add a moderator from inside of StreamYard. You might be able to, I don't know. But you can, you can click on somebody and add them as a moderator here if you need to, or remove somebody real quickly if you need to. But this is, you can kind of monitor what's going on in your stream. It's probably not necessary, but like in the case of tonight, we were able to at least see where your views were actually at, since the number was fluctuating so much.
Yeah.
So, well, cool.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, girl. Looks like you've been streaming for 4 hours and 33 minutes.
I know, I gotta pee.
I'm about to get out of here anyways, girl.
Okay. All right, John.
Good,
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see you in the email soon.
Okay. Have a good night.
See ya.
Alrighty. Yeah, well, Minka. I don't necessarily even want to be on here. Like, I'm support staff. I'm not, I don't care about all the other stuff. Yes, absolutely. Here. Let me pee, though. Here, I'm going to add you to the panel before I do. And Self, if you want to come in. So you guys don't like the peace and quiet, huh? Yeah, that's what a lot of people are afraid of, too. Except, you know what? Every single feminist I've contacted, every single MRA I've messaged, every single chick that I've super chatted that I would have identified as a crazy bitch, they're all afraid of me. None of them want to have a conversation. So. All right, I'm going to go pee. I'll play my racial insensitivity training video that I made. Where is it? Here we go. Oh, hold on. It looks like somebody... Oh, Billy's video's here. How to not be an awesome parent. It's uploaded. Oh, I'm going to play Billy's video just because it's great. You guys will love this. Billy really knocked this out of the park. But I'll be right back.
You international parents are doing it all wrong. Honey, look at what this person is saying about your daddy. Come here, honey. I need you to help me feel better. Come show these people how smug and proud I am of myself. Now, you remember what to say, don't you? Go on, tell them. You don't hate your daddy, do you? Do you? Say it.
No.
Your dad is awesome, right?
Yeah.
Damn right. What do we say to them trolls?
Ugly. Awesome. Pretty.
What else?
Pedophile.
And?
Lawsuit.
And who don't we call?
C. P. S.
That's right, because if they get involved, it's not going to be because of anything I've done, is it? And what do we call that?
Incest.
No. Blame shifting. I'm not abusing you, am I? I'm not twisting your arm, am I?
Yeah. No.
Why are you pissing on the floor? Blink twice if you need help. Oh wait, you can't blink.
I've got an itch I can't scratch, I'm missing a piece that completes a whole part of me, an open wound scar to see. Everybody come here, gather round, welcome to the freak show, the best in town. What the hell's wrong with me? I don't get along with anybody, honestly. I've been living in my own head constantly, thoughts jumbled round, think I need a new lobotomy. Wait, all these thoughts are too negative. I don't wanna get lost in the sedative. Gotta show them what I got, I'm competitive. You know I'm about to go off, I won't let them win. I'll take a stab, I wanna chase the bag. I wanna weigh, I can change all the things I lack. I gotta face the facts, I got a taste in that. Got me obsessed with the rest, I got an itch to scratch. Lonely now, I'll give up everything.
Sick of the venom in my brain, running from the past, wanna escape my pain. I just wanna be a better person, I deserve this, I just wanna break these chains. Always destined for greatness, true to myself, I never fake it. Seen too many once, I just so they get famous. And when I say the truth, most really can't take it. In spite of everything I've been through, I'ma make it. Fake friends, but on my downfall is toxic. Day ones turned into outlaws for profit. Now all I do is write verses, no talking. All I do is put the work in, no option. This was everything I ever wanted, created a legacy off of me, just being honest. And the fake ones hate, but it's all to no avail. They wanna see me lose, but you know I never fail. I'll give up everything, daunting life. If I can see my dream, maybe I'll do
anything. I love that video. Did you like that, Vega?
I love Billy.
I know.
He's freaking awesome. I always wanted
Yeah,
to see you shift the perspective because it's based off of your experience. It's kind of like a lot of mothers will use the excuse of, oh, I did what I did for my kids for our survival, right? And you really beg the question, at what cost? Like, there's a quality of life too.
Yeah. Well, we have a mental illness problem in our society, and I grew up seeing firsthand how women use the system, use the government, use people. Like a woman that just uses her children as tools, as extensions of themselves or whatnot. Yeah. The terrible mothers in our society that are literally ruining the rest of society. Yeah.
You were the first person that suggested that it had to do with bad parenting that I heard. And I keep hearing that now, and it keeps making more and more sense. And even someone else said there was an era where everyone was having children, even if they didn't want to, and you ended up with bad parenting.
Yeah. By the way, I loved your mom. She was so funny.
Dude, so that was my point. people don't understand. They think that I'm like, because I've seen like Ash Thought would like call me crying. Whenever she would troll someone and they would troll her back, and she'd call me crying and stuff. And it's like, why are you crying? And because I was raised by that kind of mother, right? So like,
yeah.
Between my mom and my sister, my dad, like I live with trolls, or not live. I was living this week. I'm more and more aware of like, damn, I have a troll family. We all troll each other nonstop.
Yeah, it's called proper socialization.
Yeah, I was surprised you said arranged marriage, and my mom, she still shocks me because like I grew up with her like independent, but she's very much like, these are the, by the way, I'm not camming up because I got my tooth pulled, so I'm kind of retarded looking. See, look, I'm healing. But she shocks me because you're like arranged marriage, and she's like, I'd be open to it. And she's and you're like, okay, let's talk later. And she's like, I would talk to her. I'm like, the fuck? Alrighty then, Mom.
Well, I have a 6 foot, almost 6'3" 18-year-old son that wants a family. So I'm just planning for the future.
It's okay as long as he's okay with like, my sister is the biggest troll of everyone in the family.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure she'll grow out of that. I'm just saying, like,
I think she will. She's one of the things is I love Ruby so much because she can troll and she'll be mean, but her actions are completely the opposite. So this whole week she's been trolling me, but at the same time she was following me into every room. She wanted to sleep with me every night, so I would sleep in her room. Then we went to the living room. Then we took over my mom's room. Like, so the actions are completely different. It's just really funny, but it was really nice having you guys in the chat because it was like, I'm trying to show that like not all of us are like this, but there is something to say, which what you guys talked about today. Look at the parenting.
Yeah,
you kind of gauge what kind of person you're dealing with when you look at the parents and the relationship that the young adult has with their parents.
Yeah, Mark Ryan, absolutely. Anytime you want a woman to say all the things and you not get canceled for it.
Yeah, it's funny because I say a lot of the my guys like Self, Caduce, Rishi, Uncle Guns. I feel like they've like pushed me to be better and like open my eyes, and then you and Midtow have kind of like pushed me to not be afraid. Good. Yeah, because you remember the first stream, I was like, I'm scared, and now I'm like saying everything. I'm like,
yes. So did we kind of push you out of that learned helplessness state?
Yeah. That's why every time I have Kush on the panel too, it's Kush and Contriver and even Billy, like especially Kush though. Hey, perfect timing. The first interaction I had with Kush that learned victim behavior, I thought, oh, Kush is attacking me. Why is he attacking me? I'm trying to do good here. And it wasn't until hindsight that I was like, oh, wow, he's trying to help me not be scared. And so was Contriver, and so were you, in all three different ways. And it worked because it triggered that thing of like, why am I scared? And then I kept testing the waters. And I'm like, I'm not scared anymore. Fuck y'all.
Bullets. We don't bite unless you ask.
I'm okay. Thanks. I'm good on bites. What is this?
They can be bitey, but they really.
It's all in good fun.
Love nips.
Like, I'm just saying, it's all in good fun.
Yeah.
I
So I did not get a chance to catch up on your woman only panels. I wanted to ask you how they went. I was there for the first one for a little bit, and I kind of talked to Vega, and the conversations when Uncle Guns was there, like the responses out of the women during that little time, I was just like, yeah, I can't tonight.
right. So
But
this is the thing. I think it's hard for the usual viewers that come from the manosphere to understand. It's obviously we're still dealing with the pushback clearly, but what I keep on waiting for and watching and seeing is that on both streams that I've had a girls panel by different women, when a man has been explaining something, there comes a moment where the woman is like, I understand what you're saying, I can see your point, that makes sense. And that's what I'm looking for. Because that was my own experience. The first time I was like, yep, I'm gonna be on Kush's panel this Thursday or next.
Sweet.
Yeah, Thursday. But that was how I was when I first started waking up. I was like, I kind of get that, and so that's what I'm really, really looking for. And on both times that I had it, I'm like, all right, it was a success. In my eyes, it was a success. And and it's not a roasty panel, so I am not bringing on girls. Some might be questionable, but I'm not bringing on girls that are actual 304s. And even if they seem like it, I vetted them, so it's usually something that I see in them that wants to be better, but doesn't know how. So we'll see, man.
Have they been paying attention to the chat? Do they get triggered?
They do, but I told them before they come. I have the discussion with them before they come on. Like, usually people in this space will have a female panel, and it's either about dating or it's roasting the girls. I'm not doing either. My goal is to bridge the gap so that more women like you guys and like me can understand, and we can have these conversations with more like-minded women or women that are just curious. Because I learned this from you guys too, is if you control the women, you control the narrative. And so that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to infiltrate and bring more good women that are going to want to have discussions, not the women that gain anything from it other than being a better woman in their lives. So you've got, like this last week, you had Syria and Jessica. Both are nurses. Syria's but not like regular nurses. They're, I believe, LVNs, master's level educated nurses, which is, to me, it's different. You can tell in their behavior and all sorts of things. And both of them had very different opinions than what 304s typically have. Meaning, like, Syria is actually down to do 50-50 when her or her boyfriend visit each other, because they're doing a long distance thing. That's why she calls it complicated. She pays for her flight to see him. He pays for his flight to see her. And it's regular, right? Whereas most women would be like, no, he needs to pay. And she is willing to go 50-50. But it's also part of I've talked to many other men, passport broading or whatever, there's a lot more in the Hispanic culture willing to do 50-50 than in America. And so she was born in Mexico, came to the US. And the same thing with Jessica. Jessica came from a household with 2 doctors. And while they got divorced, the family unit was still a family unit. And when they asked her what she thought about marriage, and she's like, it's a financial agreement between 2 parties. And I was like, and this is my best friend of almost like 12 years. And I was taken aback. I didn't know she saw it that way. And I was like, damn, okay, maybe that's why we're friends. Like,
right.
Yeah, it's like you could see in my facial reaction. I was like, what? I didn't know Jess felt this way.
Right. That's cool. Yeah, we need to plant as many antivirus seeds as possible. I think you're really good. You have a lot more patience with those people than I do.
Yeah.
I think I'm just so, because I don't care about their feelings and you still do. So you're good for that.
Yeah, I'm still on both sides. So when they still get triggered, right? So you had someone like one guy that was he said he was with Undead Chronic the first week, come in and talking about their hymens and all that stuff. And I stopped it really quick. And I explained, I'm like, this isn't that kind of panel. And once I explained it, he was extremely respectful. And this is one thing, I don't know the chronic guy too well, but the few interactions that I've had with him and his people, as long as you don't take them out of pocket or out of context, they're pretty respectful in my eyes. And
now he's one of my favorite. Like,
so
so
this
and
guy said, oh, go ahead.
Wait, Minka, he works at a university.
Of course.
Yeah. So he's in the trenches, in the pits of hell at the institutions. So he knows exactly what the fuck's going on.
So
that's why he's completely anti-feminist, period.
Yeah. And so it's the same thing. Like I said, if you're respectful to them, to me, and my own personal experience with him and one of his people is that they are still respectful. That man first came in guns blazing about hymens, and when I explained it to him, he apologized and he's like, my apologies, I didn't realize that, no worries, good work, blah blah blah, still in the chats, right? But I stopped it. And in the second week when Kush came on, he was still, because Kush pushes the narrative or challenges the belief system, so that's why they get triggered, right? And so Syria immediately was getting triggered, and I had to stop it and explain, look, Kush is going to push on some belief systems, some boundaries, but he's helped me a lot in my experience, and he's very respectful. So anything that he says, if he's triggering you, it's just the words, but listen to what he's saying to give him a chance to explain the narrative and take it as a narrative. And then Syria calmed down, and then she's like, okay, I can understand that. Like, you know what I mean? So it's on both sides, because what I don't want to happen, I don't want the women to be attacked, and I don't want the men to be attacked. I want it to be where it's like, and it's, anyone can say whatever they want about my channel at this point. It's just, I want a clear narrative, because there are points that women made, but it's what I'm coming down to seeing is that in the era that these women grew up, like myself, my dad wasn't really good when I was younger, right? It's a fact. But I know that he had other issues that were preventing him from even his own life. And so there's a lot of healing that we did. And now my dad and I have like the best relationship. I freaking love my dad. Like, I always say that like my mom gave me strength and stuff, but I get my loosey goosey side from my dad. Anyway, so it's just women like around my age grew up with the mentality of men are bad because they leave their families. Because a lot of that, I mean, you also, again, though, it's not just that narrative. It came from the welfare system. It's not the men's fault either. That came straight from the government, from the welfare system, making sure that dads were out of the house until it became something that was social, right? It became a social issue. And you have these women that believe that is how it is, that is how it's always been, that's always how it's going to be. When in reality, we're in an era where more men want to be family men and protect and provide, and they just want to be respected and heard and understand. They already have it hard enough. And so for a woman to belittle them when they haven't really done anything, like you said, talking about the borderline personality disorders, I've primarily seen that in women, but it is a repercussion of single mother households. When you get I think it was Rich that said it perfectly. It's like, you have these women that grew up in single parent households, primarily women. Those women were not in control of their emotions and put on contriver, put on emotions onto the daughters. And then you have the fathers that had left the home. So with all of that, these women are stuck in that mentality of this is how men are. And we need to get to a place where it's like, no, you need to realize that most men in our society today actually want to be all of that. Most men that I talk to don't even talk about exercising their options. They just want respect. That, to me, that's like the bare minimum.
Yeah.
And so that's what this whole thing is about. I'm trying to get women to see how the judicial system is, how all the cards are stacked against the men, and to be able to have the conversation of why do we also implement such harsh, extreme beliefs on men when that's our issue.
Right.
But it can be changed too. Like I am I am proof of that, and I know a few other women that are proof of that. It's just about, I don't know how it's going to happen, but I'm hoping that more women are realizing, like, oh shoot, I do have the power to change our entire society.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah, no, but like you were before, you were afraid, even though you didn't really have a reason to be, because it's literally women in charge.
And I'm
so
not even talking about the afraid part. It's more about where I was even before that, thinking that I did think at one point men were the issue. So, and that's what I keep telling, like, it's like Jessica, she was on my channel and she was there for good evening, all you magnificent bastards. Hi, Uncle Guns. I was telling Jessica on the live, I'm like, you've known me for almost 12 years. When have you ever, you know that, like, how I used to be. So for me to be on the extreme all the way on this side, there has to be so much truth to the stuff that I'm saying and the stuff that the guys are saying that it totally made me go a 180. Like the judicial system, like the child support, alimony, how many women cheat. One of the big things that I found that I didn't know is that on average, women cheat just as much as men. So it's, you got men pointing the finger at women, women pointing the finger at men, and it's the both of them.
Right.
Like, it's pretty equal when it comes to cheating. Women just can hide it better.
Yeah.
But it's all of these factors that, like, if you're a good woman, if you're a decent human being, you're going to be able to see all of these things and realize, like, why are we all blaming each other? And then have the sit down of trying to understand, because
it's literally feminists' fault.
Right.
But also it's the people that allow these crazy bitches to do what they do's fault.
Right. But it's also the at a certain, there's a saying in like therapy, when you have like victim mentality that's holding you back, you'll usually be told something like, at a certain point in life, you are in a fork in the road and you decide to be and continue to be a victim.
Yeah.
Meaning you've had multiple opportunities to heal from this stuff, to change yourself, to change your narrative, to change your story. And you would rather hold on to that for dear life than make those changes, than to be better yourself. And so that's what I try and say to these women. It's like, okay, maybe you grew up without a dad. Maybe he wasn't there. Maybe your mom put all her feelings on you. Maybe society didn't treat you well, or you didn't get that job because you're a woman, or whatever the fuck it is that you think, right? But the reality is, just like me, I realize, oh shit, there are still ways that I have been choosing to be a victim, and I still get those. This isn't like, I'm not like perfect. I'm like, crap, here I go again. Here I did it again. Right. Like the guys are telling me to create shorts. I have enough content between TikTok and YouTube to be like swapping them and making the clips and doing all of that. And I'm exhausted. And the reality is that I know that if I was a man, I would have probably gotten it done regardless.
Right. Well, how are you with the technologies and editing and stuff?
I'm fantastic. I do it for a living.
Oh, well, then you really have no fucking excuse.
I know.
I mean,
I'm calling out my own bullshit. It's something that I haven't sat down to do, but like, it's the reality of the situation. And I'm saying it. I'm like, dude, if I was a dude, I probably would have gotten it done. They even exemplified it. They told Caduce, I think, had something that he needed to do. Self told him, and he did it right away. And they're like, see? And I'm like, damn it. I know. But the key element is that, like, I accept the responsibility and the accountability of my own behavior. Whereas before I would have been like, no, but I had the dentist and it was the holidays and I had a lot to do and the work and the this and the that. And it's like, no, it is what it is. You're either doing it or you're not.
Yeah, John, I don't know what's going on, man.
What happened? Oh, wow.
You guys don't have that many people in your Discord.
No.
Maybe it's a combination of him, your Discord, and John. I think John shared this on his channel. Thank you, John.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying when I know you say that you just want to be the support,
Mhm.
but I'm going to challenge that because the real change needs to come from women. And no, it's that's why I'm doing what I'm doing on my channel. It's like you
Mhm.
talk to me, control the women, you control the narrative. So if we
Yeah.
if we have more women, then we can actually not just change the narrative in YouTube land, but in real life, because you need those votes. You need those women making an impact. And we're starting to see it, but I'm gonna say this. I didn't realize this. I was watching basic cable TV at my mom's, and there was a TV show. I forgot what show it is. This woman has a talk show, and she had a man as a guest that's a speaker about men's rights and stuff. But when I watched it, he was saying that men are the victims and need to be in tune with their emotions and need to go to therapy and need to feel their feelings and need to be more emotional and meet all these things, and also need to be nicer to women and more chivalrous and all these things. And it's like, I'm watching it and I'm like, these mofos, they're taking manosphere pointing talks, but they're manipulating them into something that we're not saying that they are. Most of the time I hear here is like, especially Contriver, right? We talked about it. He said, Republican masculinity, masculine republic, feminine democracy, and then tyrant. And we're already at the feminine democracy.
No, we're at tyranny.
We are
Feminists are the tyrants.
Yeah, we are. But it's the issue is the narrative that they're saying is that men need to be more in tune with their feelings and emotions. In tune, fine. But feel your feelings and feel your emotions and all of this stuff. What I keep seeing is what I end up seeing happening is weaker men, because they're not taking care of themselves. They're overly worried about women's feelings in general. They are, you know what I mean? So that's the issue that we've had in our society. That's the issue in LA specifically. You have all these men talking about these things of like, oh, feelings and blah, 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 blah. Or you have the men that don't care about anybody's feelings, like the narcissists that use and manipulate and hurt people to gain whatever they want. And it's neither one of those are good. Meanwhile, in the rest of the US, when I've met all of these men in the manosphere, they are in tune with their emotions. They do have feelings, but they're not going to sit there and wallow in them. They're not going to like stop focusing on their work. They're not going to let themselves go just because they're so depressed.
Right.
And that's the big issue, where it's like, that's a woman thing. You're applying a woman feature or attribute onto men, and that's not healthy. That's going to make it worse.
And you know what? All the things that the feminists are always like, oh my God, we need men to do this. Like, they behave in a manner that doesn't deserve that kind of dignity and respect. So I don't think they get it. Like, I know you live in a different area, but the men that I come across, I mean, there's a small handful of super toxic ones, but the majority of men that I've come across in my entire life behave the same way feminists are like, oh, we need men to behave this way. I think they're just not behaving that way towards them.
Exactly. And that's, I mean, I could see it. I could see why it does so well in LA, because we have more toxic men than healthy men. But everywhere else in the world, might I add, you don't really have that many in comparison to toxic women.
Right.
And the way, what I try and get the women to see is like, most of the women are picking, I don't think it's 20%. I think it's like 30, maybe 35 to 40 even, of the male species. And so when you're only picking that small group, regardless, you're kind of regurgitating, you're all swapping the same stories and the same kind of toxic men. They are going to have more options. They are going to take you for granted. They are going to see that they're taken care of by the masses. There's just so many attributes in which at the end of the day, I see it as the women's responsibility. And you chose that. I take responsibility. My last actual relationship was toxic as hell, and I stayed in it. He cheated and I stayed in it. He messed around with my cousin. I stayed in it. I didn't know that part until later, but like, he turned everyone against me, saying I was all this terrible stuff. And I stayed in it. There's so many things that happened in that relationship. But if I look at all of my other ones, they were phenomenal men.
Yeah. So you
But-
volunteered for you taught that man how to treat you.
Yeah, by staying, you are that's the thing that I try and talk to the women about is like, you keep on looking at it at a victim. I know I'm not a victim. That's how I'm not mad at it about, or I am not angry or hurt or sad about that in any. I'm laughing for the most part now. I'm laughing at my stupidity. I'm
Right.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, and I also like to think that it is also a learning lesson in general. As human beings, we have bad relationships that we learn from them. We're like, oh, I don't want that, right? If you're a healthy person, you're going to say, that's not my cup of tea. But
right.
Also in retrospect, the problem I see for men is that there are more women that are like that than there are men.
Yeah.
So you have many men saying that most of their girlfriends or relationships were messed up, and you have many women only picking from a small group of men saying this is how all men are, when it's completely opposite.
Yeah.
So just
gone with Sean. He doesn't know you. John, this is Minka. She volunteered for the Crazy Bitch Boot Camp. I think she's one of the smart ones and saw the writing on the wall and knew that they would be mandatory at some point. So she wanted to get in early and voluntarily. So she can be an educator for the Crazy Bitch Boot Camp.
Well, it's not, I don't even see it as Crazy Bitch Boot Camp. I just see it as like, people keep asking me what my thing in the game is. I want to have kids. I'm terrified of having children in our society.
Yeah.
Like it's my daughter. I understand. My mom beat the living crap out of me. That was her form of discipline. And she was by herself. She always sat down with me and told me the whys, right? So I had a problem stealing scissors. That's what the introduction was. She's like, what the fuck was that? I had a magnet that had so many goddamn scissors that she's kept it all the years. And she's like, why? That was, and I know now that was a form of me acting out because dad wasn't around, right? But she put a kibosh on it real quick because she said, if you steal as an adult, you'll go to jail. I will lose you. You'll start hanging out with the wrong kind of people. She showed me all the repercussions of that one action. And I love my mom to death because especially when it comes to dating and the way that women are now, I mean, she definitely disciplined the crap out of me, but she always explained the why and the reasoning. And it has a lot to do with what's happening now. And the difference is that, like, I can see that. I think the only reason I'm based somewhat in reality is because she has taught me a lot. And when I came here, it all made sense. A lot of it coincided with what my mom said and taught me growing up. Like, don't sell yourself because you'll never be able to gain that side of your soul back.
Right.
And then I'm watching these men talk about these kind of women, but these women have a high body count, and women don't realize, like, that doesn't have to do with, it's not shaming you for, like, oh, you're a hoe and all this stuff. I don't even care about that part. But I said it on Obsidian stream is, if I sleep with 100 men, you better believe my personality is going to change.
Oh yeah. I mean, that could also be said for men with super high body count. Just from my personal observation, they're very emotionally unstable as well.
Right.
So.
But that's the thing where it's like, I'll tell you this, I don't see as many men with high body counts as I do women.
Right.
From my experience. And that's the issue. So you have, it's all about accountability. It's like the women see it as an insult when really it's like, no, it does change you. This is the real cold, hard truth. And even, let's say this, I know women that used to be hookers that changed their entire life, were able to get married and settle down and never want that type of life and are ashamed of it. Right. But you can also see that they actually put forth the effort in being better women to the point where you can actually change. You can make a huge 180. It's just it takes that accountability of saying, I did this to myself. I really behaved this way because I had low self-esteem, or dad wasn't around, or mom beat me, or whatever your story is. It takes that personal accountability to be able to make a change, a valid change in your life and personality and way of thinking, which women don't want to do.
Right. Until they have to. Which they will. Eventually.
Fucking guns.
Sooner than later.
Yeah. It's just what I will do is probably, if we've got some crazy women that come my way, I'll be like, yeah, you can come on a stream, and then I'll have you and some people come and just roast the crap out of her, because it's like there's no point in talking to you. It's
no, I want to talk to him.
I know, but like I know you do, but meaning there's no point in having them on my girls' night, because that's not the type of female I want.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, they're never gonna have the capacity to be like, I could see that you might have a point there. There's none of that in there. They are set in their ways, and I only want the women for girls' night to be something that I can see. Like one of the loudest girls on the first week, she may seem like a 304 on all these things. She even says, like, this is the kind of guy I want. But when you talk to her about how to be a better woman, she's just as eager. That's the thing that I noticed, is like, even on the first night that I met those girls on the dating show, the Hispanic dating show. I still got to upload that. She is, it's a little off-putting, some of the things that she says, but as a human being, when I started talking to her about her own accountability, she saw how that correlated to how her future is going. Because I called her out on it. I'm like, this attitude you have isn't just going to hinder you in dating and relationships. The only kind of guy you're going to attract is the guy that knows that you're weak because you have to protect yourself. Yeah. And so that's the reason you get those kind of guys, and they're going to mess you up. And it's the same thing in work. It's the same thing with friendships. I can guarantee you have some hating ass women around you because you have that shield up. It's a telltale sign you are severely insecure. You need to have that attitude to essentially feel okay or feel protected. And as soon as I said that, it was like she understood that, and she kept asking questions of, then how can I be better? Then how do I change that? What do I do to like get rid of that feeling of needing to protect myself? Those are the women that I want, because I can actually talk to those women. If I say that to 304, she's going to be like, no, a man should 100% take me as I am, all my battle wounds and scars. And it's like, no, bitch, it don't work like that. That's the brainwash you've gotten. It's like me. I was dressing like those pictures on my IG aren't even it. I had worse pictures and I took them down. And that's the thing, that like the ones that I have, I'm like, I'm going to keep these to still show women like I do associate with you. I wasn't picture perfect. I wasn't any of these things. A lot of the things that I've implemented in my life now, I've learned from these men. And I mean, I'm really, really grateful. But I did believe that a man should take me as I am, dressed the way that I am, that there was nothing wrong with it. Quote, a real man wouldn't care. It's like, no, the opposite is
right. Anytime I hear a woman start a sentence with a real man, I instantly cringe, man, because that is typical feminist shaming language. And I mean, there's times where like had discussions with guys and stuff, and we've played videos, and just looking at the man's face when they witness a woman say a real man, it's like it's super off-putting to them because they're tired of fucking hearing it. Like it's been a typical feminist shaming tactic,
right?
And it's so overused.
And this is the way that I explain it now, right? Just based off my own learning experience is if I want what I deem as a high value man, which doesn't actually have to do with money. Obviously, financial stability is a must for me. I don't want someone that's going to go gambling every weekend. But I'm not looking for like the $1 million man. I'm looking for the morals and values. I'm looking for someone that doesn't want to exercise their options. I'm looking for all that. A good person that I can see as a good father, right? And if I want that kind of person, do I really think that they're looking at someone that looks half naked and saying, wow, that looks like a good person
Right.
to raise children? No, that I was clearly exemplifying I would not be a fit mother.
Right, exactly.
And that's the big game changer that I try to show more women is like, you have it totally skewed. You think this is okay and you want a man to accept you, but you're not thinking like a man. If a
Right.
man sees that kind of behavior, they're thinking, oh no, here comes trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they think, here's the worst part, because I've gotten a lot of women in my TikToks videos. Anyways, I have TikTok videos calling out the women saying like, if you've done sex worker stuff, like you aren't going to attract good men. And so you have these women in my comment section saying, I've seen many women that were sex workers end up with good men and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we've all seen those examples, but in what respect? Because they're not, I mean, I can tell you this, one of my girls that I still am friends with actually was a sex worker, and she was a top tier, like we're talking like almost $3,000 a meeting, right? She was very well off, and one of her clients fell for her and she fell for him. And she had a history of SA in her childhood years, right? Psychologically, you can understand that she's looking for that protective figure, and it kind of matches. Like a big thing that people don't talk about is like, if you have one person fucked up in this way and another person fucked up in a similar way, they kind of match, and when they come together, it works. And but those are very few and far in between. So you have these,
so it's a possibility instead of a probability.
Exactly. And you have these women making it seem like that is the reality. And that's the problem is you have, so let's say you have 10 women out of 1 million here in LA that get that story. The rest of the women utilize those 10 stories as, see, it's very probable. And it's like, no, those are like 1 in a million. It's a freaking magical thing that it even worked in that situation. And if you look at all the storylines, you can see why it worked. That's not typically what happens.
Right.
Especially when you have more good men than bad men.
Right. Right. In less good women than bad women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
we're not a very good evolutionary match for each other at the moment for long-term stability.
Which is why I keep harping on talking to the women, because and this is a fine line that I'm treading very lightly, and I'll probably end the women's night after I get a certain percentage of women viewing it, and after a certain period of my channel growing, because there's a very big issue with, if I continue to, let's say hypothetically, I can continue to invite the women, I get 10,000 subscribers, constant women's panel every week. The narrative has already spread that women need to take a stand. The reason I'm going to end it is because if that continues and I continue growing, then I make it okay for any woman to come into the manosphere. And as we know, that's a big issue because you have the bad apples thinking they can take advantage. And
well,
so
you're not in the manosphere though.
Right, but it's still associated. You still have the men in the manosphere in the chats and in the comments and all of that. So my fear is bringing too many for too long a period of time will make it okay for them. And I want to make sure I kibosh that before. I just want to get women on my channel.
Yeah. But your channel is dedicated to talking to women.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of male guidance in the direction your channel goes. So, I mean, just because they're on your channel doesn't mean you're in the manosphere. They're technically in the woman's sphere. Just, offering
100%.
offering guidance, yeah.
But that's we're going to have to eventually create a section for women just to be there to support, because the problem is, again, yes, I'm not all it takes, let me put it this way. My fear is all it takes is a woman to reach out to one of the guys in the comment section and let's say do whatever, and boom, he's a white knight. She's manipulating him. That's what I don't want.
It's gonna happen. I mean, there's a literal white knight from China, commie Canada, that's literally white knighting for a crazy bitch as we speak. She took advantage of him. She emotionally terrorized him. She lied to him. She led him on. She stroked his ego when, he did despicable and very dishonorable things. And she led him on purpose because she predated on that man, knowing damn well how emotionally and mentally unstable he was. So he's currently causing quite a ruckus. Like it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to create more problems. I want to help. So I just see it as a possible potential threat.
Wow, but they're just crazy bitches. I mean, yeah.
I'm like laughing. I was telling the guys the other day, I was laughing because I'm like, yo, we had the crazy bitch crew over there saying that Uncle Guns wanted to have a simp TV show, and which was not actually what happened. It was a joke. It was literally, we were talking about white knights, and he was like basically making fun of the white knights and making fun of the women. And they took it upon themselves to start calling him a dating coach, which he's not, and start calling him all sorts of things. Now it's a funny joke. I'm like, sign up for Uncle Gun's course for $199 a month. Right. But now you have these same women going on stream and pointing at all the simps that they have and laughing at them.
Oh yeah.
They're literally saying it doesn't matter what we do. The simps just keep on coming.
Yeah.
And I'm, you fucking bitches.
Yeah. Well, they are. But the smart guys, the guys who aren't weak, the guys who aren't feminists, the guys who have seen this shit before, the guys that have had various levels of training through experience and, have really good foundation of ethics, morals, principles. Like, those guys aren't going to be taken advantage of. And usually the other guys will kind of sort the other ones out. They'll call them out. Like, the men should be sorting out the men, and we need to sort out the women.
Yeah. Well, and I see like Bullets for Keith comment saying you're never going to see this stuff on TV. Oh, you're seeing it, just a manipulated version where they want men to be weaker. They're talking about like, we should consider men's rights and men's feelings, and men have feelings too. And you have a man talking about how he wasn't in tune with his emotions, and now he feels all feelings, and he feels the woman's feelings too. And it's just like, I was watching, I'm like, this is fucked up. This is the opposite. What? They're making it seem like a goddamn white knight for all womankind.
Right?
What? I'm like, what? This ain't right. This is wrong. I think every time that there have been men that were going to mainstream media, the mainstream media tries to manipulate what the men are saying to fit their need. So if a man talks about how hard it is to whatever, let's say, find a good woman, they're going to talk about how hard it is for women to find good men. It's weird.
And I would ask him, what exactly do you mean by good?
Yeah.
Are you looking for a slave, or are you looking for a good man? Because everything that you say sounds to me like you want a slave, you crazy feminist tyrannical bitch.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even like I said, the relationships, the friendships that I have with the men online in the manosphere, right? give me pointers. They wake me up. They're like, bitch, you're fucking crazy. And I'll be
Yeah.
like, damn it, I am. Like
Right.
everything that they say is always of my own benefit, and I'd never try to take it as an insult.
Right.
Sometimes I'm overwhelmed and I'm emotional for sure. I'm still a female, but like for the most part, I try not to, and I'm usually relatively good, and I don't take it personal. But that notion that you're talking about, a lot of women think they need to find the quote nice guy, and the nice guy is pretty much the worst thing you could probably find. It's the good men that I found are just not simps. They're not going to take your bullshit. They're going to tell you how it is, but they are probably the best men that I've met.
But what do you mean by nice? I don't think it's nice to lie. I don't think it's nice to be subservient
Yeah.
to my queen. I don't think it's nice to be overly coddling and catering. I don't think it's nice to let a woman take fucking advantage of you. So
100%. Well, you're hitting the nail on the coffin. That's the narrative. That everything that you just explained is
Yeah.
what women believe men should be, and quote, be the nice guy. The reality is those are the worst ones, because they will lie to you so that they quote don't hurt your feelings. They'll manipulate you so that you don't freak out on them.
Right.
And there's a necessity for that, for them to have self-preservation. But
Yeah.
the real that's why I keep saying I'm like the good men, not the nice guys, the good men. Because I've had a woman literally tell me, you think those people, those guys that you're with are nice guys? You think they're good guys? And I was both, right? And
Yeah.
I was laughing too. I'm like, honestly, two of them are like golden boys, because they're pretty much in the background and they're still in, but they're not like trying to cause a ruckus. And then two of them are basically like the devil in disguise. I really love them. But they're not, and this is what I've found since being around these guys. Most of the time, these guys will not do anything. They're not hurting anybody, they're not attacking anybody. They get attacked and they still don't do anything for months on end until there's a certain attack that requires pushback. And then when they finally lay down the hammer of like, bitch, you're fucking crazy, and these women get all rattled up, they're like, oh my God, these guys are so mean. And I'm like, I watched the whole thing. You kept pushing and pushing and pushing. And like, I'm not going to lie that I'm watching Ashley go through the Manosphere, and I'm watching her psychologically fuck these men. Whether they want to admit it or not, she fucked me. Like, I came out of there and didn't realize how badly she was messing with my head of like having to deal with that tyranny over and over again, hearing this, hearing that, hearing the rumors she's saying, and hearing how she's just talking and making up rumors about everybody. I mean, she said that I slept with Caduce. Caduce is 25 years old in a different state as a med student, and then she accused me of wanting her 17-year-old niece. Like, it's the kind of things that were being said at that point. It's like, you deserve the pushback. But then when they, like I said, they're not nice guys, they're gonna lay down the hammer. And so when the hammer was laid down, you had these white knights coming out of the woodworks like, oh my God, I can't believe you would say that about her, she's so nice, and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, yo, this is messed up, because I see the men as victims and these women as tyrants, because I'm watching it. And it's, you can also place this in reality when you see a man that by all accounts is pretty level-headed, has good relationships with his friends, his family, and then you see him freak out on a female.
Yeah.
Like, you see him flip out. I no longer see that as a man that can't control his emotions or is angry or irate. I see that as a man that has been pushed over the edge.
Right. Yeah. The nicest guys I know are all assholes. So the lying crazy bitch feminists say.
Yeah, I see the best, and the best guys that I've met are just ruthless in a good way. They're going to self-preserve. If you're their friend, they're going to have your back. If you like, it's, I mean, I've seen it in MGTOW, I've seen it in Black Pill, I've even seen it in Red Pill and the Passport Bros. In every sector. They're, it's funny because the bare minimum that these men are asking for, the most that they harp on, respect and honor. That's it.
Yeah.
They're not,
Yeah.
they even say themselves, and I hear it all the time, they say, we understand how women are. We understand the nature of women. We're just asking for this.
Yeah.
They're not even asking they're not asking a huge change from women. Just don't push them.
Well, and treat, men
Yeah.
with dignity and respect like humans. But the feminists can't do that because the feminists think they're goddesses, right? So they're gonna treat the men like they're below them. I mean, it's all about female dominance and supremacy.
Yeah, well, and it's funny because I'm watching it. We've been calling it for months now that it's like Ashley went with Alex and Greg Lurick, right? And I first one publicly saying it. Greg Lurick's next, and first one when I said Guybro was next. Boom, Guybro disappeared. Next, we have Greg Lurick. Next, we have Alex, which is basically her essentially her mentor that brought her in, anyways. And I'm watching her basically churn on them, and it's funny because I'm like, what did y'all think was going to happen?
Right.
Like, did you think that she was loyal and stable enough in any capacity to like actually stick with you? And it's
well, she belongs in the petting zoo culture, though. She's such a fucking whore. Like all the PUAs that they all have constant sex on the mind. They're addicts. They don't even have good memories. Like they kind of belong in the same little zoo. So
yeah, it's just funny again because I'm like, I'm watching it happen in real time, and it's you, like you said earlier, you have men on the other side that don't realize they're messing up too. Like the example I gave was I like Chronic because he's non-threatening. To me, I don't see him as someone that's like trying to mess people up. And I say that because I was on a panel with him and Greg and Duke from Duke and Dawn. And so Chronic said he wants a virgin. He wants this type of woman. If he were to have a, oh, Jesus. And he would want her to know how to shoot and not have relations with men, not have male friendships, right? Everything I've learned here from the men is, I get it. I already know that if I have a male friend, more than likely he wants to have sex with me. That's already been established. And I usually now I don't really go out, but anyways, that's there. So if I was married, I would 100% understand my husband not wanting me to have male friendships. That makes sense to me. Right. Number two, he's saying that he wants them to learn how to shoot. So not only do you want to protect her, but you're also saying you want her to learn how to protect herself. A man teaching a woman how to shoot is a great thing. That's number two, right? Mm-hmm. And then number three, she wouldn't have to worry about anything. He's 110% going to protect, provide, and make sure she's not financially, she's taken care of. Mm-hmm. So then Duke turns around and he tells me, Minka, he would want you to be in the home all the time, 24/7, and not have any friendships and not be able to do anything ever again. And I was, you see what I mean?
So he's a feminist? He's a feminist puppet?
I don't know what he is, because I thought he was, I don't know, but I will tell you, like, that took me aback, and I'm friends with Duke, and I had to tell him, like, no, you're tripping. Like, he told me a different story than what you're telling me, and I'm saying, and everything that I just broke down, I broke down there. And then even Chronic told me, he's like, look, we both know you're not my type, right? And I was like, right. And he's like, you're not a virgin. I'm like, I get it. No hymen, no diamond, man. It's your preference. But that exchange, as long as I was respectful to him and not taking out of context what he was saying, he was respectful to me. And what my experience has been is I've had people tell me, oh, don't mess with the black pillars. They're some sort of scary thing. They're just based in the ultimate reality, in my opinion, from what I experienced. They woke me the fuck up. Then they said, don't mess with MGTOW because they hate women. I mean, you guys have educated me the most on yeah, that you guys, the men have educated me the most on the actual reality of how the judicial system is set up, the issues that they're facing, the way that women treat them, the inequality that they have in regards to women, and the power that women hold, and the unwillingness that women have to even meet them halfway, right? And so again, that's a false narrative. Then they told me like Chronic is a terrifying like terrorist or something. And if he was a terrorist and I'm not a virgin and I represent like the way that I look, if you look at my Instagram, it's, I mean, even my picture right now, you like, he was nothing but respectful. We're chilling. So I just keep on seeing this false narrative about different subsectors and all this stuff. And it's like, no, if anything, I get more value from learning from everyone. Because now it's like where I wanted to get married by like a regular person for everything. I'm like, I don't really care about the government being in my business. The only thing I require is a ceremony. I want a big ass ceremony.
Right.
And to me, it's because it's a celebration. I want the fun thing. Like, it's, but the actual paperwork, like, no, like, I mean, someone else said it too. If a high, like one of those really rich guys said that he pays his wife, that she gets her own bank account. They have a joint bank account where the bills come from, his bank account from his money that he makes, and a bank account for her that she gets an allowance from monthly. And what she does with that is more than enough throughout the year to be able to save if she ever needs it. But if she doesn't save it, that's on her. So at the end, if they were to hypothetically divorce, he has it set up so that she cannot access those things. It's like in a trust that we talked about with Todd Allen yesterday, the kind of trust that is not his per se, it's his company's, and the trustee is in charge of it and it's overseas. So the women can't get a hold of it. And to me, that whole situation makes fucking perfect sense, because as a man, you're providing and protecting for your children. As a man, you're still providing and protecting for your wife. You're even giving her an allowance so that in case of anything, she could do she could protect, like she could have money to fall back on, but it's her responsibility. So at the end of the marriage, if they were to get a divorce, she can't say, oh, I want more, I didn't save anything. Well, the agreement was you should have saved just in case, and you never did. It's not on me. It just made, that was the most fair thing that I've heard of thus far.
Yeah. It's
also unreasonable if the average medium is about $44,000 a year through the United States.
Right.
Like I said, y'all have changed the crap out of me.
That's good. That means the Crazy Bitch Boot Camp's working. And we didn't even have to starve you or make you fear for your life. So I think we're doing pretty good. You're doing pretty good.
I think so. It's been interesting, but I feel, because it's funny, I'm not here to hate women either. I am a woman. I haven't had the experiences you've had. I've had the experiences like you saw with my mom and my sister. We troll each other. We're still women. My mom and I still fight regularly. Our personalities differ so much, but it's gotten to the point where she yells at me and I just smile and I love her and I hug her and I'm like, you're so cute. Like,
well,
so I know
and I don't really hate women either. I just hate feminists because I don't really see them as women. They act like men. Like, they act like commies. I know commies aren't even people, so I don't even see them as people, let alone women.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
so I just hate liars, Minka. I hate fakes. I hate cowards. I hate malicious, toxic women that continuously get away with what they know damn well they are getting away with.
Yeah.
Crazy bitches. I just hate crazy bitches.
And they are fucking crazy.
They are.
I have a friend that was suggesting that I go to like nightclubs and interview women.
Oh God.
And I know. I'm like, dude, I just got out of that. Like, I don't know if I could be in, because that's the thing that has significantly changed in my life. Like, I can't go out now. It's so difficult for me. I have to be with someone that I really love, that I really trust, that I'm really like, if I go out with my friends, I'm only focused on my friends. If I go out with my girlfriend Jessica's coming to visit me this weekend, tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm.
I know I'm going to go out with her and we're going to have a great time because we act like a bunch of retards, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not for the purpose of finding a man or doing it. We are retarded and I love every second of it. But the idea of going to a nightclub and interviewing these women, when I see right off of the bat what they are, what they're looking for, what they're about, the kind of behavior, I'm like, dude, I don't know if I feel like I'll end up, I'm scared of certain things that like I'll end up hating women.
Well, if I were you, since you actually want to talk to women, there's a lot of women that I think a lot of men don't see because they're not super thoughty. They're not, this super hyper idealized version of their dream girl or whatever. And they don't quite look maybe like what you would find on TV. Like find some of those women and interview those.
You're gonna get the same shit. That's the worst part. That's the thing that sorry, it just I mean, here, have you seen that interview? There's a lady that is, I forgot what she is, but she did a interview just like you're talking about with average women. And these women weren't the college educated women that are conservative. They're not dressed like thoughts. They don't have heavy makeup. They want to be moms. And the unrealistic expectations are fucking nuts. Like, not a single one of them said less than 650,000.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm telling
Whoa.
you. I'm telling you. Like, I wish to me, it doesn't matter what a girl looks like. It matters what she says and everything, that I can have her on my panel. That's what it comes down to, because you could be conservative, you could be a thought, but the majority of women are fucking delusional. I don't know where this narrative came from that you think the average is $100,000 a year.
Well,
when we're in recession.
So no. I think that has to do with comparing it to what they're making. We have women graduating twice as many from university as men. All right. A lot of these women that you talk to that have those beliefs are making money. So hypergamy is a thing. Okay. So a woman needs, a woman isn't going to be satisfied with a man that probably makes less than her. So she's comparing what her ideal is based on what she's already bringing in. Whether it be, her, degree, her government job, her, her OnlyFans, whatever. Like her Hooters. Like, I don't know how much. I mean, just on Fresh and Fit, I've seen a lot of different women. What's funny is when they have those panels and they go around and say like what degree they have, how many psychology degree holding thoughts that they can gather up.
None. I was on that panel and like a lot of the girls said that they had degrees, and it's like, from where? I mean, where did you graduate from? Because what you're saying doesn't make any sense.
Right. A lot of them have psychology or political science or, something in the humanities, something with studies attached to it.
Right.
That isn't.
But again, it's just like you guys talked about. A lot of the stuff that you covered tonight with Billy and Rich and I think it was John.
Rusty and John. Yeah.
It's Rusty and John. There you go. It's a lot of the things that they were saying are not covered in a psychological or a psychology class. They're talking about it in an analytical standpoint. This is the bad stuff of what it is. This is how you can see it, blah, 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 blah. But they're not actually talking about like what the ramifications are, what kind of issues that men and women are facing when dealing with these kind of people, what And that needs to be harped on, because instead what psychologists are looking at these people as, and it's true, they either way they are some sort of victim from their upbringing. Narcissists were with, I'll tell you this, my ex was a narcissist, right? But if you look at his parents, they harped on success. And every time I would tell my mom, I'm like, his parents were nothing but nice to me, but there was a feeling that it was just cold, and I could never understand it, right? And so the guys kind of harped on me. So his dad was a professional basketball player, and that's why his mom was looking at me sideways all the time, thinking that I'm a thought trying to catch a one-way train, even though he wasn't a successful basketball player. I'm like, you're retarded. He's not, you know what I mean? But he himself was a victim because his parents, so whatever, I'll be transparent. It's not like they watch the shit anyways, and I'm never going to name the name.
The catch is here. Hi, catch.
And I'll never name names to be disrespectful. But his dad cheated on his mom, and he's watched it happen, and his dad went overseas. So during the time that his mom was taking care of him, and it was just him, all of her emotions went on him. And in contrast, anytime he had emotions around his dad, it was stopped real quick. Don't cry. Shut up. Do this, do that. And so when you grow up in an environment where you are not allowed to have your own emotions, one of two things happen. Either you become hyper attentive to emotions to the point that you feel everybody's emotions around you, or you become hyper focused on your own emotions so that other people's emotions don't affect you.
Or, hey, I'm going to throw in a third. You confuse your emotions other people's. So these super galactic empaths, they're constantly like, oh my God, I can feel your spirit. It's literally theirs, but they're projecting it onto you for some reason. I run into that with these crazy bitches. All their, accusations and all that. They want to project their feelings and their emotions onto me. And I'm like, you don't know me.
So I actually want to utilize that, though. That's the reason why you see the interviews that I'm having. I'm trying to get to the root of why the men joined the manosphere, why they feel safer here, why they chose MGTOW, why they chose Passport, why they chose Black Pill, why they chose Red Pill. Because at the end of each story, you get to the part of like what a woman did to destroy them. And what my goal is to, as so many women, empathy women say, they feel feelings and feel okay. Well, if you feel feelings and you feel emotions, feel this. Understand this. Do you see how you can, what it takes to actually break a person from an entire gender?
Sex.
Yeah. It's
sex.
Gender's
commie language. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Gender's SJW language.
It's still taking some time to reprogram me, guys.
I know. No, sex is back to the basics, back to biology instead of language. These crazy bitches pulled gender identity out of language. Like gender was only ever to describe a masculine or feminine word, right?
Yeah,
and now there's 97 of them, along with the definitions of stuff that the feminists have been changing in the past over 100 years, because for some reason, and we talked about the reason before, but these men submitted to the tyrannical matriarchy and allowed these women into our major universities. And I think that was a huge mistake.
Right. And it's just, I'm trying to look at, like I said, it's the tactic that I'm using is if you have all these emotions and all these feelings, then look at this and feel these feelings. Look at this story and understand this. Because then you're going to have more women that are going to be like, hopefully, my hope is that you will have more good women being like, this is wrong. This is not fair. Because that was my experience. My experience was like, oh, it's not my first experience with the manosphere was pickup artists in real life.
Mm.
So I totally thought manosphere is like crap and all these terrible things. And then I came here and I'm like, this was the first thing that hit me. It's like, no, this is a reaction of what's been happening to these men.
Yeah. By the way, hello, Contriver.
Hi, Contriver.
Hello, Ma. Hello, Minka.
I get so
Well,
excited.
I'm glad you're here because I have to use the facilities, and you can keep Minka company while I'm gone.
Okay, sure.
I'll be right back, Minka.
No
Okay.
worries.
Okay.
How are
Yeah.
you, How are you, Contriver?
I'm better than I deserve,
Always, sir.
always. Well, if you see McCarthy in the American history of politics, if we would see McCarthy, when he was saying, oh, he's a commie, he's a commie, he's a commie, that actually was true. And it actually was revealed by the declassified files after the disintegration of the erstwhile Soviet Union. And some of these KGB defectors and people like Mitrokhin, actually, they took away all the cables and the records, and they flew to some country like France or Sweden or somewhere where they would have, been reinstated by those respective governments as defectors from the erstwhile KGB.
Contriver? Contriver, I think your audio went out.
No, it was just that I was I was drinking water actually.
Oh,
So that was
got it.
that. Okay. So in KGB, what used to happen is just like Yuri Bezmenov. Now, this is another paradigm shift I am giving you some of the nuggets. When KGB defector Yuri Bezmenov actually defected to Canada from India, and then many of the defectors of the similar caliber from KGB defected just right before the disintegration of the Soviet Union. They took away all the records, they took away all the cables, all the archives, and there is something called Mitrokhin archives. In that archives, which was said that these very people who were fired from the States Department, who were working in the States Department as a mole, they were actually fired from the States Department by McCarthy. He was just having a gut feeling that he's a commie, he's a commie, he's a commie, or she's a commie. It was later revealed that that gut feeling was true because in the Mitrokhin archives from the KGB, it was later declassified and revealed that these all were on the payroll of the KGB.
Yeah. It's uncanny the stories that you tell with and like through history. We're basically seeing history repeat itself.
And this is the shall we say the bizarre part, because all these people, all these commies who were fired from the US States Department by McCarthy, within 1 year, all of them were recruited back to the universities.
Mm-hmm. And guess what? McCarthy missed all the feminists, the females. I didn't hear about any of those that got thrown out of helicopters.
Oh yes, because if you would see University of California, UCLA or whatever, these used to be red bastions back in the 60s,
Mm-hmm.
even till the later 70s. I mean, you could see Republican Party, and you could see all these workers. How did this happen? Because there was someone a chap who goes by the name Alexander Trachenberg. He said that communism and Marxism is such a word that has been, and this is what he said in Madison Square Stadium or Garden, I don't know, Madison Square in New York. And he said that we have used these many terms that the average American has been become a little somewhat sensitive to all these claims of Marxism or communism. So we should bring it via other ways. And this is what he said in back in the 60s. He said that we shall bring it via other means, via the back door, and that shall be feminism, LGBT, intersectionality, and there you go.
Well, and you know what? I have a theory that in the entire history of forever, when women, well, there was a time where women were actually punished properly for malicious and malevolent thing that would like cause men to war each other.
Oh yeah,
But
surely.
not for a long time though, contrivers. So I think there have been times in our history where the men got blamed for what women have actually been doing behind the scenes.
And I shall give you one example from ancient China. Uh, there was a concubine of all people. The king used to have many concubines and maidens back in the days. One of the concubines actually ensnared and enchanted a man while they're intercourse. That, that woman, that princess from that very kingdom is very, very, shall we say, beautiful. So, I mean, she actually should be in the king's courtyard. This is what she said, which led to China invading.
What is that noise?
Oh, someone is actually parking a car.
Okay. Yeah, I had to share Hammerhand's post today. He's like, now I find myself in the awkward position of rooting for China. Taiwanese president said that she would not be intimidated by Chinese threats. Make no mistake, she told Taiwan's lawmakers. If China were to invade, everything we hold dear would be destroyed. LGBTQ plus rights, feminism, freedom of abortion, and freedom for women and girls. So I need to point something out here because this is how the feminists do it, okay? Now, at the root, we have, freedom for women and girls, freedom of abortion, feminism. Okay, this is all the same thing. They are using LGBTQ rights as a shield because they actually cause this shit. But LGBTQ gets most of the flack right now, and it keeps the focus off of what the feminists are doing. So yes, China knows. China's been talking about it for a while. So has Vladimir Putin in Russia. I mean, we had 4 years of Russia, because all those crazy bitches in our government knew damn well that he was sorting out his feminism problem in his country.
No, he actually did. If you would see, search on the search bar, pussy riots. It happened in Russia. And do you know what was that? A bunch of feminists got together as a marching band or as a band, musical band, and they vandalized an Orthodox Christian church, the oldest Orthodox Christian church in Russia. And they were punished for that. Pussy riot. See? Russian feminist protest and performance art group based in Moscow that became popular for its provocative punk rock music, which later turned into a more accessible style. Founded in August 2011, it has had a membership of approximately 11 women. The group staged unauthorized, provocative guerrilla gigs in public places. These performances were filmed as music videos and posted on the internet. This group's lyrical themes included feminism, LGBT rights, opposed to Russian President Vladimir Putin and his policies, and Putin's link to the leadership of Russian Orthodox Church. Yes, this church was vandalized. They threw Molotov cocktails over there.
Wow. Huh. Very, very suffragette esque.
See the second paragraph. The group gained global notoriety when five members of the group staged a performance inside Moscow's Cathedral of Christ the Savior on February 21, 2012. The group's actions were condemned as sacrilegious by the Orthodox clergy and eventually stopped by church security officials. These women said their protest was directed at Orthodox Church leaders' support for Putin during his election campaign, were arrested with hooliganism. But basically, what they did was they vandalized the church. Big deal.
Well, its trial and sentence attracted considerable attention, particularly in the West. Of course, it would draw our attention. The case was taken up by the human rights groups, including Amnesty International.
Amnesty
Prisoners
International, it is a UK-based group.
Yeah.
Conscience. And by a number of prominent entertainers.
Of course, our entertainers.
See, the next line, you missed the part. Public opinion in Russia was generally less sympathetic towards the band members. Why is that? And there is a psychology degree holder amongst us. She would tell us why. Because subconsciously, it is our biological imperative to protect the bearers of the golden vagina.
There you go. There you have it.
Society shields women even from themselves.
Yep.
Damn enablers.
Our miss is again proof in the pudding. We just see history repeating itself.
Yeah.
Oh, but the Roman Empire was the same. What happened was all these Germanic pagans, like the Goths and others, they were inducted in the Roman Empire as mercenaries. It is one of the world's oldest profession, being a hired gun for a man. And since the men who could fight for the Roman Republic left the Roman Republic, and why they left is not told, but 2000 years ago, women started aborting their own children without any contraceptives and any new medical science explorations. They could do that traditionally.
Hey, we got bullets here.
Oh.
Hey, bullets.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
How you doing? Hey, contriver, Minka.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Namaste, sir.
Right on, right on. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, it's getting there.
Yeah.
I don't know about you chaps, but it is still 31st of December and it is 10 o'clock in the morning over here.
Oh yeah, we're a little behind you though.
Yeah, so I guess you'll celebrate New Year before everybody there, contriver.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it. Goodbye, 2022. In 2023 with cheaper GPU prices, hopefully. I'm trying to build a gaming system here.
Minka's got to go, by the way. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Me and Mika were talking about doing a stream together. I guess we can do it on your channel if that's cool. It's up to you.
We could do it wherever. I'm excited. Literally wherever. It's
right.
I've been focusing on doing a lot of interviews on different sectors, so I'm really excited to. I think the next month, hopefully, between interviews, going to more people's panels, or even supporting just in the chat.
Right. I think it'd be better if we can do it on. If you're cool with it, we could do it on yours because I think would have a greater outreach to your community.
Okay.
That's something I encourage everybody else to do is to reach out to, surrounding communities in the manosphere, to keep the conversation going.
Yeah, and there's I think Rishi dropped the link for the Discord that we have. It's the Autonomous Discord, and it's not, I say we just because I'm in it, but I don't do anything there. But it's really cool because they have bots that like automatically will repost the live that you drop on there under the live streams. It's really, they did a lot of work to reorganize it and make it really, really good. So it's good for anybody who wants to join. That way we can keep on reposting content and making announcements and getting people in touch with each other to network. It's really, if anyone wants to join.
Is that the autonomy server?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in there, and I did drop my latest vid in there today too. So
awesome.
It's really cool if the bots worked and it helped get the link out for that.
I'll take a look and see where you dropped it, just because I know that if you put it in the live one, there's a bot that like posts so it says at everyone.
I think I posted it in general. It was around 11 o'clock this morning, actually between 10:30 and 11.
Yeah, so if you post it in the live, like I'm looking at it right now. What is it?
Okay, I see.
Live stream notifications.
Yeah.
That's where you want to post it.
Yeah, they just recently updated that, so I just now noticed that. Mandy should look into that. If whoever's modding that Mandy's server can do something like that as well. So that way
the attack helicopter but he's been busy, so I've been messing around with it. I created a channel the other day for Bandit and Kush. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing with Discord, so
that's really cool.
I don't know either. That's why I just talk about it, and I clearly say I did not do any of this. Not any of my doing. They worked really hard on it. I don't know what they did.
Well, I'm looking forward to have a back and forth with you. So definitely let's do that in next year.
Oh yeah,
a few days from now, and I'll let everybody know on our Mandy's server when that's going to be.
Yeah, though.
Once Minka hammers out the details on that.
Kush.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Kush.
Hey, I had a stream. Hey, Bullets. Hello, Contriver. Hello, Minka. Yeah, I've been busy today. I restreamed my interview on your panel, Minka, and then I just wanted to make the announcement that Minka is going to be on my panel next Thursday.
Yep.
At 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. Pacific Time, 6 p.m. Central Time. So just wanted to let people know about that as well. And that should work out. That should be nice. I enjoyed being on your panel. I learned a lot as well. And I hope that reached people that I normally couldn't reach, like Bullets said. That was my intent. One of my intentions to do that, of doing that.
The cool thing is I'm gonna finally sit down and do what the guys told me to, and I'm gonna chop up everything, like all the interviews I've had and stuff, and start cross posting them and doing the shorts. So that I think is gonna do more reach. So when I do that, I'll be tagging you guys, whoever's in the interview. Good stuff. But
all right, Minka. Hi, Bandit.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Bandit.
Yeah. Well, Minka
Hey,
said
it's all
she
here.
right. Minka said she had to leave.
Yeah, I gotta
Thanks.
go get my meds for this tooth
All
thing.
right.
All
You have
right.
a good night. It's nice talking to you.
All right. Have a good night.
Happy
Have
New
a good
Year,
one.
everybody.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Minka.
Feliz año nuevo.
Happy New Year in advance.
Yeah. Be safe. You're going to tie one on.
Hello, Bandit.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Nothing much.
Chilling, illing.
Just a busy day.
Yeah,
Bro, don't get me started, man. I've been going nonstop since 11 o'clock.
I'm about to murder my IT department. My job. I literally spent more time in IT than I actually did work today. I was on IT calls for 4 hours.
That'd be
because I couldn't work.
justifiable homicide.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm going through that same bullshit at my company. I haven't had a fully functional they've replaced my laptop 2 times already, and it's still the Outlook's fucked up on it, and they still don't have a resolution to it. They've like put their whole IT time on it. I've literally spent easily a full 40-hour week worth of time dealing with that kind of bullshit. Don't even get me started, man.
Oh,
my
trust me,
God.
I'm about to lose again. It's been 2.5 years. I'm on my 4th PC, and I still can't freaking work. Like,
Dude,
I'm
trying
gonna
to
murder
build
somebody.
one right now.
I'm gonna murder somebody.
Have you seen the prices of
I'm serious. I even told my IT guys I got 2 fucking computers at home, a gaming PC and then this burner PC I'm going on. This one's an HP.
Mhm.
This one, run of the mill thing I got at Staples. The other one's an MSI gaming laptop. That thing's faster than shit. And
what do you
I
got
told
under
this
the
guy-
hood?
I'm sorry.
What do you got under the hood of that? What kind of GPU you running? CPU?
Hey, before you guys get started on the techie combo, I'm gonna say goodnight.
Are you gonna duck out?
What happens?
I am.
I come up and everybody
Well,
just abandons ship.
No.
No.
Listen.
Just end the stream, because it's epic.
Listen.
No,
Just
you
end
guys.
it. I'm here.
Listen,
Just end
chaps.
No,
guys.
you guys don't get.
I'm gonna start getting a tick soon.
No, Bandit. You know how I am with it. I just.
Oh, I know. I'm just busting your
Blurt it
balls.
out.
I honestly don't even remember, so don't even ask me. But it's
Hey, man, I used to pass out on streams, man. I'd stream so hard.
Right.
guys.
I'm already 6 hours into this, and I need a break. I won't say that I won't be back. I'm just
Okay,
saying that I have nothing to add to this tech conversation, and I prefer to drop down into the chat.
Okay, go take a break for a little bit.
Yeah, I need a break.
Okay.
Yeah, I could
but,
use
but
some.
before anyone goes, godmother
Uh-huh.
goes, I have
Yeah.
to tell within 1 hour, I have a doctor's appointment and I have to take myself and my father to the doctor. So
Okay.
I would just be here for another 45 minutes. That's it.
Okay.
Cool.
After that, I would end the
you're on it,
broadcast.
Contriver.
No.
Or if you people want, we shall continue until the end of the 11th hour mark, and if possible, and if I get back from the doctor's appointment and after doing some daily routine chores, I would be back and I would join in. Is that okay?
That's cool. At midnight
Yeah.
Texas time, I'm in bed, man.
Dude, it's
Okay,
midnight
fine.
here. What are you guys
I
talking
would let
about?
it continue then. I would not end the broadcast. That is for sure.
10:43 here. So
Okay, I'm gonna
Yes.
drop down though,
Okay.
and I'll be in the chat if you guys need me. Guns, actually, Uncle Guns, you
All right.
want up here? They're talking about dude stuff. So
dude stuff.
dude stuff.
Dude, football, guns, and beer. Let's go. No,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But I'm just curious for your guys' opinion. I'm looking at getting a new PC. You guys think of anything good on like the grand level? Something right around $1,000?
What do you what are you going to use it for?
I was thinking some gaming, mostly it's not going to be going far. Like I'm not traveling with the PC. I'm thinking like an i9.
The gaming
for
laptop that I got it was an MSI, and I got that for like $850. And I mean, that thing is just, stupid fast.
What kind of GPU are you running, and what kind of CPU?
Yeah, I was thinking getting like an i9. Something in like the
well, it's not just the
12 gigabytes of RAM
range.
range.
Well, it's not just, it just really depends on what you're doing. If you're going to do 1080p gaming, I recommend a system at minimum 8 gigabytes of RAM.
Yeah.
Mac, if you can afford it, 16 gigabytes of RAM. For CPU, if you want to go Intel, I'm not really a fan of Intel or Nvidia, but they're good products. I would normally go by what kind of GPU they're running on an Intel system, on an Intel CPU.
Yeah, I'm looking at like an HP.
Yeah. Okay. You're looking at an HP. Okay. You're looking at probably a lowball GPU. I would go like with a 1060, I think, or no, a 1660 GPU or higher. If you're on a budget, if you're just looking for a budget system, just to just do some World of Tanks or something like that, it'll run that. And you'll do it with really good graphics too, and it doesn't even need a heavy duty fast processor, and you can find one of those, for well under $1,000. Just look for if it's a desktop, I think you're looking for the 1660 GTX 1660 on Nvidia. For AMD, anything RX 580 and up. If you can get a 5700 XT system with a Ryzen processor, you're doing really good. It'll run any war gaming, War Thunder, it'll run Modern Warfare 2 at low FPS or up to medium settings. As long as you're not trying to do any ray tracing or ultra settings, you're going to be fine. Pretty satisfactory. The system I'm building is kind of like just as a last gen system, because right now DDR4 AM4 parts are really cheap right now. I scored a Ryzen 5600X processor for like $125. I picked up a B550 Aorus master motherboard for $100 off like Craigslist, and I just got, the fan and the case and everything. So far my cost is under 500. So that leaves me $500 in change, to get a GPU, which I'm probably going to go with AMD if I can find a 6700 XT or a 6800 XT, preferably at a reasonable price. It'll do anything up to 1440p gaming, at ultra settings, no problem, 100 plus frames per second.
Well, the one I just posted in the chat, that one's a $1,600 computer for like $1,100.
Let me look at it here really quick.
It has a lot of what you guys been talking about. DDR5, 16 gigabytes, Raytheon RX 6700, terabyte hard drive.
Okay, it's a laptop, right? Yeah. Let me look at this thing really quick. Yeah. Hang on. I'm trying to get the specs on it.
Because then I'm eventually going to put Office on it, which is going to be another $300. And then all the protection plans, backlight, all that bullshit's going to be another $100. So it's
I eventually want to get the full-blown version of Adobe Photoshop on the gaming laptop, so I can really start doing some better graphics work and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Are you going to be doing any like AI or a lot of photo editing or anything, or video?
No, I'll probably most thing I'll probably be doing is macros in Excel. Yeah, I mostly live out of Excel. That's my bread and butter. I'm still trying to get access to mold with Excel, but it's been a pain in the ass to get access to run well with Excel. At least to do what I wanted to do. because I'm trying to teach myself SQL for data management, and it's been a nightmare. So
I'm trying to pull up the data chart on this RX 66. What is that? RX 6700S. I've never heard of it because, well, I don't deal in laptops. I don't do laptops. I do desktop, console crushers is my thing. And the build that I'm making, anything, if you're trying to build a computer and you want a game on it up to 1440p, don't even think about 4K right now. Everybody with the new NVIDIA and AMD cards are talking about, oh wow, 4K, 8K gaming with ray tracing. Bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's snake oil. They're trying to sell you snake oil. Focus on 1440p gaming, and you'll have a awesome experience. Even with a 3000 series card from NVIDIA, you're going to get decent ray tracing. You're going to get okay FSR architecture with AMD. AMD is more about rasterization, and FPS, and the 6000 series blows NVIDIA's 3000 series out of the water when it comes to pure rasterization. So I would focus still on FPS. I wouldn't worry about 4K rate with ray tracing
No,
until
I
like
can't.
2025 or beyond.
I actually have to dumb it down and turn the brightness down because my eyes can't handle it. I'll just start crying because it's too bright for my eyes. I'll have to wear like sunglasses to watch my own computer. It's too bright. So
you can get blue blockers. That'll
yeah, I
help
got to
with
get
that.
those.
Yeah, get some blue blockers, man.
Yeah. But what do you think of that as just a run of the mill? Would that the stats look good on that, or is it?
That's what I'm trying to look up right now. Okay, no. Give me just a moment. Okay, it's Navi 22. Whereas the new NVIDIA cards are like Navi 31 and 32. Based on the RDNA 2 architecture. Yep, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's last generation, the 6000 series. Like the new generation just came out this month. I'm talking like December 13th. They just released the 7000 series. So yes, this series is still relevant. If you buy this computer, you'll be good through 2025,
Okay.
or beyond. I mean, it's not future proof, but you'll be happy with it. Okay, you got 8 gigabytes of GDDR6, which is fine for a laptop. 2 gigahertz. What kind of display does that have?
That doesn't matter as long as it can
does
do
matter.
ports out. As long as it can do ports out, I'll just buy 2 monitors and call it a day.
Oh, it's 2560 by 1600 screen resolution.
Yeah, I don't even look at a laptop's monitors anymore. I'll just put it to a docking station and throw 2 monitors into it. I don't. The monitors are too small.
Okay, processor model number 6900 HS. See, they're different for laptops. They have different naming schemes, and I hate these computer companies, and their naming schemes. I don't know who is in charge of their fucking marketing, but he's an idiot. Whoever's naming these is an idiot.
Yeah, it's a ploy. They purposely make it so you can't compare laptops and desktops.
Okay, it's a Zen 3. Holy shit, that thing's got 8 cores. Yeah, hell yeah, dude, that's a good system.
Yeah, it's $1,000 at Best Buy.
Yeah. If you want to drop a dime on that, I think you'd be happy.
Yep.
All
right.
Send a link to that. Well, let me check that out.
It's in the chat.
Yeah, you can game on that and be really happy. You can do productivity with it.
Oh yeah, that's a damn good. Yeah, that you will not be disappointed with that. Yeah.
Yeah, as long as you're not doing like anything like CAD design or like AI animation or like heavy Adobe video editing, in one of their like if you use
if I was
Adobe
going to do video editing, I
or,
get a Mac.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a step up above my gaming laptop, and the one I have, that's like one step above my gaming laptop, and that gaming laptop, that thing just kicks ass. I mean, it's just
it's got a 1 terabyte hard drive, man. Yeah, dude, you could load up a shitload of games on that. and all kinds of apps. I mean, I'm running a 1 terabyte WD Black in this Antique, and it's still running strong. And I've only got it 3/4 full, and it's been running for 8 years. And I've
Okay.
got all kinds of audio applications. I got like 15 games loaded up onto it.
Yeah, if I gotta, the thing is, if I need to do video editing, I'm just gonna bring it to my brother and let him do it. I mean, he does it professionally anyways, so. like,
Oh, okay. It's got
if I need stuff done, I can just give it to him to do.
Okay. Oh, it's an Asus ROG Zephyrus 14-inch WQ XGA. It's a 120 hertz gaming monitor built onto it. Yeah, dude, get that. Get it.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks,
You
guys.
got my go ahead on this. And
I
with
appreciate
16
that.
gigabytes, man, you can play. You'll have no problem playing any game out there.
Oh yeah, I'm actually jealous now. Damn it.
Well, if you got a dime,
It's
you got a
probably
dime
the
piece.
RX 6700S is right on par with the RX 6700X.
It's a third off
Or
right
60,
now.
yeah. Oh no, excuse me. RX 6700 standard is what that is. This is
Yeah.
just the model number for the laptop version. Okay.
Yeah, I never buy a laptop at full price. I mean, this is like a third off. So I'm like, okay, $1,600 laptop for $1,100. I'm done.
Single player games like Days Gone, the new games like High on Life, Cyberpunk 2023 or something like 2077 or something like that. I can't remember the fucking name of it, but
I'm
you
old
could
school.
run that
I'll probably
game.
just download ROMs.
Yeah,
and
you
just do it.
could run Cyberpunk on this on probably medium settings and be happy with it.
That's fine.
You got enough RAM to do that. It'll run Modern Warfare no problem.
Okay.
If you want to run Modern Warfare 2, if you want to run like let's see, it'll run Shadow of the Tomb Raider. You can even enable some light ray tracing on that as well. Oh, okay, cool. They got a chart here. 6000 M series, 6650 XT. Hang on, I'm looking for it here. Give me just a
The thing
second.
is, it's not a problem of me affording it or anything. It's just, what am I going to do with it? It's cool. Be a cool another toy to have. It's just like, oh, what am I going to do with it?
True. You got a point there.
128 bit.
That thing's kick ass. Holy shit. I want to get one, but it's like, oh.
But the thing is, with computers, you never know when they're going to croak. Just like water heaters. When they croak, you'll never know, and then bam. Open up, you get the blue screen of death, and then that's it.
Okay, cool. It's got 28 ray tracing cores. Now, the thing, when you enable ray trace, I don't like ray tracing. If you do enable it, do it on low settings because it's going to eat your FPS.
Nah, I'm not going to be running a lot of... I just need something that I can, stream on. If I decide I wanted to next year start streaming, I need something where I can do my Excel work and maybe playing in the off time. I'm trying to make it like a business computer.
15.84 teraflops, FP16. Okay. I think what is it? The Xbox X series, I think, they say it has up to 24 flops. I don't believe that. I think that's theoretical as a selling point. It's got decent cache, 1400 effective memory speed. Okay. Yeah, you'd be happy. I mean, it looks like a workhorse to me, dude. It looks like, a workhorse laptop.
Well, I'm good as long as the only thing that would ever make me nervous about the gaming PCs is overheating. So as long as they got a good heat sink, I'm good.
Definitely ask them about it. Okay, it comes with Windows 11 Home version. It's not the Pro version,
which is good.
But you might be able to upgrade. Ask them, if there's a pathway to upgrade to Pro version in the future if you want to do that.
The only problem is Windows, the new Windows 11. You don't own anything on the PC, and it scares me half to death. That's one main reason why I didn't really want to get a new PC, because basically anything they put on the computer is now property of Windows through their new terms of service.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm just saying it's bullshit. Like, you can't even use.
Oh yeah, well, it's been that way for a long time though.
Yeah, you even put you put like a picture of yourself on there. Now Google owns that picture.
Well, don't put a picture up there anymore.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, even if it's on your hard drive.
Yeah. Or what you could do is, you could stamp it copyright. Yeah, the thing about it like this, they're only going to be able to get away with that for so long, before somebody takes their ass to court, and if they wind up losing their case, they're going to take it straight to Congress and on the fucking floor and get bills passed to stop big tech from stealing intellectual property from its customers. Can't do that.
Yeah,
You
we need
can't
an
do that.
internet bill of rights.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a good discussion there.
It's coming. Look, Congress is a lame duck right now, as is the White House and the Senate. Okay, we're not going to get anything done until after 2024, until we get these commies out of the state and federal legislatures, and we get Trump back in office and get our own people back in there. All right. These commie bastards, did some really underhanded shit over the past decades to undermine the United States to hand us over to a foreign government.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. So
it's ridiculous.
A lot of wonky. Yeah. It's some treasonous shit. And the thing about it is the people haven't woke up to it yet. Well, when Japan attacked the United States and Isoroku Yamamoto said, I think all we did was awake a sleeping giant. He wasn't fucking lying. Everybody was pretty much fucking passed out drunk at that point in time until after Pearl Harbor, when everybody sobered up.
Yep.
And what did it take us 4 years to conquer the world? Basically, we're the only country in modern history to survive a two-frontal war. Like no one talks about that. Like we had the European theater, we kicked their ass. We had the Eastern theater, and we steamrolled them. I mean, it was so. I mean, basically after Midway, it was just a matter of just island hopping. Like no country has ever survived the two-front war except for the United States. We're the only country to do it.
Yep.
But yeah, like the Internet Bill of Rights. I mean, like just throwing this out there, like for me, the one big thing I wish they can control is they would outlaw cookies. Like you shouldn't. I mean, just the concept of having cookies, I don't understand
Tell
why.
my thoughts that, man. They love my cookies.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you monetize, you basically, your personal property and what you view, or even background stuff where you can get hacked, is everything through cookies. Like, why cookies should be banned. Any kind of, you should be asking me if you want my data is my property, you should pay me pay me for it or give me some offers or something to compensate for your free research. Like there's so many things that need to get changed, and that's just the tip of the iceberg.
It's not gonna fly. I was reading an article not too long ago, I think it was last night actually, about this world famous photographer. She donated all her stuff, to the public domain. And when she tried to use one of her own images in the public domain, Getty Images slapped a copyright strike on her, and she turned around and attempted to sue Getty Images, for copyright infringement. And she took it all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court sided with Getty Images. And the reason why that is, once you enter something in the public domain, anybody can use it. Which is weird, I mean, how could you copyright something that's in the public domain and make it your own? That doesn't make any sense. It's the fucking public domain. So basically, I could take that same image and put my own fucking copyright on it.
Yeah, that's when
Getty Images can't do anything about it. Hey, it's in the public domain. Anybody can use it. Anybody can put a copyright on it, basically.
Yeah.
We ran into this bullshit once. At my company,
it's so costly.
We had a shady ass customer do that. They took our design and they said they claimed it was in the public domain and they slapped their own shit on it. It's unbelievable.
Hey, what kind of GPU are you running in your computer? Just out of curiosity, what kind of GPU CPU combo do you got?
You talking to me or?
No, I'm talking to Iridium. I'm trying to ask him that same question for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I know. I don't feel like going up and looking at it.
Oh, okay. Well, get back to me on that, man.
Oh,
I'm curious.
I will.
I'm trying to put together my own system, and I'm looking for ideas, preferably on a budget.
Yeah.
What's the odds they make a decision on a Supreme Court decision on 230?
They're not going to do anything with 230 until after President.
Oh yeah,
Trump
I know,
gets
but I'm
back in
saying
office.
once.
And the thing about Trump is that he's so tied up into a bubble, and controlled by that bubble. It's like he pretty much put the FCC and 230 in place when he was in office, which kind of fucked us all up.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody was really unhappy when he did that. The communications companies were happy. Twitter was fucking ecstatic.
Yeah.
That basically Trump handed them the loaded gun that they used to shoot him with and steal the 2020 election, allegedly. So we won't know what the hell's going to happen until after 2024. If Trump gets in office, please God, please let that man get in office. But
as long as there's not a D next to their name, I'm happy.
Yeah, he's even still, you got to look out for rhinos. Mitch McConnell is out there working to destroy MAGA.
Oh, I know. Well, Mitch McConnell is a freaking dinosaur. I mean,
well,
him and Maxine Waters has more in common than
pro-communist.
anybody else.
He's married to a Chinese woman. All of his money is tied up in China. He owns stock and businesses in China. He's a commie.
How's that not
He's
treason?
LARPing as a Republican.
But how's that not treason? You're basically a foreign asset at that point. They have you by the balls.
Well, they took over the RNC, and when they took over the RNC, they put their own people in. They're controlling both sides. I mean, the puppet master's controlling both parties.
Well, Hillary did the same crap to Bernie Sanders. I'm not. Trust me, I hate both of them, but I'm just saying Hillary, DNC, did Bernie dirty.
Yeah, I'm no longer Republican. I'm MAGA. I'm full. On the ballot, I'd be independent, but I'm all fucking MAGA, dude.
I'm just whatever gives me the most amount of freedom. I don't care who you are. If you're gonna give me freedom, which is 9 times out of 10 is Republicans, but if you're gonna give me the most amount of freedom, then you got my vote. Leave me the F alone. Let me do what I want.
Well, Democrats want you to die, and they want to cut your children's dicks off.
Yeah, I know. Democrats. The thing is, they can only push back so far. They're already in insane territory. If they keep doubling down, there is going to be a breaking point, and then the pendulum's going to switch the other way, and it's going to be a hard pendulum switch.
Oh, it already is.
You're gonna have like.
Yeah, I agree with Bullets. It already has started, I think.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying when it hasn't did the speeding up part. Like we're slowly going, but it hasn't built enough momentum yet. Once it gets enough momentum, it's going to be a hard change. Like in 2 years, you're not even going to recognize America. It's going to be.
I could tell you what's going on right now with one fucking word. Right now, Arizona.
Yep.
Yeah.
Agreed. But
you could look at Arizona and compare that to what happened in 2020 and 2016. It's all out in the fucking open. And Carrie Lake, she ain't quitting. The establishment's fucking freaking out. Katie Hobbs is freaking out. Carrie Lake is moving for recall, and she's appealing her case. The judge freaked out when she said, well, I'm just going to appeal, and we're going to start up our recall. And they'll get that recall. Watch.
Yeah, but the one thing that concerns me about the whole Carrie Lake situation, did you hear the one elections official, he had to approve it under duress because if he didn't sign it, he was going to jail? Like, that's such bullshit. Like, he had to basically say
illegal.
It should be, but he's like, I have to agree to this, but I'm signing this under duress because if I don't sign it, I go to jail for election tampering. That's what they were nailing him on. Like, it's complete bullshit. Like, Carrie Lake is going to eventually win, and good God, what that woman's going to do. Like, she's going to scorch earth because she's got nothing to lose.
Oh, people are going to go to prison. Katie Hobbs is one of them.
Oh,
the whole thing that Katie Hobbs can hold office. What was she, Secretary of State, which basically puts her in charge of counting her opponent's votes. How does that work? That's insane.
It's called what letter do you have next to your name? It's really that simple.
No,
if you got a D, if you have a
No,
D or you're more D than you are R, like if you're Republican light, yeah, you're gonna win over a hard Republican. So they rather
look,
take a stop loss than someone that's
i-
actually gonna do change. Because
if I was
imagine if
running
Kerry,
against,
it's the same
look,
thing
if
what
I was
happened in
running, listen,
Pennsylvania.
listen, listen, if I was running in, against Iridium for office, okay, and he had the ability, and he was in charge of counting the votes, how is that fucking fair?
It's not. Well, what do you? That's the same shit that happened in Pennsylvania. You had Mr. freaking heart attack in chief, basically, or stroke victim, came freaking speak, and he beats out
Oh,
a MAGA
Fetterman,
Republican, and that was
Fetterman, yeah.
supporting Trump, and they steamrolled him, and they blocked him. They pulled the same shit they did with Kerry Lake, but since
Yeah, Mitch McConnell was behind that. Mitch McConnell was behind Oz losing.
I know,
He didn't want Oz in there.
I know,
Yeah, because he didn't. Mitch McConnell didn't have Oz in his pocket.
yeah.
Yeah, there's just look. I know things look fucked up right now in politics and everything.
It's
But
beyond fucked.
I watch a lot of Salty Cracker, and Salty Cracker says this. It's going to take us a while to get there. It's kind of like this new mentorship thing, that we've all agreed, to try out, and hopefully steer the ship into a new direction. It's going to take us a while to get there.
I don't think at least we're trying. We're making progress.
Exactly. I mean, look how far we reached out so far. I mean, well, thanks to Mandy, with her reaching out to 21 Studios, with her reaching out to Minka, with the other men coming on board, and listening to the message, yeah, things are starting to happen, and people are starting to participate in the conversation and spread it, and it's a beautiful thing. It really
So, Mike,
is, and I'm proud of everybody, for contributing.
you kind of tapped on something there, though. But like 2023, like the three of us are on a stream, just us, which is I don't think has ever happened. Where it's just a three of us, and it's not a bad thing. I'm just curious. Would you guys, not showing faces, but would you guys ever be interested in doing like a mentor, like live panel where we each go through our own experiences and how we can mentor and what we're trying to accomplish, like as just a panel?
Yeah, I can do that.
Would you? I'm just saying, would that be
Well,
something you
that's
guys
what
are
we
interested
do.
in?
I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've told my story.
I know, but I'm just trying
I
to figure out a way to,
it's not just a
get over the
story, it's a
cusp.
combination of things throughout my life that I've experienced, the same as Iridium. It's a
Yeah.
combination of things that he's experienced,
Mhm.
and anybody else in the chat and whatever they've experienced. I mean, it's really difficult to lay it all down in one live stream. That's which is why it's very important that we get people to participate in the community, and one way to do that is to mentor each other.
Mhm.
It's worked in the past. I seen it work, when I first came into the MGTOW community. I fully admit it was toxic, it was really messed up, it was the wild west, but I learned a lot, pros and cons, and I think it's given me personally an idea to point in a new direction, because the old direction that we were heading in was too damn destructive.
Yeah, and it's also creating potentially the thing that drives us insane too.
Mhm.
It creates more of the crazy side. We'll just call it that. I'm not trying to point names out because I don't need to add more drama to this shithole problem we've been facing. But like, it's getting us off our message. It's just he
Right.
said, she said bullshit. It's like, come on, we need
We
to
need to get past that shit. Like
100%.
Yeah.
like
That's
Minka said.
feminine.
Yeah, it's like Minka said, that one dude that told her, "Oh, MGTOW's a hate group. They hate women." Who appointed him as an expert over MGTOW and what we're about?
I think it's
That's my
it's
question.
also sheltering. Like, if you go over to I mean, if you go over to this group, you're not going to be around us anymore, so we don't have access to you anymore. It's kind of that kind of bullshit. Like, MGTOW don't care.
Brainwash is what it is. They're trying to brainwash. They're
It's a
telling that
cult.
person it's a cult. They hate women. You shouldn't have anything to do with them or investigate it for yourself. You should just believe me and believe everything I say of what these people are. Now, you have to be a mindless NPC fucking normie to believe that person. And
Or you have to be
accept their
sheltered to the
program.
point.
Yes, I believe you. I will put that data in my head. MGTOW is now hate group.
It's also being sheltered. Like, if they know if you go to the opposite side, you're not coming back. So the thing is, you gotta. If shame's not going to keep them, you got to scare tactics. You got to do whatever you can to stay. But like, the more important thing is each camp has its own loyal following, in a sense, and it's like we have shared things that between all of the groups have on a 40,000 foot level. We all have shared things, but when it comes to more of like the intermediate level, we have dramatic differences. And then when you get to the core values, everything is completely different. Like, you can't compare a PUA to a black pillar to a red pillar to MGTOW, but like, we had to decide if we wanted to work with the other groups or just do our own thing and say, it is what it is. You label me the way you want to label me, but I'm an individual, and I'll say what I believe. So it's like, I don't know. I'm just really sick of the infighting. It's so destructive
hopefully
and
we're
so
going to end that.
counterproductive.
Well, yeah, and
Hopefully we're going to end that.
Yeah, and I'm really glad, Bullets, you did that stream about that after Bandit and I had that stream because
True Stalker? Yeah.
Well, not just that. The incident with MGTOW Cowboy.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah, I mean that's that will not happen again because the next we're having another financial stream next Monday, this coming Monday, and nobody gets invited up except Bandit through Discord. That's it, and nobody else comes up on the stream. And if people come into the chat with a drunk attitude, they're gone. Period. I just the tolerance for that will be zero. And that was a cap to some other experiences I had earlier this week. I was on a stream with Hamster, and Father Saunders was on that, and he was belligerently drunk, and he was just talking through. And Chronic jumped on that. Undead Chronic jumped on that stream as well, and Undead Chronic had a little bit to drink too, but he was he was just joking around with Saunders, and Saunders got pissed and started making an ass out of himself. And I just sat there and shut on that panel and just kept my mouth shut. And I felt terrible for Hamster because he was trying to keep it under control, but he couldn't. He lost control of the situation, and it spiraled out of control. He had to end the stream. YouTube, I think, cut it off because it just started I think they probably saw it started getting out of control.
If it gets out of control, Hamster will just end the stream.
Yeah,
and he should, because his channel's on the line. So yeah. My whole thing is,
I've seen it before.
What is the root cause of it? Is it damaged ego? Is it pride? Like, what? I mean,
alcohol.
Okay, alcohol, 100%. I'm looking past the alcohol because that's the easy out. But deep down, is it more of I have to be right? Is it like there's got to be more of a call? I mean, I understand alcohol is like 90% of it, but there's some aspect. There's got to be a little bit more to push you over that. Like, is it ego? Like, I offended you, so now you got to be on the defensive. Like, what is it?
Wait a minute. Do you drink?
Me?
Yeah.
Occasionally, not every day. No, like
okay.
Once in a while.
Okay, so basically what you're saying, you're not an alcoholic, right? You
No.
control your liquor. You just drink till you feel good and you're done. You may
No,
have
I
a
have like
beer
one
with your
drink and I'm done. It's just a
okay. All
social
right.
thing.
These people, they have one drink and they're not done. They can
They're
have
never
12
done.
drinks and they're never
Never
done.
done.
Okay. And when you drink that much, you get this feeling of being 10 foot tall and bulletproof. You
Yep.
know, you get a tood, you get a tood, you know, and you have to understand that when you're jacked up on alcohol, you're not in your right mind. You know,
Nope.
you feel, you know, like you're gonna like spew out some bullshit, and you know you may back down for a little bit, but then you know you may feel like you know you need to like you know justify yourself, and you're gonna come at whoever you're going at really hard. And
Yeah.
it's not the person talking, it's the alcohol talking. There's a reason why they call alcohol legalized truth serum.
Yeah, but what I don't understand, and maybe it's just maybe the way I'm raised, but I don't understand. Like, if you go up to someone's channel, like you got to respect the the person hosting it. If you're gonna
A
ask a
fucking
question,
belligerent alcoholic doesn't care about that,
yeah, but
Bandit.
no,
You
I
gotta
understand that, but
understand these people. It's reasoning with a shit sandwich.
yeah, but why do these people seem to
That's a good
come
way
up
to
to
put
all
it.
the streams? That's the part I don't understand. Like, it seems like
Because, like
we
Bullock
have
said,
like
they
an
think they're 10 feet tall. They think they got the biggest dick in the room.
Yeah, they turned into super douche.
I know, but I'm saying it's like
Go.
we're
Have you
funneling
seen
them
my
all.
video on that? Have you
Oh,
did you go see my stream on that?
yeah, we saw the stalker stream. I watched
No,
that.
the other
No,
one
he did
before
another
that.
stream.
The
Oh,
one
I
before
missed
that.
that one.
Yeah, go watch
Go
that one.
watch
All
It's
right.
good.
I'll go into it, man.
Okay.
You know, I explain it. You know, the answer you seek is in that video right there.
It's just frustrating because it seems like every time you have a productive conversation, it gets some bullshit comes up and it just devolves into ego drunken bullshit. And it's frustrating. That's all. I'm just venting. I'm just pissed about it.
Well, you have to remember when you're live streaming and you're trying to do something serious like what you and Iridium are working on, you know, with your financial streams. You know, you need to handle it like, you know, you're running a show like Meet the Press, you know,
Hmm.
or like your own Bill Maher show or Joe Rogan show. All right. You need to lay down the law, lay down the rules, you know, at the beginning of your stream. And I tell everybody when you come in my channel and everything, you need to be polite and cordial, because if you're not, I'm gonna kick your ass out of here. If you come up on my channel drunk, I'm gonna kick your ass out of here.
Yeah.
You know, I've even had to get on JR a couple of times, you know, for getting into it with somebody in the chat and tell them to cool it. You know, there's a place for that shit. It's called Discord.
Oh
Take
no,
that
I had to
shit
do
into
that to
Discord.
JR once too.
Don't
I had to do that.
don't right. Don't do it on a live stream because you make us all look bad.
Yep. Yep.
And that's why I'm venting, because I see this is what I see. It's like I can only explain something, you know, so many different ways. And then the problem is, but me taking all this time explaining the same goddamn thing multiple times, I'm boring the shit out of the audience. The audience doesn't care. They get desensitized or they get frustrated because they either care what I'm saying or they want to learn something, and then I have to
I
derail the
grew
whole
up in a
thing.
family full of Irish drunks, dude. It doesn't matter how many fucking times you explain something to an Irish drunk. The guy's gonna think he's right, and it doesn't matter. He's gonna go back to the same circular fucking. Don't even get me going. I've dealt with this
I'm not
so
trying to piss
many
people off.
times.
I'm
I'm
just
No,
telling
you
you,
don't have
man.
to try. They're going to come in with, they'll come in really nice and friendly. You know, they'll come in with the happy drunk attitude. You know, Polska Bob does it. You know, even Polska Bob turned around on me and everything. He's questioning my
Oh, he did
street
that in
cred.
my stream. I had to
I
kick
was-
him out.
You know, well, it kind of like, kind of like threw me off. I'm like, dude, are you really doing that? You know, like, is this a joke? He acted like he didn't know who the fuck I was.
Well, I mean, he was so drunk, he started
Yeah.
talking through Red Ranger, and Red Ranger was being extremely cool about that.
Yeah.
And then he was like, he thought he was on his own panel. He was trying to wrench Red Ranger. I'm like, you're on my panel, dude. I mean, that was it. I'm like, if you're so drunk you don't even know whose panel you're on, you're out of
It's
here.
time to go. Yeah. Yeah. You guys got to know when to say last call, you know, you know, be the bartender, you know, if somebody's had too much to drink, and they're coming onto your panel, and the first time they act a fool, hey, it's nothing personal. You're just too drunk to be here. Take it into the discords. They're fighting in the chat. Kick them out. Unban hammer them if you have to. I hated to do that. But if you're gonna break my rules, I mean, if I was over in your channels, I'm not gonna do that shit over in your channel.
Absolutely not.
That's why when I go over to your channel, I'm setting the example behavior for everybody else. I'm going over to your channel. I'm going to participate. I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be constructive. I'm going to be friendly. I'm going to give everybody a takeaway. I'm not going to fucking show up drunk on your stream, and start a circular argument and call everybody a bastard, start bullshit.
You're not going to look like the person in this avatar here, you mean? You're not going to act like the person in this avatar?
No.
Oh, shit.
It's like trying to talk to that animal there.
Actually, I've dealt with a lot of them. They're actually
A braying ass.
Hold on a second.
Seriously, drunk, braying asshole. Yep.
I just want to put this shit behind me. You know what I mean? Like, it's just.
It already is. There's nothing you can do about it. The only thing we can do is look.
Why do you think you haven't seen Father Saunders in a couple days, huh? You think he's maybe regretting some of what he did? Thinking maybe he said some things while he was in a drunk stupor and he's a little embarrassed?
I've talked with Father Saunders about this. Father Saunders is very well aware of my sentiments about it. And we laughed it off, because it was something that it was building up. I didn't even expect. I didn't even realize he was intoxicated until we were. I mean, I'm not just intoxicated because he's drinking liquor. No, he intoxicated to the point to where the dude could barely stand up, and his arguments were getting circular. And we were like halfway through it. Man, he still got the video to that, and this happened a few months ago when I first came back, and I was really surprised that it turned into the shit show that it was. And I don't think he fucking remembers it. He's already on to his next fucking beer. He doesn't care. So okay, so that gives me pause, to be more aware of it and to share this with you, so you're better prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, Saunders isn't really on panels every night anyway.
No.
Normally, so.
No,
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of, I wonder how much of it, like Bandit was talking about, is it ego? Is it the need to be right? Is it mixed with the alcohol?
Yeah, because
something I've noticed that guys like to fight each other.
like Cowboy was definitely had a ego trip. He had to prove his point, even though it was a bad point. But I mean,
yeah, but
it's like this, Mandy. When I'm intoxicated, when I'm drunk, I'm always fucking right.
Yeah.
No, my brother's like this. I had to break away from him. He gets drunk and he will start these circular arguments with you, and you can't walk away from him. I've told him in the past time, I'm like, you're right. You win this argument, I'm walking away from you. He won't let you fucking walk away.
Right.
He'll get right back in your face and go right back to that circular argument. I'm like, one time I almost had to call the cops on him to have him moved from a hotel room. And I'm like, you got to go, man. I'm done having this circular argument with you.
Yeah, actually, my stepdad's kind of there too. I can't, I don't tolerate it at all. Like, I don't fucking put up with it from my family. I moved literally states away to get away from a toxically alcoholic environment.
Well, in real life, when I got intoxicated with some of my drunk buddies, that I used to facilitate my alcoholism at the time, because I used to drink like a fucking fish. I mean, I could knock out a case of beer, no fucking problem. Oh yeah, dude. I've had my fair share. And whenever I would get into a confrontation with somebody, be they drunk or stoned, it would turn into a circular argument. What I mean by that, they're asking the same fucking question over and over and over and over again and expecting a different result. And we all know what that means.
Insanity.
And
It's insanity.
in
Yep.
real life, it's turned into like street brawls right there. I'm talking like right in the middle of fucking 6th Street. Okay. And these are friends of mine, and we're duking it out and, getting thrown, in the back of the paddy wagon and sent to the drunk tank for the night. That's
Oh
happened to
no!
me a couple of fucking times.
Oh no! You can set a freaking watch to it at college parties. I mean,
Yeah.
best buddies, they'll get a couple beers in, and it's all tough man love.
Yep.
And you get 4 beers in, and it gets a little more serious about the golden peace leave, and then you get 6 beers in, and it starts getting more aggressive, and next thing you know, you got 2 guys out on the lawn duking at it.
Yeah, or you got one guy
Then you're-
blacked out, which is even worse.
You're not in your right frame of mind when you're intoxicated or on drugs. You are not you. It's kind of like that Snickers commercial,
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
with Danny.
Yeah, like
the Snickers commercial, like Danny. There's Danny Trejo and shit. And he's all pissed off and angry and shit, and they give him a Snickers bar, and the next
oh yeah,
scene
and it
it's
satisfies you. Yeah.
like a little
turns into
girl or something
Danny
like that who's happy
Danny
she got a
DeVito.
candy bar. Yeah, or Danny DeVito. Yeah, that's the best way I can put it. What it's like when these people.
I've only ever been I would say the closest thing I've ever done that I would consider like an even violent act when I was drunk. I was at a party, and it was at a house party when I was at college at Michigan State, and I got really drunk. We were doing keg stands and shit, and it was in this back alley, and there's just this loud. It was Snoop Dogg bumping, and I don't know, something in my mind decided I took a Budweiser beer bottle and spiked it on the pavement as hard as I could. That son of a bitch shattered, threw up shards of glass everywhere. And one guy got pissed at me because some of the shards hit him. And, all of a sudden I'm just like, it was like a John Belushi moment, like when he smashes the guitar against the wall. He's like, oh, sorry. It was that kind of thing. I was just like, oh, sorry. I don't know. And everybody was just kind of cool with it afterwards, because most people knew I was normally a very happy drunk, but for some reason that night something set me off the wrong way, and I decided that was the proper thing to do right then and there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the more you drink, and the more you're damaging your brain. The more you drink, you're damaging, your liver, your kidneys, and other organs in your body. And it's only a matter of time before it catches up with you. High blood pressure and shit also affects your brain, and when you're drunk, it's kind of like, last time I got drunk was New Year's Eve, 2019. I believe it was 2019. And I told this story before, I don't remember anything. I remember I was online. I can't remember who I was talking to. It might have been Red Pull Jack. I can't remember, but I woke up in the morning, and my mom was calling me. So I got up. I'm like, what do you need, Mom? I got a fucking splitting headache. She's like, the cops were just here looking for you. What? The cops are here looking for me. And they're like, yeah, they're out front. They want to see you. So I go outside. I'm like, what's up, deputy? And he's like, oh, well, we just want to make sure you're okay. I'm like, yeah, man, I hit my head or something. He goes, yeah, well, we found half like a quarter bottle of Evan Williams over by the well house and a lot of blood. We weren't sure what happened. So apparently, I guess I hit my head on the well house. I was out walking outside, and then I went in the kitchen to get a cup of coffee, and I opened the dishwasher to get a coffee cup because it's right there, and I opened the dishwasher, and my fucking pants are in the fucking dishwasher. And I looked down, and I'm not wearing pants, and I'm like, holy shit, what the hell just happened? So I went out there. I'm standing up there in my fucking underwear talking to the deputy. I got my boots on and my underwear and my t-shirt, and that's all I got on. And I'm talking. It's weird because they didn't even say anything to me. I didn't even fucking notice it. That's how fucked up I was. Even when I woke up the next morning, I was so goddamn groggy.
Compared to
Anyway,
probably
yeah,
half what those guys see, I mean, that's probably pretty mild, I'd imagine.
It's not like you were naked or something.
But the last blackout
No.
time happened to me when I was in Germany, and I was still doing my co-op over there. And I've told this story before, but I got so drunk off these local beers. It was a hot day. It was the weekend. I had the place to myself, and I tied into like 6 of these 11% alcohol, real dark beers. Got totally fucked up. And the flat had a big glass, bevel glass door on it, and it had a latch on it that locked it open. So, like, if you had to bring groceries or shit in to it to get into the individual flats, and you had to unlatch this thing before closing the door. Well, I was so freaking drunk, I forgot this and didn't know and forgotten how to unlatch it. So I just
Oh yeah, you
leaned
told this
on the
story, man. That's an
door
awesome
as
story.
hard as I could.
They
The whole thing
love
just
it. They love it when
boom, and the thing just went kaboom, and it just shattered. The glass didn't fall down because it was reinforced steel glass, but I just took off and went around to the pub a couple blocks down, got even more drunk, came back, came up the stairs, like what, woke up every dog in the apartment being loud as fuck. I don't remember any of this apparently. And I woke up the next morning, the landlord's there, and he's speaking to me in English. I'm speaking to him German. I'm so groggy. I'm just a mess. And the guy's saying like, and he asked me about the door and everything, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It was broken when I got back. I think last night somebody told me or something, and they said, yeah, the 2 or 3 of the neighbors saw you pull that door shut. They heard it go kaboom, and then you take off like a bat out of hell around the corner to the bar. And then they saw you come back. And then after you came back, you woke up all the other neighbors when you were playing your music loud and woke up all their dogs. And I guess then, I went to work the following Monday, and then the landlord said it's not a big deal. The landlady's insurance covers it. So I wasn't on the hook for it. Thank God. Because I think it cost, they had to replace the whole door, and it cost 350 Deutschmarks to replace the door, which is about like $300, which is probably like $700 today, $800 today to replace that whole door. And then when I got home from work that Monday, the lady was sitting there kind of pissed at me, and she said in German, she said, the neighbors said something about you, said they wanted to call the police on your ass. I'm like, oh, well, why? Because you said you were stomping up the stairs, waking up all their dogs. So like, oh, I'm really sorry about that. I won't do it again. And so it's like, yeah, that was my last blackout mode. I've decided not going to get to that point again. I don't want to get kicked out of Germany.
Hey, let me ask you this. Did you lose your pants?
No, I didn't lose my pants. No. No, didn't have that happen.
Shit.
I did have a friend in college after we'd been up playing. I don't know if you guys know the game euchre. It's very popular in the Midwest. It was standard practice in college to play this game. It's called Poor Man's Bridge sometimes. It's just a very bastardized form of bridge. And it's a very quick playing game, and it's always associated with heavy amounts of drinking. And we were all back from work doing a little post-college reunion, and we got to drinking too much. We all passed out. Well, one of our friends, he didn't know the layout of my friend's condo, and he decided to take a big old piss in his bedroom closet. So yeah, he wasn't too happy about that.
Guess not.
No, so
yeah, good times, man. Yeah. Again, when you're drunk, you're not in your right mind. You are not you. You're Danny Trejo or Danny DeVito in need of a fucking Snickers bar. That's the type of person you are. So that being said, you just need to be as captains of your ships, of your channels, and you're doing these live streams and whatever it is that you're trying to do, you need to make sure that, you don't allow anybody to come up into your stream to control it, whether they're intoxicated or not. You lay down the rules, you lay down the law. Everybody needs to respect what you're doing on your channel because it's your format you're creating. It's your artistic endeavor, and they're contributing to that. Okay. And if they're fucking that up, then they just need to be shown the door. You can invite them back later when they're sober and in their right mind. Because even me and Hermit, we've kind of locked horns. When I came back and I started producing content, and the whole Vention video thing, and I really admire Hermit. I didn't want to do what anything to offend him, but that was beyond him. It needed to be done, and if I have to take the bullet for that, I'll take the bullet for that, but those videos are down, and we can move on. And me and Hermit now, I like to say we're friends, we're on speaking terms, he's, forgiven me for what I did. And I don't need to forgive him because I feel like I didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do anything wrong. We're on this journey together. We're learning as we go. We can't be hateful and, towards each other forever. I mean, everything's got to eventually come full circle. Some are just hard-headed and want to go their own way. Let them go, but whoever wants to go in this new direction, I think this is the path. I think it's going to have a really, really great impact here in 2023. I mean, we just started this up a few months ago, actually a year or so ago, right, Mandy? Before the crew was around, when Red Pill Mike was around, we've talked about stuff like this.
Yeah.
It's just now it's starting. It's taken us this long to get this far. Imagine where we'll be by the end of 2023 or the end of 2024. Hey man, I'll stick with it as long as you guys will.
Yeah, I mean, I want to stay it in as long as I can, tolerate it. As long as people, sub to my page. That's the important thing. I need to get those subs up and make it at least worth my while. I don't care about the Cash App. I don't need that. What I need are the subs and to get my name out there. And I don't know if people don't understand that, or I don't know if it's the algorithms by YouTube or what that is. But that's the part I find
it's
a bit
YouTube. YouTube is from what we're seeing coming out of Twitter about the FBI and the DOJ being embedded in Twitter, which is a news outlet, brings into question every news media outlet that's out there and every big tech media outlet that's out there, from Facebook. If the government was embedded in Twitter, you can bet $1 to a donut they're also embedded in Facebook. They're embedded in YouTube. They're embedded in Google. They're all government-controlled entities. They're all control mechanisms, and it even extends beyond that to the newspapers, and TV stations, MSNBC, CNN, everybody, Washington Post. I mean, pick your favorite newspaper. Austin American Statesman here in Texas. It's controlled by the government.
The crazy thing is they didn't.
Wait, Bandit. Before you continue, I need to call it a night. But I do want to have that stream with you, Bandit, that you mentioned in the Discord.
Yeah, we agree. I'm tired.
When do you want to do that?
Yeah, I can drop out too, so that's all right.
When's good for you? I mean, I hate to do it, New Year's Eve, because everybody's going to be streaming, and I don't think anybody wants to really talk about that. Do you want to do it are you free
I'll
tomorrow?
probably be over here hanging with Mandy and Kush and the gang.
Well,
this is pretty
today
much the hub
is
where
New
everybody
Year's.
meets.
Yeah, I'll just go wherever you guys meet or whatever. I'll stream myself if nobody else is.
Okay. I mean, we can do it tonight. I don't mind. I'm not doing anything. We can ring in the new year with some
Dottie drama.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean that works. I mean, I'm free until 8 Eastern Standard, and then I'm going out after that. But
You mean 8 p.m.
yeah,
tomorrow?
yeah, I'm not 8 a.m. No, yeah, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard.
Oh.
So
I
like, if
won't
you
be
want to do it
streaming.
earlier, we can do it
Yeah.
earlier if you want.
Or we can do it Sunday.
Okay, whatever works. I'm
Okay.
open.
Yeah, I'm not planning on streaming on Sunday either. I thought about it. I'm fucking tired, man. You know,
Yeah. Me
I
too.
really just want to take the weekend off and just chillax. You know, I'm sure everybody wants to. You know, but yeah, I'm game to meet over at Iridium's, or we can meet here. You know, wherever you guys want. Just hit me up in the Discords.
Yeah.
The other thing, and just one more thing. I had an awesome interview with Harley earlier today.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you how that went.
That went really well. It went 2 hours while you were still streaming here.
Yeah.
So it went really well. And I also restreamed my first interview with Minka on her panel. And I'm really surprised, even on that restream, there were 15 people stayed and listened to that the whole time. I was shocked. I was only expecting like a Brandon Trueblood kind of turnout during the day like that, like 2 or 3 people show up, but up to 20 people showed up at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were like
Crazy.
118 people here tonight. That's
Yeah.
amazing. I've never seen that before.
I've never seen that either.
New direction.
Yeah. So,
You know,
I think one of them, Caduceus or somebody, mentioned that a lot of people from their side had come over. They had been summoned or whatever. I'm not sure.
Yeah, as long as you get the more eyeballs in it and it motivates you to do more content, that's the important thing.
well, I know Hermit doesn't like Minka. He's been calling her out like he does Scorp Thought. I understand that. You know, a lot of these guys, you know, want to call out these 304s and all that. But, you know, my thing is this: don't do that when the adults are talking. You know, there's a time and place for that. If you want to call her a 304, go over to your channel and do it. You know, because I'm planning on doing a one-on-one with Minka, and it's going to be a serious conversation, kind of like, you know, Iridium Bandit talking about, you know, their financial topics on their streams. You know, so these are very serious topics, very important topics. You know, and I want to gear this up because Minka can reach out to people that we can't. You know.
Yeah. Same thing on my panel. Same thing on my panel next week. I'm going to ask her hard questions. But I'm going to, same thing. It's going to be serious shit. Yeah. I mean,
I don't want to ask her hard questions. I don't want to put her on the stand and, you know, interrogate her. You know, that's not it. You know, I don't care about her past or what she's done. You know, what I do care about is the message, you know. And me and Minka are going to get together. We're going to have a back and forth. It's going to look a lot like what me and Mandy did back in the beginning when I first met Mandy, you know. And I encourage everybody to come over and participate and observe, you know, how, you know, I communicate, you know, with this woman, because you have to understand, she speaks in a different language, you know, that, you know, women can understand. Okay. If I were to talk to her audience, it would go in one ear and right out the other, blah, 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 blah. But
no, I
she
tried
talks
to
them,
do that a little bit
she-
with one of her on one of her girls' night stream. I tried to talk to a girl, and I started going. I mean, I made a little bit of progress, but she just shut down.
Yeah, I agreed.
Look,
I did the
you're
same
not
thing.
talking to Minka. You're not talking to Minka. You're talking to her audience as well. You need to keep that in mind, you know, because they want to. It's kind of like, you know, they need to be able to feel like they're participating in the conversation as well, because they too talk amongst themselves. They too carry the message. They too will carry on the understanding, you know, that, oh, wow, I never knew that about MGTOW. So it's not a hate group. You know, not all MGTOW hate women. what? There's different types of MGTOW or lifestyles. What MGTOW is just a lifestyle. What is that? You know, these people have been fed a lie, you know, and it's our mission to break that paradigm, you know, and lift the fog off their eyes and show them the truth. That's what I intend to do with Minka, you know, and hopefully she can educate her audience, and maybe if she gets ever invited to Fresh and Fit, she can give those boys the what for that they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah, she was already over
At
there.
least down here on street level. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
All
not a
right.
big fan of Fresh and Fit, but that's another discussion for another day.
Like I said,
None of you like each other. None of you. And I've been hearing it for over 2 years. Over 2 years.
Mandy has been asking me for years, how do we get the guys to work together? And you know,
The simple answer is you
can't.
don't.
Exactly.
You can't, you know, but you can, but you can get them to come together on the message.
Yeah, I agree.
That I believe in.
Just
that
the
I believe.
execution.
Yeah, because
All about the details.
A lot of the red pill ragers I don't really care for. A lot of the ivory tower, MGTOW, I don't care for, and they don't care for me. You know, no lost love, but we all share the same message.
Yeah.
You know, the important thing is to get that message out. You know, and that message that I feel that if we're going to change the world, we need to change ourselves, and we need to become leaders and mentors and teach the youth and teach men, young boys, how to become men. Guys like Douglas Edwards, Bingus, there's a start there. I've been wanting to talk to those young men for a very, very long time. But I keep getting stalemated, you know, in my personal life. You know, I keep getting shit thrown at me. Like, you know, I have to go take mom to casino or some holiday
Hey, you guys,
comes up.
I need to go. You guys are welcome to stay as long as you want, though. But I need to. Well, for fuck's sake.
You can just stay wherever you want. It's the end of the damn thing. Okay, you want me to drop off? Okay, I'll drop off. Okay.
No, I'm saying I'll drop
William
off. You
Kush
guys can
and
stay.
Bandit, I salute thee. I'm looking forward to thy streams. You know, Happy New Year, everybody. We'll see you
Happy
tomorrow
New Year,
on the New Year's
everybody.
Eve. Mandy, smile and wave, and we will catch you next time.
Good night,
Later,
Bullet.
everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Have a good one.
Good night, Kush. Good night, Bandit. Yeah, we'll stream tomorrow.
All right, sounds great.
All right.
Have a good one. Sleep well.
Or wait, no,
Night.
Sunday. Sorry.
Sunday. I know what you meant. Sunday it is. Have a good one.
All right. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Hermit. Hey, I just see visions. I don't, you know, I saw sun monkeys. I thought they would help run the zinc smoothie stand with you. You know, all the sun monkeys you adopted. So I thought we did say they were adopted sun monkeys, though. So I think the Minka thing's just a fluke. Good night, Kush. Oh, good night, K-Plan. Hold up. There you go. Yeah. See you tomorrow.